Chapter 1. Attention, all passengers. A safe full of money means prosperity. An unlocked, empty safe could mean many things. It could mean potential. It could mean destitution. For Zoe, the empty safe under her bed meant she trusted the wrong person. It meant someone had to die. Dramatic? Zoe wasn't sure. She pondered her murderous intent as she drove away from her house. It all depended on Ben's expression when she confronted him. His reaction would determine the length of his life. Traffic has a way of slow-cooking rage. With quiet conviction, she entered her clinic and closed the door behind her. Mid-morning LA traffic silenced, sunlight blocked, no pedestrians, no nothing, as she strolled into the pastel-colored, air-conditioned waiting room. It was too early for any patients to sit in the linoleum seats. No witnesses. She waved at the receptionist as she walked past, but then she paused. "Who are you?" she asked with a frown. The young blonde woman behind the desk looked up from texting. "Oh, good morning." She slid her phone away. "Do you have an appointment?" Zoe held back a sigh as the receptionist looked her up and down. She supposed she looked like a patient. Long, dark hair, smooth brown skin, and features that were a genetic blessing, a surgical gift, or a combination of both. Everyone has their secrets. "This is my clinic," Zoe said. "But I don't recognize you." "Huh? Oh, you must be Dr. Chambers," the receptionist smiled. "I'm Heather. Dr. Andrews hired me so Mandy could take some time off." "Mandy's taking time off?" Yes. Dr. Andrews told me this was all normal." "I've been away for a few days," Zoe forced a smile, and she clenched and unclenched her fists. "Is Dr. Andrews in?" "He should be in his office, but he told me—" "What did he tell you?" Heather chewed her lower lip. "To tell him if you arrived." "What?" "Well, let's just keep it our secret. I'm going to surprise him." Okay." Zoe stalked away from the receptionist and into the hall. Dr. Andrews' office lay at the far end. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the gilded letters spelling out the traitor's name. She passed posters of before and after implants, rhinoplasties, lifts, and tucks. She stopped at the supply closet. Should she reach inside and take a scalpel? It would feel good to storm in on the bastard with a blade in hand. So many memories told her it was better to face trouble with something sharp in her hands. How dare he book her a 3-day stay at a decrepit resort in nowhere, California, like he was doing her a favor? She could still see the note on her kitchen counter when she returned. Thanks for the memories. He didn't even thank her for the $50,000 in cash he took from the safe under her bed. She took a scalpel from the closet, and a genuine smile crept across her face for the first time that day. The steel blade tucked into her grip. It felt right. She held it behind her back as she knocked on his door. No answer. She barged in, already picturing the arterial spray. One slice across the throat, and then she would run. Out onto the streets like some murderous hobo. She'd run for the hills, out in the wild, return to her roots. Her grin was manic as the door swung open. But the office lay empty. Her heart sank. She felt sick with herself, contemplating murder over money. Sure, she was in debt, bad debt with the wrong people, but she was better than this, wasn't a savage. She placed the scalpel on his desk and looked around. His office was neat, sterile, and utterly empty. Untouched since the last time the cleaner did a pass. The lemony scent of window spray hung in the air. She picked up the single-framed photo on his desk. Her and Ben Andrews, arm in arm and laughing outside the clinic. The first day of opening, beginning of their future together. 3 years of love, and where did it go? She set down the photo, her heart cooling, hardening, as she knelt and checked the safe under his desk. Door open. Empty. With a heavy sigh and heavier steps, she walked into her own office. Dr. Chambers printed in big, bold, and mocking gold across the opaque glass. She picked out these doors because Ben always said he wanted that old-school touch. The door swung open and revealed her ransacked office. Notes and folders strewn everywhere. The back window open and fly netting pushed out. Sounds of traffic leaking in. Her safe sat empty. $250,000 replaced with a single yellow Post-it note. Ben's hastily scrawled handwriting. "Too slow, babe." She screamed. Hash, hash, hash. Even though Ben was smart enough to send her away to a phoneless retreat while he enacted his plan, he wasn't smart enough to hide his emails. It only took Zoe a few minutes to find receipts for 2 tickets to Australia in his name. 2 tickets that took off an hour before she arrived at the clinic. She could guess who used the second ticket. How long had Mandy and Ben planned this behind her back? Zoe told Heather to cancel all upcoming appointments before she hurried back to the apartment she once shared with Ben. Just a small studio while they saved up for a house. The deposit was half the money Ben stole. The other half was for paying off the people who put her through college. One lump sum that would free her from all shackles. She was almost 30, almost debt-free. She worked hard to get there, and now it was all gone because she trusted the wrong person. These thoughts circled her sanity like sharks around a leaking life raft. Her anger simmered as she spent a hectic afternoon pawning off everything of value to buy a non-stop red-eye flight from LA to Sydney. The anger got her pulled aside by airport security. They wanted to know her plans, and it was hard to keep the truth from spilling. But even she didn't know what she would do to Ben once she found him. Almost missed her flight, but they finally let her onto the plane. She leaned against the window and watched the world shrink with rising joy. A night of flying, and then she would be in Australia. There, she would find Ben, and she would make him pay. Hash, hash, hash. The moon glowed small but bright above the ocean. "Do you believe in God?" said the middle-aged man in the middle seat. "Or do you think this is a godless world?" Zoe turned away from the window. She smiled and tried to convey with the straightness of her teeth how little she cared about his conversation. But the man smiled back. Once again, Zoe regretted the fact a smile meant something different amongst humans than it did with dogs. He must be twice her age. A heavy beard and a scarecrow frame. He looked like he lived in a bunker. "It's a very important question," he drawled. "I ask because if there is no God, then who makes the rules? Who is the ultimate arbitrator of the morality of any decision?" Zoe sighed. Just her luck to be stuck beside someone like this on a 20-hour flight. The woman on the other side of the man smirked as she drank another vodka and Coke. Heavy black headphones over her short blonde hair, though from the way she reacted to every part of the conversation, Zoe doubted anything was playing through them. "I don't know," Zoe said at last. "I haven't really thought about it." He turned to her, eager, overbearing. "Oh, you should really think about it. Everyone should think about it and know, deep down, their answer to this question. Because if there is no God, then everything is permitted. The ultimate arbitrator is simply the strongest. Thus, it becomes our moral obligation to do whatever it is we can enforce." His eyes trailed down as he spoke. Was he checking out her breasts? Was he being that blatant? Zoe frowned at the wedding ring on his finger. Anger tightened around her stomach. If there was no God, then murder would be fine, wouldn't it? The man's eyes widened. Well, I don't know about murder, but certainly it becomes our prerogative to ensure that we live our lives without shackles. Zoe smiled. No, you see, if there was no God, then I could start killing people, say with the surgical tools in my carry-on luggage, and as long as nobody stopped me, I would be in the right. Right? His smile paled. Excuse me, young miss. He stood. I need to use the little boy's room. The woman with the headphones stood to let the man out into the aisle. She grinned at Zoe as she sat back down. You're a psycho, she said with a cheerful Australian accent. Oh, so you were listening. The woman slipped her headphones around her neck. She seemed about the same age as Zoe, but the smile on her face was light and childish. Guilty as charged. You really brought surgical tools onto the plane? No, they took them when I went through the metal detector. The woman laughed. Oh, wow, you're not joking. Want to have a drink with me? Zoe massaged her forehead. Sure. The woman knocked back the rest of her drink and pressed the attendant light above her. As she reached up, the sleeve of her jumper slid down, exposing an incoherent spattering of tattoos. Only good thing about international flights is the free booze. I suppose. It can't be the company. The woman placed a hand upon her heart. Pirate symbols inked across her knuckles. Wounded, she chuckled. I'm Isabella. Call me Bella. You? Call me Zoe. They shook hands in the space previously occupied by the older windbag as the flight attendant arrived. What'll you have, Zoe? Bella asked. What are you drinking? It's a red-eye flight, yeah? I want to order a Bloody Mary. I'm drinking what you're drinking. Delightful. Bella turned to the attendant. 2 of your finest Bloody Marys, please. The hostess returned with 2 plastic cups half full of vodka and ice and a couple bottles of tomato juice from concentrate. Bella poured out the juice with practiced hands and passed the drink over to Zoe. You must try one. It's the worst Bloody Mary you'll ever have. Cheers. Cheers. They drank, and Zoe grimaced. You know, she said as she tried to rinse her mouth out with more of the concoction, today's been the worst day of my life, but this might be the worst thing that's happened so far. A male voice responded. I know something that might cheer you up. She looked up at the older man with a frown, but before she could respond, she froze, startled like an animal as an inhuman voice resounded in her head. Before the juice upon the tongue, the fruit must ripen. Before the flower grows flesh, the tree must sprout. Before the sapling reaches the sky, the seed must touch the earth. Welcome, seeds. Welcome, earth. Zoe looked around. Her heartbeat grew, flooding panic through her body as she tried to place the voice. She turned to the people beside her. Did you hear? System initializing. System initialized under the authority of the Crimson Armada. Welcome to the system. Do you wish to register? Yes/no. You have limited time to make your choice. 30. 29. Zoe blinked. For a second, she wondered if God was speaking to her, or maybe something worse. What the hell is happening? But the numbers kept on counting down. Chapter 2. Time keeps ticking. Zoe stared at the text inside her mind. An echoing voice, inhuman, unnatural, counting down. She knew it was real, with the same certainty she knew she was real. The numbers ticked down, and pressure towered above her brain. A wave rearing high and ready to crash upon her. She felt as though she were drowning, and she knew everyone else felt the same. Blind, animal panic. The need to respond. Fight or flight. Yes or no. The entire plane sat stunned. Somewhere, out of sight, a baby cried. Could the baby hear the same countdown as her? How was it supposed to respond to such a request? How was she supposed to respond? She exchanged a glance with Bella, but the jovial woman was pale-faced and speechless. Do you see it as well? Zoe asked, though she already knew the answer. Maybe we're drugged? Bella said with a weak laugh. Some kind of mass hallucination? The older man still stood in the aisle. His face grew red, and he growled like a cornered dog. I know what this is, he said, loud enough to attract the stares of those around them. This is government mind control. They're trying to hypnotize us like a bunch of chickens. And to that, I say no. No, I won't be a part of your so-called system. I'm a goddamn... An electric crackle cut his tirade short. Little flames guttered from his eyes as molten goop poured down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, a weak breath exhaling from limp lips, and collapsed face first into the aisle. For a stunned second, the baby cried alone. Then, passengers screamed. Chaos upon the plane. She knew it was real with the same certainty she knew she was real. The numbers ticked down, and pressure towered above her brain. A wave rearing high and ready to crash upon her. She felt as though she were drowning, and she knew everyone else felt the same. Blind, animal panic. The need to respond. Fight or flight. Yes or no. I accept, she whispered so quiet she didn't even hear herself. I'll join your system. The countdown silenced, and a cold sensation rushed through her, numbed her fear. She doubted it was the Bloody Mary. Welcome to the system! The entire plane sat stunned. Somewhere, out of sight, a baby cried. Could the baby hear the same countdown as her? How was it supposed to respond to such a request? How was she supposed to respond? She exchanged a glance with Bella, but the jovial woman was pale-faced and speechless. Do you see it as well? Zoe asked, though she already knew the answer. Maybe we're drugged? Bella said with a weak laugh. Some kind of mass hallucination? The older man still stood in the aisle. His face grew red, and he growled like a cornered dog. I know what this is, he said, loud enough to attract the stares of those around them. This is government mind control. They're trying to hypnotize us like a bunch of chickens. And to that, I say no. No, I won't be a part of your so-called system. I'm a goddamn... An electric crackle cut his tirade short. Little flames guttered from his eyes as molten goop poured down his cheeks. He fell to his knees, a weak breath exhaling from limp lips, and collapsed face first into the aisle. For a stunned second, the baby cried alone. Then, passengers screamed. Chaos upon the plane. The Crimson Armada tutorial presents unique training and rewards. This is a limited opportunity. Would you like to join the tutorial? More electric crackles. Pops echoed out from the plane, each jolt audible over the shrieking panic. The intercom bleeped. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain. Please don't panic. This is... Oh my God. George vanished. The intercom died. Zoe didn't care. She stared at the numbers. What was she supposed to do? This morning, all she cared about was finding her ex-boyfriend and her money, and now she had some kind of death switch countdown in her mind. Her earlier thoughts of murder made her cackle. And
Laughing, she realized she knew what to do. If the old man said no and died, then what choice was there? She hadn't gotten where she was in life by avoiding the unknown. Deep in the back of her mind, a young girl walked alone into a dark forest. She gripped the armrests tight.
Tutorial slots remaining 80,000, 54 over 350 million. Tutorial slots remaining 45,102 over 350 million. I accept, she whispered so quiet she didn't even hear herself. I'll join your system. The countdown silenced, and a cold sensation rushed through her, numbed her fear. She doubted it was the Bloody Mary. Bella shrugged. Why dabble when we could double? Tutorial slots remaining 799 over 350 million. Zoe directed her thoughts toward the voice in her mind. I'll... Yes/no. Zoe frowned. Well, that sucks, I think. Tutorial engaged. You will not be participating. Good luck. She glanced over at Bella, who sat in her seat as wide-eyed and sweating as Zoe was herself. The women exchanged a look. 156,780 over 350 million. Bella shrugged. Why dabble when we could double? Safe zones generated. Zoe directed her thoughts toward the voice in her mind. Zoe stared out the window. A golden aura the size of a football field surrounded the plane. It was as though they flew through a bubble of dawn. The dark clouds lit rosy by the welcoming light. She felt safety deep in her core, as though she were curled up and surrounded by puppies. The golden light was enough to make her forget the terror of the last minute, to make her forget the charred smell of cooked brains, to make her forget all the rage brewing in her heart. A calloused hand took hold of hers. She squeezed, and Bella's grip tightened in response. It's so beautiful. Bella wiped away a tear as she looked past Zoe and out the window. What is it? I don't know, Zoe said, but I want to stay here forever. Yeah. Zoe frowned. Well, that sucks, I think. Huh? Zoe's eyes widened. The plane was still moving. If the safe zone was based around their position, then... A golden wall appeared down the aisle near the nose of the plane. Before Zoe could blink, it rushed down the aisle and swept through her. The feeling of warmth and safety vanished. Her heart jackhammered as adrenaline kept at bay slammed back into place. You have left the safe zone. Warning, dangers abound. Title awarded. Intrepid. +5 to all attributes. Zoe jerked in her seat as energy surged through her. It felt like diving into a pool of ice-cold coffee. She was suddenly more... everything. She looked around and saw more in the darkness, the faces of people panicking almost in slow motion. Her fingernails scratched at the armrests, and she felt how cheap and flimsy the plastic casing was under her grip. Through the window, out in the night sky, a dim glow resolved itself into a bloody sphere glowing with unnatural light. Smaller than the moon, but pulsing with the same celestial importance. Bella gripped her hand, squeezing so much it should have made her fingers creak, but Zoe laughed. She felt 10 feet tall and bulletproof. Now I'm sure we got drugged, Zoe said, but Bella kept shaking her. Zoe! Huh? The pilots! What about the pilots? Bella's words pierced Zoe's euphoria, raced through the circuits of her mind. She felt it in her gut, the way the plane tilted. Oxygen masks dropped from overhead and swayed like nooses of the damned. Fired up with energy, with purpose, Zoe stood. She knew how to remain calm in intense situations, cool resolve in her brain like a frozen glove around a fist. Frosty, cracking with each motion, but powerful. She could do anything, as long as she did it fast. Did it now. "We have to get to the cockpit," she said. "If the pilots are injured or delirious, I can help them." She pushed past Bella into the aisle. The plane tilted, swayed, but she kept her balance. On instinct, she crouched and checked the older man's vitals. A blue spark of static zapped between his skin and her fingers. She shook her hand and checked again. Dead as dead could be. Never even learned his name. He might have been a pedantic, philosophizing ass, but he didn't deserve this. She looked around at the babbling conversations, the sweat and the stress, the panic. Nobody deserved this. So why was it happening? The echoing, inhuman voice derailed her thoughts.
Phase 1 complete. Landmass integrated. Phase 2 beginning.
Zoe stared out the window. A golden aura the size of a football field surrounded the plane. It was as though they flew through a bubble of dawn. The dark clouds lit rosy by the welcoming light. She felt safety deep in her core, as though she were curled up and surrounded by puppies. The golden light was enough to make her forget the terror of the last minute, to make her forget the charred smell of cooked brains, to make her forget all the rage brewing in her heart. A calloused hand took hold of hers. She squeezed, and Bella's grip tightened in response. "It's so beautiful." Bella wiped away a tear as she looked past Zoe and out the window. "What is it?" "I don't know," Zoe said. "But I want to stay here forever." "Yeah." The panic bubbled up again, but Zoe shoved it down. She needed to act. There was no way she would let herself break in this situation, because if she broke now, she might stay broken. The surrounding passengers gave voice to her fears. "Why is this happening? We're going to die! Where did my children go? Have you seen them?" A flight attendant scrambled down the aisle. She kept telling people to strap on seatbelts, but forgot what she was saying halfway through. Her voice a skipping record, scratchy and wobbling. Tears streamed down her face. Zoe pushed past her and charged toward the cockpit. The problem had to be the pilots. If she got to them, she could help. Gales toyed with the plane. Her newfound strength and coordination helped her keep her balance as the aisles swayed and bucked. She gripped headrests and pulled herself forward. Gravity worked against her, but she persisted. Her newfound focus helped her ignore the corpses in the chairs. Blackened eyes leaking smoke, bubbling blood dripping into gaping jaws. Too many corpses. Too many people punished for saying no to the unknown. But more terrifying than the corpses were the absences. Zoe had been the last group to board the plane. She walked past hundreds of people before she found her seat. Less than half those people remained, and only a couple dozen were alive. She understood the corpses. The fire in their eyes said everything, even if the sight tasted like bile in her throat. But she couldn't explain the empty seats. Where did they go? Was it the tutorial? She pushed the concern out of her mind as the numbers ticked down in her mind.
Huh? Zoe's eyes widened. The plane was still moving. If the safe zone was based around their position, then... A golden wall appeared down the aisle near the nose of the plane. Before Zoe could blink, it rushed down the aisle and swept through her. The feeling of warmth and safety vanished. Her heart jackhammered as adrenaline kept at bay slammed back into place. Bella stumbled up behind her. "What's the holdup?" "We need to get inside," Zoe pointed at the keypad on the door. "Go get a flight attendant." Bella nodded and ran back through first class. Zoe glared at the door. Beige, nondescript, impenetrable. Unless... She kicked out with her newfound strength.
Her heels slammed into the door and the hinges shook, but held. "Damn it!" She kicked again and again, slammed her fist into the metal. She opened nothing but the skin on her knuckles. Bella grabbed her from behind. "What are you doing?" Zoe shook her head. Bella had found a flight attendant. The same scared, mascara-teared young woman who tried to convince people to wear seatbelts. "It's my first day." She gripped her hands together. "I don't know what to—" Zoe pointed at the keypad. "Open it." The young woman stared at the keypad with numb eyes before she nodded and typed in the code. The keypad beeped, but nothing happened. "You got the wrong code," Zoe said, her heart sinking. The woman shook her head. "No, there's a time delay so the pilot can respond." Zoe jerked in her seat as energy surged through her. It felt like diving into a pool of ice-cold coffee. She was suddenly more everything. She looked around and saw more in the darkness. The faces of people panicking almost in slow motion. Her fingernails scratched at the armrests, and she felt how cheap and flimsy the plastic casing was under her grip. Through the window, out in the night sky, a dim glow resolved itself into a bloody sphere glowing with unnatural light. Smaller than the moon, but pulsing with the same celestial importance. Bella gripped her hand, squeezing so much it should have made her fingers creak, but Zoe laughed. She felt 10 feet tall and bulletproof. "Now I'm sure we got drugged," Zoe said. But Bella kept shaking her. "Zoe!" "Huh? The pilots! What about the pilots?" Bella's words pierced Zoe's euphoria, raced through the circuits of her mind. She felt it in her gut, the way the plane tilted. Oxygen masks dropped from overhead and swayed like nooses of the damned. Fired up with energy, with purpose, Zoe stood. She knew how to remain calm in intense situations. Cool resolve in her brain, like a frozen glove around a fist. Frosty, cracking with each motion, but powerful. She could do anything, as long as she did it fast. Did it now. "We have to get to the cockpit," she said. "If the pilots are injured or delirious, I can help them." She pushed past Bella into the aisle. The plane tilted, swayed, but she kept her balance. On instinct, she crouched and checked the older man's vitals. A blue spark of static zapped between his skin and her fingers. She shook her hand and checked again. Dead as dead could be. Never even learned his name. He might have been a pedantic, philosophizing ass, but he didn't deserve this. She looked around at the babbling conversations, the sweat and the stress, the panic. Nobody deserved this. So why was it happening? The echoing, inhuman voice derailed her thoughts.
Chapter 3. Things can always get worse.
The dark plane fell through the night sky. Wind plucked at wings, spun them. The craft tilted, rudderless, swaying as it raced gravity to the ocean below. Inside, Zoe groped for the cockpit door. Moonlight through the windows let her make out the outline of the handle, but the tossing plane threw off her aim. When the notification shut down technology, she heard the door click. She hoped the door clicked, because if the power outage unlocked the door, they could reach the pilots, they could reach the controls, they could right the plane. She found the handle and swung the door open. All hope died. The cockpit sat empty. Both pilots missing, somehow, like all the other mysteriously absent passengers on the plane. The corpses she understood, somewhat. But why were people vanishing? She forced herself to step inside the empty cockpit, the space eerie and abhorrent. She scanned the controls. All dark. She expected blinking lights, lit computer screens. But nothing worked. Her plan's futility sank into her stomach. She was a doctor, a surgeon. If something was wrong with the pilots, she could help. She could fix the flesh. But she couldn't fly a plane. Bella and the flight attendant looked over her shoulder. She turned to them. "Either of you know how to fly a plane?" Bella forced a grin through the panic on her face. "How hard can it be?" She stepped past Zoe into the cockpit and stopped. "Oh, I guess kind of hard? Huh." She grabbed the steering controls. "I know we can glide. We just need somewhere to aim." The flight attendant started hyperventilating. "We're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. There's nowhere to—" "What's that?" Zoe asked. In the darkness ahead of them, visible through the cockpit windscreen, a fire glowed, a smoldering coal in the endless dark, growing closer. It raged as though a building burned in the middle of the sky. "What in the hell?" Bella said.
Is that a mountain? A volcano? It looks like a floating island? With the plane stabilized somewhat by Bella, they could see ahead of them an island. Lit by the flames, it seemed small, a patch of darkness against the starry sky. The moonlit ocean surged far below. The flight attendant looked like she wanted to curl up and pass out. It can't be real. Zoe understood the fear, but refused to indulge the same impulse. If we act like it's a dream, then we'll never wake up, she said. We're approaching it fast. Go see if anyone's a pilot, would you? And hurry. The flight attendant nodded and rushed off. Bella glanced up at Zoe. Don't think I can land this bird? She said through weak laughter. She needed something to do, she said as she gestured over her shoulder at the flight attendant. I have full confidence in you, even though I just met you. I have that effect on people. Say, what do you think spawning monsters means? Whatever it means, I'm sure it isn't. Zoe's face paled as a blood-curdling scream echoed through the plane. Wet, snarling, shuffling footsteps behind her. She turned. The air dragged against her stunned muscles as she resisted the impulse to ignore whatever made the sound. But how often does ignoring fear remove the source? Silhouettes crowded the cockpit doorway. A mob of hands clawed toward her. Mouths groaned, gnashing teeth, wet and hungry moans, inhuman sounds. What do you want? She said, her mouth dry. We're going to land the plane. Are any of you a pilot? The closest figure stepped forward, a man in a plaid suit and a floral tie, face obscured by shadows. He staggered, and the others crowded behind him. The sour stench of bile and bowels leaked from them all. He slurred as he reached up and clawed at his face. Zoe backed into Bella's chair. You need to get out of here if you can't help. Her voice sounded so unnatural, as though she floated outside of herself. You need to leave. The man ignored her. He slipped his fingers inside his jaw and stepped closer. Moonlight lit his face, and Zoe gasped. Charred holes for eyes. Blackened tears of blood down his face. His fingers dug into his mouth, knuckles to his lips, and yanked. Flesh ripped. His jawbone cracked, snapped. Bile rose in Zoe's throat as the man threw his lower jaw to the ground. The wet sound made Bella turn. Her eyes widened at the sight of the dead marching into the cockpit. Zoe placed a hand on her shoulder. Focus on landing the plane, she said. I'll keep you safe. The island grew in the distance. A forest, a small town, a mountain, lit by fire and moonlight. The jawless man lurched forward and grabbed at Zoe. Clumsy, awkward, like a puppet of a man. She grappled with him, pushed back. She kicked at his guts with more force than her body should have conjured. Her shoes split skin. The jawless man gurgled as clotted blood spilled. Loops of intestine fell around his shoes.
He stumbled into the others behind him. Despite the grotesque gore, Zoe grinned. The cramped cockpit might be a death trap, but it limited the numbers that could approach. A woman with long braids scrambled over the jawless man. She hissed as she swiped at Zoe. Her manicured nails sliced through the air. Zoe stepped back, dodged a swing, but bumped into the co-pilot's chair. Razor-sharp nails dragged across her sides, split flesh like water, bounced off her ribs. Zoe cried out and clutched the wound. Blood flowed hot through her fingers. The hissing woman licked her scalpel-sharp nails. Her tongue split upon the wicked claws before she twisted and surged forward. Claws raised to finish the job. Zoe punched her in the face. Knuckles crunched through bone. The hissing woman sagged to the ground. Once again, Zoe marveled at her new strength. There was no way she could punch that hard yesterday, even if it was Ben's smug face. But now? She felt her mind floating out of her body as it rejected the unreality of the situation. The jawless man grabbed her ankle. No, she wasn't dreaming. Couldn't let herself think she was dreaming. Questioning reality would wait until she wasn't about to die. Though we're always about to die, aren't we? Laughter bubbled up from her guts, and she let it spill. Cackling, she stomped and shattered the jawless man's head under her heel like a rotten cantaloupe. Cold spiked inside her body, a rush of ice from temple to taint. The inhuman voice echoed through her head. Level up! You are now level 2. Please select an element to incorporate. Sky, metal, blood. The panic bubbled up again, but Zoe shoved it down. She needed to act. There was no way she would let herself break in this situation, because if she broke now, she might stay broken. The surrounding passengers gave voice to her fears. Why is this happening? We're going to die! Where did my children go? Have you seen them? A flight attendant scrambled down the aisle. She kept telling people to strap on seatbelts, but forgot what she was saying halfway through. Her voice a skipping record, scratchy and wobbling. Tears streamed down her face. Zoe pushed past her and charged toward the cockpit. The problem had to be the pilots. If she got to them, she could help. Gales toyed with the plane. Her newfound strength and coordination helped her keep her balance as the aisle swayed and bucked. She gripped headrests and pulled herself forward. Gravity worked against her, but she persisted. Her newfound focus helped her ignore the corpses in the chairs. Blackened eyes leaking smoke, bubbling blood dripping into gaping jaws. Too many corpses. Too many people punished for saying no to the unknown. But more terrifying than the corpses were the absences. Zoe had been the last group to board the plane. She walked past hundreds of people before she found her seat. Less than half those people remained, and only a couple dozen were alive. She understood the corpses. The fire in their eyes said everything, even if the sight tasted like bile in her throat. But she couldn't explain the empty seats. Where did they go? Was it the tutorial? She pushed the concern out of her mind as the numbers ticked down in her mind. The tongue tightened around Zoe's neck and drew the dead woman's mouth closer. Teeth wriggled in gums like maggots, rancid stink of rot and coffee. Zoe gagged as her lungs emptied, her last breath drawn out by the slippery appendage. The plane shook. "Grab hold of something!" Bella cried out. "She'll be rough!" Zoe tried to look, but the gripping tongue wouldn't let her turn. She growled, knees buckling. No, she couldn't let this happen, not with this new strength inside her. Just because the world changed didn't mean she wouldn't survive. She couldn't give up. So she tried something desperate. She released her grip on the woman's arms. Immediately, the larger woman grabbed a hold of her. Clawed fingers dug at the bleeding slashes. Zoe screamed as her wound opened wider. She gripped the tongue with both hands and pulled. A wet, tearing sound as she ripped the tongue from the woman's slack jaw. She kicked. Her shoe collided with the woman's knee, shattering bone, but manicured hands continued mauling her side. The tongue slid from around her neck. Zoe gasped, screamed in pain. The woman toppled as her leg gave, and Zoe brought up her knee. The woman's chin crumpled. Black blood oozed. Cold rushed through Zoe's veins. Rainbow light surged. More of the dead-eyed figures stumbled toward the cockpit. Zoe drew a ragged breath and clutched her side. There was no time to worry about them. She pulled herself into the co-pilot chair. The island rushed toward them. So close now, she could see figures running through the streets lit by flame. A golden aura wavered around the town, the barrier of a safe zone. "Hold on!" Bella looked over her shoulder down the plane's aisle, crawling with the undead. "Everybody, hold on!" Zoe strapped on the seatbelt. Fingers wrapped around her throat from behind. A jaw sank into her shoulder. She cried out in pain as she gripped the wound at her side, trying to apply pressure even as her vision spun as the plane rushed toward the ground. Chapter 4. Choose Your Power. You have entered Safe Zone Gamma 67712. Golden light swept through the cockpit as the plane passed through the barrier surrounding the town. Houses rushed toward them. The fingers around Zoe's neck melted away, scoured by light. She gasped, breathing once again, as the teeth sinking into her shoulder dissipated in a blast of holy fire. For a moment, loving warmth swept away all pain, all fear. The plane slammed into the first building, screech of steel against masonry. She jerked in her chair, blacking out for a second from the collision. Bella screamed beside her. A distant sound, like wind through a memory. Zoe's mouth opened, tried to shout, but remained silent with overwhelming horror. No room in her mind even to pray, to hope, as the plane crashed through houses like a bulldozer. Spiderweb cracks fractured the windscreen. Warning, you are about to leave the safe zone. The plane passed through the golden barrier on the other side of the small town and entered the forest. You have left the safe zone. Warning, dangers abound. Crunch and groan of trees breaking before steel. A branch whipped the windscreen. The glass shattered. Sudden smell of pine under the sky of shifting colors. The plane stopped. Zoe breathed, sobbing, adrenaline thumping through her like a judge's hammer. The pain in her side, a reminder. She lived. Beside her, Bella laughed. Blood dripped from her forehead from an errant piece of glass, but she wiped it away without a care as she unbuckled herself and staggered to her feet. "I landed a goddamn plane!" she screamed, like an eagle. "I'm immortal!" She glanced over at Zoe, and the joy crumpled from her face. "Oh, no, no." Blood-soaked Zoe's clothes dripped from the cuffs of her pants, the slices in her side pumping out more. Zoe fumbled at the seatbelt, but her fingers grew numb. "Zoe," Bella said, "can you hear me? Don't move, all right?" Bella undid Zoe's seatbelt. Zoe slumped down and slid onto the floor. Pain bloomed as the adrenaline faded. She groaned, or thought she groaned, but the sound was faint, distant. Colors flared in the night sky, but her vision darkened with every leaden blink. Bella pressed against her side, said something. Zoe looked up at her.
Pressure,
She said.
stitches. Need stitches.
Bella nodded. She pulled off her jumper and bundled it against Zoe's wound. Taking Zoe's hands, she placed them over the improvised bandage.
Keep them there, all right? 'Kay.
Bella searched Zoe's face, the concern so palpable that Zoe forced a grin.
I'm the doctor, remember? I'll find a first aid kit, or something. I'll be right back.
Bella rushed out of the cockpit and left Zoe alone beneath a sky bleeding rainbows. What could cause that? The light obscured the stars. Maybe there were no more stars? Zoe inhaled, trying to keep her breathing calm. The scent of pine sharp, the iron tang of her blood. The wind blew cool against her face. A notification echoed in her mind. Level up. You are now level 2. Please select an element to incorporate. Metal, blood, wood. Zoe stared at the words, listened to the echoes, and pondered the thoughts sliding into her brain from an unknown origin. What did any of it mean? The prompt first sounded while fighting for her life. Killing monsters led to a level up. This was all a game? She wanted to laugh, but there was no humor as she clutched at the wound in her side. This wasn't the first time she saw so much blood, but never her own. She tried not to think about the survival rate for wounds like this, especially in the wilderness. Pines swayed beyond the broken rim of the cockpit windscreen. The plane pointed up? Did this even count as wilderness with a town right there? No, there would be a hospital. Without power. No. She shook her head. Can't think like this. She needed to trust in Bella. Needed to distract herself. The prompt blinked at the edges of her consciousness. Please select an element to incorporate. What could that mean? But if she was about to die... No. She would not die. Not here, not like this. Couldn't let doubt sneak into her mind. If she was going to sit here and wait for Bella, then she might as well do something. Like select an element. Focusing on the list, she noticed it differed from the one that appeared while she fought off the burnt-eyed dead. She thought it might be hard to remember the difference since she was so preoccupied before, but the words of the inhuman voice were nothing like her own thoughts. The words of the system stood out like a spider crawling across her arm. It was uncanny having thoughts slide into her mind, thoughts that weren't her own. She hoped the voice would stop once the phases were complete, but it didn't seem likely. During the battle, it offered her the choice between sky, metal, and blood. Now, the choices were metal, blood, and wood. Had she lost the choice of sky because she was no longer flying? She closed her eyes and sighed. The sound alone cost her energy. A numb frustration grew inside her. Was she cursed to die confused? What does incorporate mean? Incorporate the energy of the world. Become more than yourself. Grow, and your attributes will follow. Huh? She sat up a little straighter at the words. Can you tell me more? The voice remained silent. She winced as she settled back down. Moving was a bad idea. What were attributes? She dared ask another question. Attributes? Nothing happened. She recalled one of the first messages before everything went to hell. User status? Status. Name, Zoe Chambers. Level, 2. Body, hollow. Attributes. Might, 7. Vitality, 9. Dexterity, 9. Willpower, 6. Insight, 8. Skein, 39/39. Titles: Intrepid, +5 to all attributes. The information appeared inside her mind, neat and organized in a way thoughts never were.
Even when she crammed for med school until she saw diagrams when she closed her eyes, it hadn't felt like this. She would have shivered if she had the energy. Actually, she was shivering. Blood loss or the icy wind? She believed it was the wind. Had to believe it. The sigh of the sky matching her leaking breath. Wouldn't it be great if she had a doctor beside her right now? Someone chuckled through her lips. For the first time since everything went to hell, she thought about Ben. Almost missed him. Well, not him, but his skills. Almost as good a surgeon as her. Even she could acknowledge he did outstanding work with her chest. What would it have been like if he never betrayed her? She would still be in LA. Would this all have happened if she hadn't left home? Silly. How important could she be in the grand scheme of things? Of course, the world would be turned upside down no matter what she did. How human to believe all significant events stem from us choosing one path or another. Was Ben even alive? He might have still been in a plane when it all happened. How far ahead of her was his flight, anyway? Maybe he crashed into the ocean with all her money and that damn receptionist. Sank to the bottom of the sea to be eaten by crabs. Maybe he flew over a Sydney that no longer existed. Would she ever find out? A slow, comforting blink. She wanted to stay behind that warm darkness, but refused. No time for idle questions. She focused again on the information spread out inside her mind. The names of the attributes made as much sense as anything else. She recognized the terms, at least. Vitality probably covered her physical health and well-being. She could do with more health. What were her choices? Please select an element to incorporate. Metal. Blood. Wood. She winced as the voice echoed in her head. Was it an echo? Or paint dripping down the wall of her skull? Lights in the sky, hypnotic patterns. She felt herself drifting and took a deep breath. Focus. Blood or wood? These seemed the most obvious choices for vitality, especially since she lacked so much blood right now. Her attention strayed toward blood. Would you like to select blood? Yes/no. She hesitated, just shy of the mental confirmation she felt would trigger the selection. It was feeling like a new sense, this voice inside her mind, this system. Blood made the most sense, as much as anything made sense, but she hesitated at the choice. All her life she had rushed into decisions. Her presence on this plane spoke to that. Did she want to rush this decision as well? Or was she just overthinking this? What was the better choice between rushing in or overthinking? What did her gut tell her? She giggled weakly. Her gut kept leaking blood. A silent but persistent vote. She closed her eyes and remembered holding the scalpel, stalking down the corridor toward her ex-boyfriend's office. The steel blade a manifestation of her will, her desire to cut free the dead weight of her life. Blood might make sense, but metal felt powerful. She didn't want to decide anything out of fear. That was no way to plan her future. She would not die here, so why force herself to decide based on momentary fear? Her numb and sticky fingers slowly crossed. I choose metal. Time slowed. Her last syllable stretched out as she shrank, falling. Her eyes were tunnels, her vision shafts, and down she went. The world, what little she could make out, glowed with a fierce light. Auras surrounded, permeated, rippled out from the world. Swaying trees, metal cockpit encircling her,
scintillating sky like rainbow ink in turgid water. The metal cockpit pulsed, and a pulse within her echoed, answered. Some new organ awakening. Cold energy poured into her, out of her, and the metal of the cockpit writhed. Beneath the surfaces of plastic and carpet, metallic tendrils snaked and slithered, like roots buckling concrete. The tendrils flowed toward her. She could not move, could not escape as the tendrils draped themselves around her legs and wrists and wound themselves up toward that mysterious pulse in the center of her chest. The voice echoed, slow, methodical. She heard the practiced, lifeless quality of a surgeon reading from a chart, calling for tools, readying the knife. The flesh is the vessel. Filled with impurities, it shatters under pressure. Replace the foul with a few drops of grace. Know the pain of the journey. Quest now to be whole, or surrender to agony. Metallic roots reared like snakes. They struck, pierced her skin with fangs and hooks, and dragged her up and out of the tunnel of her vision. Smell of crumbling rust. Feel of a thumb along a razor blade before the blood wells. White flash in the back of her eyes, like a tin roof glaring in the sun. Pain brought her into the world. She screamed, but only a gurgle emerged. Black filth welled up in her throat, a taste like tar, like bile, like licking an ashtray filled with tears. She vomited. Her vision swam with tears of garbage. The wound in her side widened as thick, grimy streaks oozed out with the trickling blood. Cold energy rushed over her. Metal, piercing, pouring in, engraving itself upon her soul as the black filth poured out and the tendrils rushed to fill the void left behind. An instant can be a lifetime. As she drowned in the pain, a door in the back of her mind creaked ajar. A crack of light, an inhuman whisper, a choice presenting itself with every illusion of innocence. Stop the pain. Reject the system. Yes. / no. Chapter 5. Trapped in the fridge. Zoe glared at the thought. Stop the pain. Reject the system. Yes / no. Not a question, but a statement. A dare. The ethereal voice in her head calling her out for daring to question pain. She didn't survive a plane crash just to quit now. No matter the agony as the tendrils snaked under her skin. She gritted her teeth and forced out a single word. No. The unnatural cold left her. The overbearing pain faded into the pulsing heat of the wound in her side. Title awarded. Lodestone, +5 might, +5 willpower, metal attunement, 200%. The cold rush returned, brief but strong, as the title forced her attributes up. Almost sickening as it swept through her blood, her bones, her brain. She shivered, and the world, the swirling lights, the shifting pines, slowed. Not just a cold of temperature, but true entropy, as each atom in her body stilled, paused, before once more resuming its dance. Power pulsed inside her. She gripped the scalpel once more. She was the scalpel in her own grip. She would cut her way through any problem. Nothing could stop her. She let out a deep and content sigh. Her flesh was her own again. Whatever crucible held her had passed. Despite the hallucinatory nature of the experience, she knew it happened from the state of the cockpit. The metal shell looked like someone pulled a loose thread and left it in tatters. Patches of sky showed through the roof. Trees waved through gaps in the walls. And something moved between the trees. Something huge. Phase 3 complete. Monsters spawned. A keening wail split the air. High-pitched, the bones in her body shook with reverberations. It sounded close. A footstep thudded the ground. Another, coming closer. A silhouette reared up above the trees and blocked out the kaleidoscopic sky. The beast stomped toward the plain. Each heavy step shook the earth. Broken glass jumped as the cockpit floor trembled. Zoe groaned. She tried to move, tried to crawl away from the shattered and open windscreen. Each movement caused a fresh pulse of blood, but she refused to stop. The new strength, new focus that filled her body after leveling up allowed her to move against the pain. She would take any edge she could if it meant not dying. And her death stalked closer. The system called it a monster, and Zoe agreed. Its insectile outline towered above the treetops, head like a praying mantis cocked in predatory curiosity, large, segmented eyes glinting like cut gems. 7 wings fanned out, 7 membranous blades of frost-laced glass, their magical blue glow entrancing as the heart of winter. The wind passed through the wings and grew frigid. Snowflakes danced toward the cockpit. Goosebumps bloomed across Zoe's skin. Frost branched out across the pool of blood and filth on the floor beside her. A hand on Zoe's shoulder, fingers hot as Bella crouched beside her. "Zoe, oh my God, what is that?" The beast leaned into the cockpit, chattering mandibles the size of oven doors. Pale blue light pulsed around the wings. A serrated limb reached toward her with practiced finality. Bella grabbed Zoe under the arms and dragged her back out of reach. The claw swiped the carpet and left a long groove in the metal below. Bella continued backing toward the plane aisle. Pale blue light flashed. Icicles spiked throughout the cabin. A frenzied carpet of ice swept toward the 2 women. Bella shouted and pulled Zoe toward the cockpit door. The pressure on Zoe's wound slipped, and fresh blood poured out, already cool by the time it touched the floor. The ice raced over the ground and covered Zoe's shoes. Bella tugged, but the ice pinned Zoe in place. Bella kicked at the ice. "No!" Frost coated her legs as she shattered the ice around Zoe's feet. She tugged. Zoe lost her shoes, but the icy sheaths grew up her legs, clung to her skin. Bella pulled her free, and Zoe's skin tore. Zoe hissed at the fresh injury as Bella dragged her into first class and slammed the door closed. The beast wailed and screeched like nails in a blender. Blue light flashed through the cracks in the door. A deep chill emanated from the metal as frost spread across the surface. Bella touched the frozen sweat in her hair. "What was that?" Zoe leaned her head against the plush cushioning of a first-class seat. "I don't know." She closed her eyes. "But we're trapped in here now." Windows trembled as the beast thudded outside. A pale blue light passed from porthole to porthole. Frost grew across the panes. "It's circling us," Bella said. "Do you think we're safe in here?" "I don't know." Phase 4 initiated. Seeding dungeons. "I don't want to know about that," Zoe sighed. She closed her eyes, but the haunting words persisted. Bella crouched beside her. "How's your injury?" "Oh, you know," Bella grimaced. "The medical kit didn't have sutures, but I found this." She pulled a duty-free bag from a nearby seat with a bottle of top-shelf vodka, a bottle of painkillers, and an office stapler. Zoe laughed and winced at the movement. "This equipment would impress a few people I know," she reached for the vodka. "If I survive, that is." Bella helped her remove the lid.
You'll survive. I know. Pour this on the wound. You don't want to drink it?
Zoe frowned.
Not really the best idea. Actually, you know what? Yeah.
She swallowed a mouthful. Vodka dribbled down her chin, but she swallowed, coughed.
Smoother than a Bloody Mary. Pass me the painkillers.
She downed a few pills with another mouthful of vodka.
This feels stupid, but I don't care.
Bella nodded.
Just tell me what to do. Lift my shirt back. I'll hold the wound together, and you'll staple it closed. Questions? Can I have a drink first?
After. Bella swallowed, tried to grin, and picked up the stapler.
Is this going to hurt? Not you.
Bella nodded.
Okay.
She lifted the shirt, fabric stiff with cooled blood, and grimaced.
Oh, this looks bad. Pour the vodka.
Bella did as instructed. The clear spirit washed over the wound and flushed away the blood and the blackened filth. Zoe didn't know what that stuff was. She never saw it inside anybody she cut open, and it repulsed her to think it had been inside her at all. A fiery pain overtook her thoughts as vodka cleared the wound, but not as much pain as she expected. Was she faint from blood loss? Or was there another explanation? Choosing metal increased her willpower. Did that mean she felt less pain? Okay, Bella eyed the vodka as she set it down. Now what? Zoe glanced down at the wound. 4 long, red gashes in her flesh, starting under her ribs and curving up. Any further up, and they would have sliced through her breasts. Cleaned with vodka, the cuts seemed too perfect, too clean. Slashes of razors, not nails. Zoe experienced a feeling like vertigo, as though she stared at a wound on a screen. This couldn't be her flesh. She took in a breath, and the wound breathed. She fought down the urge to vomit as she placed her fingers on either side of the topmost cut. Pain. Push the flesh together. It's not yours. Agony. Just keep it together. Now use the stapler. Bella glanced at the stapler. This is a horrible idea, right? Just do it, Bella. I'll get better treatment in that town. I saw a hospital as we crashed through the place. Really? Zoe had been too busy panicking to see anything, but she nodded. It's easy, like stapling paper. She tried to think of something to distract the other woman's mind. Are there any other survivors? A few. Bella placed the stapler against the wound. They think I'm a hero for landing the plane. Congratulations. Bella grinned and pressed the stapler. It clicked, and Zoe winced. I'm sorry, was that too hard? Just keep going. But when Bella lifted the stapler, she frowned. I'm sorry, she said with a sheepish expression. I don't think it worked. Zoe sighed as blood started seeping from the wound. Try again. Bella pressed the stapler down, and it clicked, but the staple didn't enter Zoe's flesh. She tried 3 more times without success before she pressed the stapler against the first-class cushion. It had no issues stapling the fabric. I think something's wrong, Bella said. Zoe nodded. Was it because the stapler wasn't strong enough? Did her skin and blood gum up the mechanism? Or was it something else? She chose metal. That had to mean something. Had to help with something. Some instinctual knowledge scratched away at the back of her mind, akin to the ethereal voice, but less substantial. Please, she thought as she gripped Bella's wrist and guided the stapler onto the wound. Please just work. Try again. Bella nodded, her hand trembling as she pressed the stapler against the wound. Zoe focused on the wound.
on the stapler, on the fact she didn't want to die. Inside her, something shifted, like a single thread tugging on the core of her soul. Skein 50/57. The stapler clicked. Bella lifted it away and sighed. It worked. Zoe nodded. Continue. A few messy and painful minutes later, the wound was stapled closed. The crooked, ugly stitch job filled Zoe with mixed feelings of horror and pride. Congratulations, Bella. You just saved my life. Now, I want to test a theory. What? Zoe offered her wrist. Scratch my arm. What are you... I have a hunch. Okay. Bella's nails slid along Zoe's skin. Do it harder, Bella. Mark me. Zoe focused on the tiny thread inside herself, focused on the thought of metal. Bella dragged her nails down Zoe's wrist. Nothing happened. Zoe raised her own hand. She felt drained but not weak as she dragged her nails down her wrist. 4 white lines followed her nails. They faded to pink. She nodded. A slight understanding of what was happening developed within her. The metal had changed her. Well, something's up with my skin, she said. Did that voice tell you that you leveled up? Bella shook her head. I got that message, a man said. Twice. Zoe glanced up as the stranger walked into first class. He seemed a little older than her, early 30s, with a shaved head and heavily tanned skin. His movements graceful as a ballet dancer, despite the ex-wrestler frame packed into his Hawaiian shirt. A shirt stained with the same blackened filth that poured out of her. She knew he wasn't lying, but the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. He leaned against a chair, not too close, his eyes studying her. I leveled up while fighting those... zombies? He shrugged. That voice in our heads, it's changing the world. So it makes sense that it's changing us. He glanced down at his shirt. Definitely don't recall drinking a gallon of black crap before the flight. Zoe pulled her shirt down over her wound. Who are you? My name is Anton, he smiled. I believe I owe you my thanks. What? If it wasn't for you, we never would have survived the crash. Bella coughed. Actually, I'm the one who landed the plane. I know, he grinned. But she fought off the zombies, no? That's when you got the level up prompt, right? Zoe nodded. Anton's stare was like being studied by a fascinated child. What prompt did you get? She asked. It told me I leveled up and asked me to select an element. I chose sky, he grinned. Look at this. He jumped and floated a few meters through the air before landing closer to the cockpit door. His fingers trailed the metal, and he frowned. Ice cold, he glanced over at the women. The voice told me I got the achievement Tailwind. Do you think I'll be able to fly? Bella sighed, her breath fogging in the cooling air. I didn't get any reward. No level up. Even though I landed the plane and saved us all. Zoe gripped her hand. You did great. Now can you get me some bandages and a clean shirt? Bella's eyes widened. I'm so sorry. She opened the plane's first aid kit and took out the bandages. Hey, you! Anton, was it? Yeah? Check the overhead compartments. We need some new clothes. He gave her a mock salute and opened compartments. Rather than walk from compartment to compartment, he swung himself like a monkey, grinning at his newfound power. Zoe watched him, keeping pressure on her wound, and couldn't help but notice the gore stuck to his knuckles. If he leveled up twice, it meant he killed a bunch of those zombies before they passed through the safe zone barrier. He fought without weapons.
Even though it was a life-or-death situation, it implied an unnerving comfort with violence. And unlike her, he was uninjured. Bella finished wrapping the wound as Anton brought over a few travel cases. "Some clothes in here," he said. "I don't know what size." "That's fine." Bella made a shooing gesture. "Now give us some privacy." He saluted again, his eyes intent on Zoe, before he turned and walked away. "Oh," he said over his shoulder. "The rest of the survivors are talking about how to get to that safe zone we flew through. You should join us as soon as you can." He tapped the window. "Seeing as you're the only two who know why this entire plane is coated in ice."
Chapter 6. A Meeting of the Damned. Zoe frowned as Anton waltzed out of sight. There was a peculiar familiarity to the man. It felt like she saw him before, as though a friend pointed him out in a crowd and warned her about him. But she had since forgotten his face. Bella's tugging at her shirt distracted her from this trail of thought. Her shirt was too soaked with blood to be salvaged. Rather than lift it over her head and risk reopening the wound, Bella cut it off her with scissors from the first aid kit. "What?" Zoe said, when she saw Bella's expression. Bella tried to avert her gaze, but failed. "Nothing," she said. "Just... wow." Zoe rolled her eyes. "They're not real." "Oh, I'm a plastic surgeon. I dated a plastic surgeon. We operated our own clinic. The field comes with perks." "I'll say. Just help me out of my bra." "No need to get frosty." "Hey, don't poke my eye out." "Are you done?" Bella grinned. "Never." They found Zoe a loose, pinstriped button-up shirt and a woman's navy blue formal blazer. A pair of clean sweatpants replaced the blood-soaked pair. "I don't know if it's business or casual," Bella said, with a critical eye. "It's survivor chic." "How topical." Bella helped Zoe to her feet. "Are you all right to move?" Zoe took a few steps and nodded. "It's weird. I know what blood loss does, and I sort of feel it, but it's like an afterthought. I'm tired, I feel weak, but..." She lifted a full, hard plastic suitcase with one hand. "This feels like it weighs nothing. That's not right, is it?" She tossed the suitcase underhand. It flew down the aisle and crashed open against the wall. Clothes and toiletries spilled onto the ground. Zoe grimaced. "Okay, I'm strong, but moving still sucks. That was a bad idea." Bella's smile faded as she inspected the window. "It's really covered in ice. What if that monster froze the entire plane? There's still the emergency exit. Hinges might be frozen." "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Zoe said. "Let's go meet the other survivors." Bella led the way, and Zoe followed. Her mind felt like her body should limp. Why wasn't she dead or dying? She felt some pain, but not enough. It was like waking up after a night of drinking and realizing you weren't hungover. Moving her left arm still hurt, and she didn't want to poke the wound, but she could still move despite the blood loss. They moved through rows of dead bodies. No blackened eyes, only the mauled and battered corpses of those attacked by the undead. It had been less than an hour since the system announced itself, and most of the passengers were dead. A shiver ran down Zoe's spine that had nothing to do with pain. And with that monster outside, how much longer until they were all picked off? No, not all of them. She intended to survive. They headed toward the galley, where Zoe could see a group of maybe a dozen people milling about. Before they got too close, Zoe wanted to check something. She nudged the mental prompt in her head. Status. Status. Name, Zoe Chambers. Level, 2, +1 free point. Body, metal. Attributes,
Might, 16, plus 9. Vitality, 9. Dexterity, 9. Willpower, 15, plus 9. Insight, 8. Skein, 50 over 57. Titles, Intrepid, plus 5 to all attributes. Lodestone, plus 5 might, plus 5 willpower, 200% metal attunement. She did some quick mental arithmetic. Her might sat at 7 when she first checked her status. That was after she received the Intrepid title. So her starting might was a 2? If might resulted in the strength coursing through her body, then she was 8 times stronger than an hour ago. It seemed lodestone only affected might and willpower, and those leaped higher after selecting metal. She frowned. Judging by the Intrepid bonus, her vitality was more than twice as high as before. That might explain why the blood loss wasn't deadly. With that thought, she nudged her internal consciousness toward the free point.
It wiggled like a loose tooth, a sense of almost pain, almost incompleteness, almost pleasure, before it snapped into vitality. Now she had 10. Cold seeped through her, a minor amount, as though she sucked on an ice cube. The pain in her side diminished by the slightest amount. It seemed her theory about vitality was correct. She needed more information if she was going to puzzle out what it all meant. Especially that last stat, skein. It was the total of the other attributes, and it depleted when she concentrated on her attunement, and when she tried to heal herself. If only that minor understanding removed the other mysteries surrounding what was happening. Hopefully she could talk to the other survivors, and they could pool their knowledge. Though she would like to avoid Anton, who watched her as she approached the group. The rooftop screeched and buckled, loud thumps, scratching like nails on a chalkboard, and a wail that shook Zoe's ribcage. The beast was trying to claw its way inside. Survivors flinched as the scraping continued. They cowered by the galley, looked for exits, but where were they to go? Everywhere looked the same. An environment as cornered and destitute as its occupants. The wail faded, and the beast stomped away. For now. Zoe studied the group. Everyone looked wretched. So panicked they passed through tired and emerged in a state of manic exhaustion. The galley spilled open around them. A few packets of frozen food lay open and picked at, but most survivors clutched the tiny bottles of alcohol. From the empty ones on the floor, it looked as though they were going hard. The expressions on people's faces ran from the adrenaline-packed elation of a survivor to stunned expressions of disbelief. Anton stood amongst the small group, leading them in a quiet conversation. Zoe could guess the topic when they all looked over at her. Besides the group, an elderly couple knelt in the aisle. Stretched across the seats beside them was the body of a small boy. Blood dripped from his clothes. Their weeping was quiet, restrained, and without hope. Tears fell. The grief of those who wished for the strength to join their loved ones. Zoe stopped. Her heart sank. She wanted to help, but what could she do? The little body yanked away the curtains of her focus. What was she doing? What was happening? She stared down at her hands, gore on her knuckles. This wasn't surgery, where she wore gloves, where the blood was a prediction, the injuries calculated, intended to heal. Her fingers trembled. Had she killed those people? Those with burned-out eyes? At the moment, she thought about nothing but her safety, hers and Bella's. If she hadn't acted as she did, they wouldn't have landed the plane. They would be just another amongst the corpses. So many corpses, folded and crumpled where the impact threw them. The rich smell of blood crept up from the carpet into her flaring nostrils, and she... A young man walked up to her and Bella.
So you two landed the plane, huh? Zoe turned from the grieving couple, her gaze passing over more bodies, mutilated unfairly, broken before their time, and faced the college-aged kid with the scruffy red hair. "You're welcome," she said. But Bella did the actual flying. "Flying?" he scoffed. "You couldn't have at least tried to land us in the town? In the safe zone? Maybe then we wouldn't be—" Zoe slapped him. The blow cracked loud and harsh and sent him tumbling into the seats. He looked up at her, eyes wide and stunned, his hand on his jaw. "What? What?" Her side flared with pain. She held the bandages and grimaced. "That was a mistake." A college-aged Southeast Asian woman with a pixie cut rushed over to him. She checked his jaw and glared at Zoe. "You broke his jaw, you psycho! What the hell is wrong with you?" Zoe felt the worry and concern that threatened to overwhelm her a moment ago receding. More and more eyes looked toward her, like she was a threat. These people who she saved. Well, Bella did most of the saving. But who saved Bella? She felt a grin forming. "He was being an asshole," she said. "Look, all of you. We're alive. If you look around, you can see that's better than the alternative." She felt the gaze of the elderly couple upon her and hid the internal grimace at her words. "Right now, we can't fight amongst ourselves. We have to worry about that giant thing that's outside. If you're wondering why it's so cold, it's because we're encased with ice. And I saw a giant praying mantis generate the ice with my own eyes. Don't ask me how, I know as much as you, but I think it's putting us into a fridge and saving us for later." The group of survivors stared at her with dull eyes. Anton smirked. Bella gave her a wry smile, and the college-aged couple glared at her. "Great speech," Bella whispered to her. "Who put you in charge?" A slim and uncomfortably handsome flight attendant slurred from where he leaned against the galley shelf. "Just because you're crazy strong and crazy, you're telling us what to do?" He swallowed a small bottle of vodka. "You're crazy." Zoe sighed. "I don't want to be in charge," she said. "I'm injured and annoyed. I just want to survive. As for why I'm strong," she raised her hand. "Who here received a prompt saying they leveled up?" 4 of the 11 survivors raised their hands. The pixie-cut woman was amongst them. Anton didn't raise his hand. Zoe frowned, but decided not to deal with that right now. He seemed content to sit back and observe. The bottle in his hand was also full, and with its cap on. Was he pretending to drink? She would deal with him later. "If you leveled up, then you got a prompt to incorporate an element. If you haven't done this, do it now. You'll get boosts to your attributes, and we need those as high as possible if we're going to survive." "How do you know all this?" the elderly woman asked her. "Do you know what's happening? Do you know why my—" Her words dissolved into sobbing. Zoe shook her head. "I'm sure we can figure it all out together," she said. "I just know we need to get out of this place." "Oh, no, no, no. Don't rush away. No, no, no." Zoe turned to the raspy voice behind her. She started. A withered head grew from the shadowy wall behind her like a fungal growth. An old man's head, smiling, and between his crooked yellow teeth, a bottomless pit yawned. He had no body, only fingers growing from the stump of his neck, fingers that gripped the airplane wall with ragged nails. "No need to rush out into danger," he said with the charm of a car salesman. "No, no, no. Better stay safe. Why not make a deal? Once-in-a-lifetime deal." Chapter 7. The Sweet Poison of Helplessness. There was no light source inside the plane, but the sky glowed. Multicolored swirls spilled through the ice-glazed windows and illuminated circles of the scene. A group of tired survivors, gashed, bruised, on their last legs, all huddled around alcohol-fueled normalcy. Now, they huddled closer as creatures crept from the shadows. Aberrations of nature. Slow and methodical, they inched out like spiders. Crawling faces, withered and old, men and women, and from the back of their thin-haired scalps sprouted a series of fingers. Long, swollen, knuckled fingers gripping the plane walls like tarantulas. The survivors stood back to back against these new intruders. Zoe stepped toward the face that spoke from where it hung on the wall. She grabbed an in-flight magazine from the pocket of a seat, rolled it up, and swatted the face. The magazine passed through the creature as though it were nothing more than the shadows it crawled from. "Scary, scary," the face grinned. "You strike at those who wish to help, but might as well strike at despair. Yes, yes, strike at despair." The dozens of faces all grinned, all chimed in with their voices like desiccated paper. "Yes, yes, strike at us and learn." Zoe swatted, and again the magazine passed through and struck the wall as though the creature wasn't there. She stepped back. Her heart rattled. The wound in her side ached. She refused to show the fear on her face. "What?" Zoe cleared her throat. "What do you— Hey! Leave them alone!" She stomped toward the elderly couple who hadn't left the side of their dead son. 7 of the crawling heads had surrounded them. A pair crawled up the legs of the mother, who merely wept and let them ascend. Up her shirt, onto her shoulders, near her ears. The faces watched Zoe approach. They brushed their fingers through the mother's tears, collected droplets on their yellow nails, and drew them greedily into their withered lips. "True despair," they crooned. "Unfortunate, unfortunate, unlucky, unlucky." "Leave her alone," Zoe clenched the useless magazine. "Tell us what you want." "Want deal, deal, delicious deal," the leader said. "You feel the despair of your situation? Black pit yawning, yes? The 7-winged frost mantis stalks your metal cocoon. You have no escape. We offer escape. We offer you life beyond this night." The pixie-haired college student scoffed. "We can't listen to these things. They're too creepy. You can see out the window the monster is gone. We just need to get to the town. It can't be more than a few hundred feet away." The face grinned and crawled in a circle until it was upside down, and the wide smile seemed the deepest snarling frown. "Yes, yes, flee into the woods, infested with mouths, hungry mouths in this new world. Be the first to feed yourselves to the snarling shadows. Yes, yes, or no, no. Make a deal and live." Zoe narrowed her eyes. "What deal?" The face rotated once more. A beaming, grandfatherly smile perched atop 10 wrinkled fingers. "Always reward curiosity. Yes, yes. Deal is simple. Join us and live. Become us and crawl through shadow toward safety." The college student gagged. "Become like you?" The survivors murmured, some disgusted, others perplexed. Zoe felt a deep revulsion. Even after all the changes happening so fast, she couldn't imagine herself becoming like this thing in front of her. Her expression revealed her thoughts, but the thing kept smiling. "We were all not us once upon a time. Another world, another sky. We lived and wept until the shadows crawled
and offered us a hand. Same hand, same hand, same hand we offer you now. Ah, look, she has decided. She has agreed. The creature pointed at the crying mother. A dozen of the things crawled over her. Shadows draped from them and cocooned her. She turned to face the group, the horror in their eyes matched by the depths of her despair. I just can't face the pain. Her husband reached for her. Melanie, don't. His hand passed through her. The tall, shadow-cocooned form crumbled, and the heads fell to the floor. They crawled away on silent fingers toward the walls, and at the bottom of the pile, a new face emerged, withered, smiling, but unmistakably the once crying mother. Is not bad, no, no, she said as she crawled toward her husband. Join me, join us. The world is vast, and despair is endless. Let us escape together. Yes? Yes? He shuddered as she crawled onto his shoe, but did not kick her away. She crawled up his leg, his flannel shirt. Blue polish flaked from her fingernails as she crawled toward his ear. There she whispered something nobody else heard, and he nodded. I'll join you. Yes, yes. Into the darkness. Yes, yes. Out of sorrow. More heads crawled toward him as more emerged from the shadows. Zoe couldn't move, couldn't drag her eyes away from the scene. The heads crawled, emboldened, toward the survivors. Some backed away in horror, but others let them ascend, let them whisper. Another shroud formed. Wisps of darkness covered the scratched cheek of a lonely man, his face melting into relief as it melted like hot wax. As his body shrank in on itself, and not him alone. Where 11 stood, 8 remained. Despite herself, Zoe felt curiosity. What did the heads whisper? What secret, what truth could persuade someone to shed their humanity in such a grotesque fashion? A head crawled toward her across the floor. Maybe there was an escape from the despair looming in her heart. The tide kept at bay by a crumbling wall of willpower. Willpower can't last forever. Every wall collapses in the end. Best not stand on the wall at all. And if there was a way off, how could she ignore the easy way out? Just because life was hard didn't mean it should be hard. Just because one deal left her in debt didn't mean every deal would. Just because some people betrayed her didn't mean everyone would. Bella grabbed Zoe. We have to get out of here, she said. We can't listen to them. Zoe frowned. Did she trust this girl more than the others? More than the whispers of these creatures? She was a stranger, after all. Something flickered in her peripheral vision. A head on her shoulder, lips moving. Whispers synced with her thoughts. Sweet poison of helplessness dripped from its gray, decrepit tongue. Zoe's eyes widened. Horror. Repulsion. She recoiled, physically, mentally, and wished with all her will that the creature was gone. Something wriggled within her. She thought of the steel tendrils, the threads of power stitched into her flesh. She bared her teeth, and the creature flinched. She shouldn't fight. No. No! Why fight when she could surrender and join the swarm? There was no need to be a lonely girl. She didn't need to be young in the dark house of broken windows, calling out for a mother who would never come. No, Zoe growled. How dare these creatures pluck at her mind? The thread whipped within her. A silver flush swept over her brown skin. Steel sheathed her, and the sound of a snapping rope
echoed in her mind. The creature shrieked and leaped from her shoulder. It landed on the ceiling and skittered away, scowling as smoke curled from singed fingernails. Zoe swayed, but Bella caught her. Just as she suspected, skein was the tangled power she felt within herself. She couldn't be sure if it was the metal tendrils or something else, but she had used it twice now. First when healing herself, and now when she repulsed the insidious creature. It had taken 10 skein to reject one creature, and though it remained at a distance, already more crawled toward her. She didn't have enough skein. Soon they would overwhelm her. Soon she would join the other survivors in the shrouds of tattered shadow. Bella tugged on her, and Zoe nodded.
"We have to get out of here," she said. "But how?" "Emergency exit. It's frozen. We'll force the door." Zoe hoped her new strength was enough. "Maybe we can reach the town before the mantis gets us." Bella nodded. "Let's go." Zoe caught the unspoken doubt in Bella's voice. But what other choice was there? 6 humans remained: Zoe, Bella, Anton, the 2 college kids, and the drunken flight attendant. As a group, they retreated from the crawling heads. Dozens of the monsters swarmed from the shadows, crawling fingertip by fingertip with the glacial patience of the inevitable. All smiles, all joy as they sang about the sweet release of their deals. Zoe backed toward the emergency exit. The survivors crowded behind her. The monsters kept their distance but gained by inches, hesitant to approach her. The singed one remained at the back. Zoe glanced at Anton. "Can you open the door while I keep them back?" she whispered. He gripped the handle, tried, and grimaced. "All my attribute boosts are in insight," he said. "I'm not strong enough." "Fine." Zoe's hand closed around the handle to the emergency exit, cooled in her hand, and pulled. Metal ground against metal, but ice held the door. The lead head, with his thin, long hair and crooked teeth, snickered. "You would leave us? Leave us? Into the dark and into the trees. Lose yourself out there and stumble in snow until the mantis picks you off one by one. Think we will not find you, hopeless fools out there. Think you will not make a deal when you sob before the onslaught of insectile blades." Zoe glared. "Shut up!" She gritted her teeth against the pain in her side and wrenched. Ice splintered. A gaping hole in the plane's side. The door fell into darkness. Beneath the colorful sky, a pine forest, suggestion of the town through the trees, brief glimpse of flame-lit smoke. Frozen ground reflected the sky, but did not dispel the thick shadows between the trees. Out there, somewhere, lurked the mantis. Zoe hesitated. The distance seemed so short, but she had no doubts about the danger. She ignored the survivors pushing against her back, urging her as the heads drew closer. None of them saw the mantis. She alone witnessed the cruel, predatory perfection of its wintry gaze. No hope lay in the pines beyond, and it wasn't the creeping heads that told her this. A stiff wind blew through the empty doorway. Glittering sparks of frost rode the breeze. The heads, sensing the uncertainty, charged. Zoe stomped down on the first monster to get too close. Steel flashed up her bare foot as she concentrated her will. The creature hissed as she crushed it between her toes. It melted into shadows and smoking slime as the cold sensation of power ran up her leg and into her body, pooling inside her, building into something more. Damn. It took even more skein that time, but the creature stopped advancing. She felt the way the string of power wriggled within her, like wrestling a snake. Her control was abysmal,
Less a sense of control, and more like she wildly flailed. But if she put her mental grip there, held it like that, maybe she could figure this out before she ran out of skein, before they all died. The creatures watched. Heads bobbed on fingers. Smiles sharpened at the corners. "Nowhere to go," sang the leader, waving pointer fingers like a conductor. "So little skein. Kill one, kill two, we shall claim you in the end." Anton stepped beside her. "How did you do that? Can I help?" Zoe shrugged, still glaring at the leader. "I don't know," she whispered. "Just focus on the stringy thing inside you and lash out. But it takes skein, and I don't have enough for all of them. I think we either run or we lay down and die." He chuckled, and Zoe's skin prickled. He had a laugh that belonged in an alley, behind you, on a moonless night. "I don't love these choices, but what else can we do?" Phase 4 complete.
Dungeon seeded. The pockets of the world hold more than loose change. Find treasure. Find yourself. Find your way out. 20 feet from where the survivors stood, amidst the crawling heads, the air buckled, groaned. The monsters shrieked as a door appeared. Tall and wide, built of shattered mirror fragments clung together with thick red grout. Grout flowed and seeped into the carpet, endlessly. Blood. Etched into the center of the door was the black outline of a bell. Shadows seeped from the outline. The heads too close to the mirror brushed its surface, and it sucked them inside. For a moment, they shrieked soundlessly inside the reflection, before vanishing. Despite the alien nature of its construction, despite the danger, the door beckoned. "What else can we do?" Zoe pointed at the dungeon entrance. "How about we go in there?" Chapter 8. Under the Eye of an Alien God. The door rippled with pulsations of dread power. A portal of broken mirrors and drooling blood. The black impression of a bell leaked, as welcoming as a crocodile's mouth to a plover bird. "You're crazy." Bella wiped sweat from her brow, a spiderweb tattooed on the back of her hand. "We can't go in there." The college girl nodded. "I agree. I'd rather risk the trees than wherever that door leads." She gripped the edge of the door, looked out at the dark snow beyond, and paused. "Someone's coming with me, right?" Anton stared at the dungeon door. "We've already learned this world punishes the cowardly," he grinned. "Maybe it rewards the brave?" And he sprinted for the door. The creatures surged. Clawed fingers reached for his legs, but he leaped and sailed over the grasping monsters. He twisted in the air to face the survivors. With a jaunty wave, he struck the door. The mirror gave as though it were water. Shards bobbed on the bloody grout. For a moment he floated inside the reflection, waving slowly, shrinking, before he vanished. Immediately, the system's ethereal voice chimed. "A member of your party has entered the Mirror Bell dungeon. This is a Black Star dungeon. Enter within 60 seconds to join them at the dungeon entrance." 60. 59. 58. Damn, now Zoe had a time limit. She envied Anton's decisiveness. No, she envied him entering first. Would he get a title for being first into a dungeon? The monsters gave the dungeon a wide berth. But just because it was dangerous to them, did that mean it was dangerous to her? She knew there was risk involved, but what really made her envious of Anton was how he ignored the safety of the group. But should she care? Why was it her responsibility, just because they looked at her? She turned to Bella. "I'm going in there." Bella nodded. "I'll follow you."
Zoe smiled, if only to hide the weight those words placed upon her shoulders.
The college kids looked at them like they were crazy. The redhead clutched his swollen jaw and pointed to the trees. He mumbled, incoherent, but easy enough to guess the meaning. Zoe shook her head. The pines were an illusion of safety. She knew the mantis stalked those shadows, waiting for them to flee into its serrated arms. But more than that, she agreed with Anton's words. The only way to survive this new, insane world was to embrace it. The world had changed, but one of those changes was the power coursing through her. That let her swat away monsters. That let her bitch slap annoying people. That let her survive a gruesome wound. The door was 20 feet away and surrounded by crawling heads. She could make it. Time to commit. "Keep close to me," she whispered to the survivors, "and I'll keep them away from you." Bella placed a hand on her shoulder. "Right behind you, mate." The college kids looked warily between her and the darkness outside. Zoe put them out of her mind. They would follow or they wouldn't. She couldn't make them her concern. She clutched the wriggling power, the skein. It felt like a fire hose flailing, and she directed it toward her skin, toward repelling the smiling monstrosities. Her dark skin flushed silver, and she charged. Monsters hissed as she neared. Fingernails skittered along the carpet. They fled her approach, but were too slow. Her steel feet crushed smiling faces like balloons of maggoty pus. Black ichor sizzled and steamed against her skin. She felt more in control of this strange power. She didn't need to lash out as hard to destroy these creatures. She could be more frugal, more precise. Nevertheless, her skein plummeted. Only 10 feet to go, and the heads struggled to create a path amidst the shadows and swirling light. 5 feet left. She tried and failed to quell the rising dread. What happened at 0? Would she die? The leader leaped from the roof toward her face. Fingers splayed like grotesque wings. It latched around her throat. She stumbled back, hit Bella, and slid to the floor. Her pulse hammered. The creature grinned like an old man pulling a slot machine. Why even fight? Why rush into the unknown? Better the devil she knew. Her limbs went limp. The fleeing creatures turned. Smiling, they swarmed the survivors. Singing despair, reaching anemone of withered fingers. Bella slapped at the leader's head, but her hand passed straight through and slapped Zoe's cheek. Foolish to fight these things. Foolish to even try. Nobody could hurt them. Always more. Can't fight shadows. Better to lay back. Easier to accept. Bella slapped her other cheek. Get up, Zoe! Pain flickered through her thoughts, a tiny tear in the curtain of despair. Another slap across her cheek. Zoe snarled. Her skein pulsed. 8/57ths. Steel flashed with light across her throat. 6/57ths. The leader hissed. 4/57ths. Whispered. 2/57ths. Begged. 0/57ths. Died in an explosion of greasy smoke. Zoe's gasped as cool energy spiked in her guts. Level up! You are now level 3. Your first step was a stumble, but now you stride. Open your eyes and behold your new world. Please select an element to incorporate. Metal, might +4, willpower +4, lodestone title applied. Blood, vitality +4. Shadow, willpower +2, insight +2. Zoe's vision swam.
Her body was heavy, stiff. Before she could think about the information streaming through her mind, Bella hauled her to her feet. Zoe leaned against her, but Bella pushed her in the back and into the dungeon door. Zoe struck the fragmented mirror and fell through the light. Fell through darkness. Fell through a space between worlds. ###. Sunlight slanted through the blinds and struck her eye. Zoe paused as she walked into her clinic's operating room. A moment in the doorway as a dream faded. But the climate-controlled room beckoned. She stepped beyond the threshold into eggshell walls. An old man sat on the operating table with his legs swinging. He wore a lavender gown. Zoe remembered the argument with Ben. He wanted teal gowns, as though that color would soothe anybody. The anesthetist hadn't set up yet. There were no nurses. She couldn't find the patient's chart, but still, she smiled with practiced formality. "Hello, sir. Are you ready for your procedure?" He smiled, a tired thing, gray eyes weary as a sinking ship. "Which procedure was that, Dr. Chambers?" She bit her lip. "I'm sorry, the nurse hasn't prepared your chart, Mr. Rue." "Well, Mr. Rue, maybe you can tell me why you're here today." He smiled again. "I'll leave it up to you. Consider me a blank canvas." "That's not really how this works." "I want you to mark me." His finger trailed along his cheek. "How would you make a man's face reflect his sins?" She stepped back, glanced toward the exit, toward the surgical tools lined neat and stainless on their tray beside the operating table. "I think you have the wrong kind of doctor." "No, you're here. How would you perform your work of face-shaping, doctor? How would you mark the man who destroyed your world?" The dream resurfaced, heart-clenching horror, a screaming plane, kaleidoscopic sky, monsters, despair. She stared at him. "What?" He smiled. "I initiated the system on Earth. Now, I ask you what you—" She grabbed the scalpel and plunged it into his eye. Razor tip met pupil, but the pupil dilated. Wider and wider until she tumbled into an endless pit. Swallowed. Zoe fell. The memories of a dream, slowly fading. ###. Zoe fell. Raced down. She went skydiving once for a friend's birthday party. The way wind whipped her hair, pulled her limbs up, caressed her skin. This felt similar, but the space she fell through, a vast nothing. Not dark, but an absence of anything. She saw forever, and the empty horizons hurt her eyes. She glanced down. Forever extended in every direction. Bile at the back of her throat. She retched, but her stomach was empty. Nothing within. No heartbeat in her ears. No pain in her side. She mentally nudged at the feeling of the system, summoned her status. Nothing. Was she dead? A vast hand rose and caught her. She should have shattered, but she landed soft as a feather upon a palm the size of a basketball court. A woman loomed over her, a face appearing out of the dark nothing. And Zoe wept. For the woman was beautiful. Zoe spent her career reshaping flesh, making the aesthetic aspirations of her clients a reality. She knew the goals and the theories and the practicalities of physical perfection. All this torn asunder as she gazed up at the goddess. Long hair framed colossal eyes. Plush lips smiled ever so faintly. Impossible to describe the colors of hair or skin or eyes. What color is love? What color is affection? What color is tantalizing desire?
It should be horrific, seeing a face wrought so large, so out of proportion. But Zoe only felt disgusted with herself, that she should appear before such a being. The goddess laughed. A joyous ripple passed through Zoe and cleared all doubts and revulsion, as though a monsoon swept away cobwebs. "You should have been one of mine," the goddess said. "You lingered on blood, even as it flowed from your side. And yet you dismissed me?" She laughed again. "I should be dismayed." Her vast eyes twinkled, and Zoe fell in love with that gaze. She never considered another woman like this before. But those eyes. They didn't see the grimy, calloused fist, but the golden coin clenched so tightly.
So fiercely clutched against the grabbing horrors of the world. Zoe knelt, tried to speak. "Who are you?" The goddess smiled. "Just an observer for now. Later, who knows?" But before Zoe could voice the hope sparking in her breast, the goddess's palm tilted. Zoe tumbled head over heels and fell once more into the endless nothing. ###. A wooden floor appeared beneath Zoe. Before she could blink, she smacked down. The impact blew the air from her lungs. She rolled over, stunned, wheezing. Nothing felt broken, but everything hurt. The wound in her side spiked with every heartbeat. It took a moment, blinking tears from her eyes, before she realized where she lay. What she mistook for a wooden floor was a table. She stood. The table stretched out, flat and even, as wide as an island. Surrounding her, tall as trees, were glass bottles. She couldn't recognize the symbols or designs on the labels, but the overpowering smell was unmistakable. She stood on a table surrounded by bottles of beer. This must be the perspective of an ant. Vaporous alcohol warped the rims of the bottles. She felt lightheaded just breathing. Or maybe that came from the impact of landing? Her whole body pulsed with pain. She looked about, walked a few paces, scouting. She wasn't alone. Where there is beer, there are drinkers. She saw them, and her jaw dropped. Faint as mountains. 6 titanic figures surrounded her. A strange haze surrounded the table, like the blue atmosphere of distance that prevented her from seeing them too clearly, from hearing them. One of them was the goddess with the face of love. Sensuous mouth opened with laughter she couldn't hear. 4 of the other figures she couldn't recognize, their skin faint with color, heads and limbs in shapes her mind refused to understand. But one figure sat unclouded. He leaned forward until his head filled the sky above her. A young man with a handsome face and ancient eyes. Eyes as tired as a sinking ship. She never saw this face before, but she recognized him in an instant. The way one recognizes a person in a dream. The one who called himself Rue. The one who destroyed her world.
Chapter 9. The Final Boss. Rue leaned forward, his face otherworldly, slender, skin like faint copper with dull, gunmetal eyes. A robe of malachite scales open to reveal lean musculature crisscrossed with scars, like a battle-marked mountain. He smiled, just as sad as in the operating room when he wore the skin of an old man. Was that a dream? Zoe couldn't be sure. He towered over her. Zoe backed away and craned her head like staring up at a skyscraper. High above them all was a night sky, stark stars like chips of diamond, not a hint of atmospheric twinkling. Amongst them,
slightly larger, a green and blue gem burned with light. Earth? Terror filled her. Rue's voice echoed around her, inescapable. Zoe Chambers, you are here because you have proven interesting. 2 titles. Intrepid, because you left a safe zone the moment it was defined. Do you know how rare that is? Of course, you don't, but it should be commented upon. Zoe shook her head. She wished there was somewhere to hide. I was in a plane, the anger in her voice surprised her. I had no choice. None of us had a choice. He nodded. Yes, a coincidence gave you that title. But 100 people on that plane received Intrepid. Only 5 remain. That makes you interesting. As for choices, his smile grew cruel. Welcome to the universe. You have a name, and your world has a name. But I should call you both dust. No choice in your planet's history outweighs the bureaucratic decision to allocate your world to me. His eyes flashed like steel in the sun. Your second title, Lodestone, received for being the first person to incorporate metal. Both titles are products of chance. What's interesting is that you are in the first party to enter a dungeon. Most people wait until level 10. To think you would enter a dungeon without a gate, before you even forged your body. His laughter boomed. Well, I guess you didn't know better. Zoe glowered up at the giant.
She was astonished she could feel anything other than terror, but the way he dismissed her like she was a bug. She supposed she was a bug to him. What's so special about metal? He leaned close. His face filled the world. Because metal is the affinity I chose long, long ago. You were the first person on this planet to follow in my footsteps, and I wonder if you can follow that path to the end. What's at the end? He smiled and leaned back. His arms rested on the back of the couch. A mountain-sized man relaxing. Why, me, of course. She gazed up into his tired, metallic eyes. I don't understand. We have changed your world for one purpose. He luxuriated in his pause. To create a champion of champions. Why? Ruse smiled, saddened. My cohort. He gestured to the 5 indistinct figures. We have waged war longer than your civilization has existed. We are tired. We want to die. This world was gifted to us by the admirals as a vacation spot, a safari zone. They hope to persuade us to keep fighting, but I hope, and he glanced at the other figures, I hope that one of you will rise up and slay me. Zoe trembled. Fear, rage, insignificance. She never believed in aliens or God, and now faced something that could be both. She forced herself to speak through the constricting fear. Why not kill yourself? And deny the universe a splendid battle? Your world has much to learn, but it shall learn everything in time. The goddess shoved Rue with one delicate hand. The gesture strained her slender dress of amber strings. The shove was playful but frustrated. Zoe sensed a long history between them, longer than anything she could imagine if Rue's words were true. You're scaring her, the goddess said. She doesn't need to know all of this. Stick to the plan. You're the one who pulled her out of the teleporter. The goddess shrugged. Can't deny she's interesting, can you? Remember when she stabbed you in the eye? She really should have been one of mine. She leaned forward. Once you're full of metal, choose blood, won't you, little one? Zoe blinked.
She had no idea what to say or how to respond, but one question welled up, an urge more pressing than any other desire. "Can I go, please?" She couldn't think of asking for help, for asking for the world to be turned back to how it was. She couldn't think of anything like that. She just wanted the situation to be over. She wanted to be far away from the overwhelming pressure of these beings. She wanted to flee these gods who looked down at her like a bug. Rue glanced down with surprise. "You want to leave? I suppose I should let you go, but first—" The goddess placed a hand on Rue's shoulder. "Rue? Don't worry, I'll go easy on her." He turned to Zoe. "Let me give you a quest, as a reward for catching my eye. You have been offered a quest, the burden of being interesting. Reward, conditional. Time to complete, variable. Do you accept?" "Yes/no." Zoe flinched as the prompt appeared in her mind. The unearthly voice ranged clearer, as though she drank a stream from its source. She wanted to clarify the strange, vague offer, but more than anything else, she wanted to leave. She nudged the prompt in her mind. "Quest accepted." Rue laughed and clapped his hands. The slap of thunder knocked Zoe to her ass. Her ears rang. Blood welled up in her mouth, flowed from her nostrils. "Wonderful," Rue said. "Simply wonderful. Maybe you'll be the one to kill me, but for now, I'll let you go with a simple bit of advice. The brightest stars are the ones who explode." Zoe shook her head, trying to clear the pain. "What?" He clapped his hands again. The thunder slapped her onto her back. She groaned on the wooden ground. "Goodbye, Zoe. I truly hope we meet again." The table vanished. She fell. ###. Zoe coughed up blood. She lay on warm stone. Her eyelids glowed pink. Sunlight above her? Warmth across her body, blood dribbling across her lips and down her chin. She didn't want to open her eyes. She didn't want to see what fresh hell awaited her. Everything hurt. Pain and shame flushed through her. How could she have cowered before the one who defiled her world? What happened to the woman flying across the ocean to get revenge on her ex? She couldn't handle the self-recrimination, and so she retreated into her mind to examine the pile of notifications. "Congratulations! Your party is the first to enter a dungeon. Title awarded, Fools Rush In. Incomplete. Complete your first dungeon to receive full title." She couldn't decide if she liked the sound of that or not. It was certainly interesting. She grimaced. That word left a sour taste in her mouth. She would have preferred a straight and simple boost to her attributes, but that was what her other prompts were for. "Level up! You are now level 3. Please select an element to incorporate. Wood, dexterity +2, vitality +2. Mirror, insight +4. Sun, might +2, vitality +1, insight +1. She groaned. If she selected metal before she passed through the door to the dungeon, then she could have made use of the 200% boost provided by Lodestone. She wasn't sure which to choose from the options presented here. Increasing might felt right. She liked the strength to walk through an injury, and her willpower helped fight off the depressing compulsions of those strange, crawling heads. She held off for now. Better wait until she found metal to incorporate. But the goddess in her dreams mentioned blood. If only she chose before she went through the mirrored doorway. She swore to never let an opportunity slip through her fingers. Though, to be fair, she probably would have died if Bella hadn't thrown her through the portal. She swore to never let an opportunity slip through her fingers, unless it meant certain death. This neatly explained why she didn't fight the cosmic gods that abducted her. Even if they wanted to die, a bug like her couldn't perform the deed. First, she needed to get stronger. After meeting the goddess, she wondered what would have happened if she chose blood. Had those been dreams? She wanted to believe they were, but an ethereal voice whispered the truth. You have accepted the quest, the burden of being interesting. This is a multiple-step quest. Step 1. Objective. Keep your meeting with the cohort a secret. Time to complete. Until the completion of Phase 7. Step 2. Objective. Reach level 20. Time to complete. 6 days, 21 hours, 23 seconds. Step 3. Objective. Claim ownership of a settlement polyp. Time to complete. Pending. Reward. Conditional. Failure. Failing any aspect of this quest will cause the death of your party. Will you let down others as you have so often been let down yourself? The notifications drifted through her mind. A sense of impossible pressure settled upon her. She didn't even know what a settlement polyp was, and that last line was so pointed. This quest was aimed directly at her, but how was she supposed to complete it? Zoe? Bella's voice called. Zoe opened her eyes and flinched. For a moment, she thought she was back on the table of the gods, but a panicked moment later she realized it was just Bella looming over her, face filled with concern. Dusty sunlight streamed through the cracks in the weather-worn boards of the angled roof. Zoe sat up and wiped the blood from her lips. I'm fine. Where are we? Bella sighed with relief. Some old abandoned church. The door took us here. Thick dust covered the floor. Zoe's nose itched just looking at it. The pews were simple and creaking. Veins of vibrant moss spread from the wooden walls to the pews. Golden sunlight spilled through holes. A scene of lush decay. I thought we were in a dungeon. Bella nodded. Can you stand? The others are already outside, but I wanted to wait with you. Zoe clasped Bella's hand. Thank you. Was I out long? A few hours. Zoe froze. Hours? Her memory was fuzzy. She recalled falling through an endless void. Who knows how long that took? Time to focus on the present. The countdown ticked away at the edge of her consciousness. Time to complete quest. 6 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 35. 6 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 34. 6 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 33. 6 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 32. 6 hours, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 31. She forced her attention away from the clock. Help me up? Bella helped Zoe to her feet. The wound in her side flared with hateful pain. Was it too much to ask for a god to heal her after dragging her into space and back? Well, she hadn't asked. Fear held her throat. She gritted her teeth. No longer. She walked with Bella to the open doors of the church and out into the sunlight. Time to complete a dungeon. Status. Name, Zoe Chambers. Level, 3, plus 1 free point. Body, metal. Attributes. Might, 16. Vitality, 10. Dexterity, 9. Willpower, 15. Insight, 8. Skein, 30/58. Titles. Intrepid, plus 5 to all attributes. Lodestone, plus 5 might, plus 5 willpower,
200% metal attunement. Fools rush in, incomplete.
Chapter 10. The Graveyard of Those Who Failed. Sunlight struck Zoe's eyes as she left the church. She squinted with surprised relief. The familiar yellow orb burned in a pale blue sky, no longer the brightly colored swirls from before they entered the dungeon. She turned to Bella with excitement. "The sky's back to normal?" Bella shrugged. "I don't think we're on Earth right now. Not technically." She pointed behind Zoe. "The rules are different here." A shimmering film obscured the church's open doorway. Zoe, hope quelled by Bella's response, poked at the barrier. A tingling field of static prevented her from pushing after about an inch. She removed her finger as a notification appeared. "Welcome to Mirror Bell Dungeon. Objective: retrieve the stolen bell and return it to the church. Bell fragments collected, 0/4. This is a Black Star dungeon. The exit will remain closed until you complete the quest. There is no time limit." "You finally woke up," said a voice behind her. Anton grinned from his perch atop an ancient gravestone, the pitted marble inlaid with shimmering mirrors. His eyes tracked her motions as she limped toward him. More stones jutted up from the withered grass like pale teeth. Light bounced from the mirror fragments decorating the mossy stones. Marble crosses leaned in the distance. A slight wind carried a smell of spice, and tall trees provided thin strips of shade. Small pink fruit hung in clusters amongst the dark green leaves. In the distance, a tall wall encircled the dusty grove. And there were corpses. Ancient and desiccated skeletons hung on crude crucifixes of wooden branches. Scattered amongst the gravestones like scarecrows, dozens of them encircled the church. Zoe passed Anton and stepped closer to one of the crucified bodies. The bones gleamed in the light. A mirror-like substance coated them, perfectly reflective. A distorted version of her face stared back from the curves of the skull. The clothes of the figure were sun-bleached and paper-thin. At the feet of the crucifix, a sheathed sword and a flared helmet crumbled into rust. Similar items rested at the base of the other corpses, all of them ruined by time. The crucified skeleton twitched. Mirrored jaw clicked. Fingers stretched. But the heavy spikes through wrist and ankle kept them in place. Zoe stepped back, her heart pounding, and the figure stilled. "What is this place?" Zoe asked, looking around. Anton shrugged. "A church, a graveyard, some trees. What it looks like, I suppose. There's a well behind the church, and Bella says the fruit is edible. We won't starve if we take time to figure things out." "That isn't what I meant." "How am I meant to explain how a magic door took us from one world we don't recognize to another? All I know is nothing's attacked yet, and I've seen no trace of this bell we're supposed to find." Zoe examined the nearest grave. A spiral of tarnished mirror set inside pearlescent marble. She could only read the name by touch. Who's buried in a place like this? Previous adventurers who didn't cut the mustard. Adventurers? You reached level 2 on the plane? Yeah. You should have received a prompt about your vision. Look at those corpses again. Zoe peered at the nearest suspended corpse. Tatters of a dress hung from the mirror-coated skeleton. She nudged the part of her brain connected to the system. Fallen adventurer, room 2. A lone warrior of the spear, proud of her strength, her lack of allies sealed her fate. The prompts faded away and left Zoe with a feeling of emptiness. Not even a name to record whoever died here. She couldn't let that be her fate. Bella handed her a handful of the pink berries. "You should eat something. Are these safe?" Bella popped one into her mouth, chewed. "Yeah, there's a tree in every garden where I live in Australia. They're called lily pillies. Super tart." Zoe tried one. Her lips puckered at the fruit's sourness.
but it was something to eat. Not so bad once you got used to it. She couldn't believe only a few hours has passed since the system first arrived. Her whole body ached. She needed time to rest. That was the first thing she told her patients after the ordeal of surgery. The entire world needed rest after the surgery the system performed. Gazing at the other crucified bodies brought up more of the same. Each was a fallen adventurer. Beside their name was the room they reached, the highest being room 4. None said room 1, but she solved this mystery by gazing at the nearest tombstone. Here lies one who failed to enter the gate. She raised an eyebrow. What's the gate? Anton pointed as he chewed one of the tart fruit. A part of the wall stood taller than the rest. Dark doors spread to reveal a dark tunnel. That opened, Anton swallowed, when you exited the church. I think it was waiting for our entire party to enter this area, he smiled. I'm glad you were unconscious, to be honest. It was nice to relax. Bella shook her head. I don't know how you can relax. How would stress make any of this better? He shrugged. Anyway, I'm monitoring the situation. Zoe sat on the grass, her back against a gravestone. The sun felt good on her skin. She could sit here for a while. Could probably fall asleep, if it wasn't for the quest ticking down, urging her forward. She eyed the open gate. Was that the way forward? Where are the others? Cassie and Joel? Anton pointed to a copse of trees. Over there. How's his jaw? We figured out how to use skein to boost vitality. Oh? Yeah, skein is that wiggly thing you were telling me about. You can push it into one of your attributes to increase the effect. That trick you did to burn up those weird crawling heads? You were boosting your willpower. Zoe nodded. His explanation clicked into place with the knowledge she had developed instinctively. Is there anything else we can do with skein? Not that I figured out yet, but maybe give me more than a couple hours? Zoe laughed. So what are Cassie and Joel doing? They snuck off an hour ago, probably doing what young people do. He waggled his eyebrows. They're not too happy with you, by the way. Because of his jaw? Sure, and they think coming here was a mistake. How so? Bella picked up the short curved sword from under a crucified body. She drew the blade from the sheath. We're trapped here until we finish the quest. She gave an experimental swing. Cassie kept saying we should have tried to make it to the town, to the safe zone, you know? Zoe closed her eyes. The sunlight warmed her face. In the subtle, red-tinged darkness, she tried not to think about the ticking clock, tried not to think about the looming mountains of gods, the sword dangling over their heads, tried to give herself a simple minute of rest before she thrust herself back into the fire. Was the dungeon the right idea? Should she have run for the town and risked the mantis in the woods? Who knew? Who cared? This was where she was now. We wouldn't have made it, she said at last. Know that for a fact, do you? She opened her eyes at the voice. It was annoying, full of righteous indignation, and belonged to Joel. His jaw was swollen, but unbroken. His blue eyes glared at her from under a mop of scraggly red hair. Beside him, Cassie stood with her hands on her hips. They were both flushed, a little sweaty. Strands of Cassie's hair stuck out of place. Zoe rolled her eyes. I know we're alive now, she said. So we would be dead if we tried for the town? Joel asked. Cassie nodded, her arms folded with a sense of smug superiority. Face it, she said. Your rash decision trapped us here. I didn't make you go through the door. No, but were we supposed to go off by ourselves? Zoe laughed. I wouldn't have stopped you. She pointed at Anton. He went through the door first, but you're not mad at him, are you? Cassie stamped her foot.
But you were in charge. She wanted to argue, say she wasn't in charge, shouldn't be in charge. But the quest ticked away in the corner of her mind. The quest that would kill all 4 of the people watching her, the people waiting for her response, if she failed. So she stood. Fine, I was in charge, and we came here. Now I'm still in charge, and I say we continue. Joel sputtered. You can't just decide that. I can, and I did. If you don't like it, stay here. She glanced over at Anton and Bella. You 2 ready to head on? Cassie grew red in the face. Why did you ask them and not us? Zoe glanced at Cassie and Joel. You seem like you want someone to take charge. So, go grab as many weapons as you can find. Bring them to me. You've got 5 minutes. Now chop chop. Joel's mouth opened and closed a few times, but Cassie tugged his hand and led him away. They whispered something that Zoe didn't catch, but started checking the bundles of weapons. It seemed Joel was happy to step in line or had some future rebellion planned. She would wait and see, and so she ignored the glares sent her way. For now. You sure told them, Bella grinned. But what's the rush? Zoe forced down the need to share her private quest with the others. She kept secrets before, so she could keep this one. For all she knew, they received quests similar to hers. The secrets could be another test from the system. I want to get through this dungeon. Maybe see what that Fool's Rush In title means. Did you 2 get it? They nodded. More than that, Zoe tested what she was about to say in her mind. It should be fine. I want to level up again. I want to feel that power. It feels invigorating, addicting, and I think we'll need to be a lot stronger. If my suspicions are correct, there should be rewards inside, monsters to kill as well, and I get the impression this place is just watching us, waiting to strike. Bella frowned. Like it's alive? Anton grinned. I was wondering when you 2 would notice. You know, you can share things you see with the rest of us. I know. Zoe gritted her teeth. Want to share your insight with the rest of the class? He looked at her with that strangely intense curiosity. Sure thing, boss. Don't call me boss. Bella clapped a hand on her shoulders. Too late, boss, she said with a laugh. So, boss, what do you want to do about that? What? Bella pointed at one of the crucified skeletons. Light flashed from its mirrored bones as it twitched and pulled itself free of the nails driving it into the wooden cross. It fell to the ground, hunched, creaking, and rose. Baleful green fire burned in its eye sockets. It took a jerking, shaking step. Another. It grabbed a long-handled sickle from the base of the crucifix and marched towards them. A trickle of sweat ran down Zoe's back. She stood. Were her hands shaking? No. She breathed, forcing them still. This was a chance to advance. Her quest wouldn't complete itself. More skeletons shifted on their crosses. Was it all of them? Out in the second ring of crucified skeletons, Cassie crouched and picked through a pile of scrap. Above her, the skeleton dragged its wrist free from the heavy nail. It raised its hand high. Bony claws flashed with mirrored sun. Zoe sprinted toward her. Cassie, move! Cassie glared at her. I'm going as fast as I... The skeleton's claws struck her in the neck, dug into flesh. She tumbled to the ground as blood squirted from the wound. Chapter 11. Grinning Skulls. The skeleton crouched over Cassie like a fleshless hen. Blood soaked the parched grass as Cassie gasped for air. A pile of ancient weapons lay on the ground, spilled from Cassie's arms, and the skeleton reached for a spiked club with contemptuous ease. It raised the rusted weapon high. Zoe sprinted. She could imagine the club falling, a pendulous arc ticking down time, ringing in the end of Cassie's life. A life deemed her responsibility by the quest in the back of her mind. She devoured the distance, bare feet crushing dry grass to dust. 30/58. By her calculation, her skein recovery was equal to her vitality score every hour. 30 felt like a lot, but she knew how fast it burned. She couldn't risk spending it all. 0 skein would have her passing out again. But she could spend some, and so she grasped the thread of power within. 25/58. Desperation brought control. Her skeins surged, muscles strained with power. Her toes gripped dirt, sending up chunks with each stride. She shot forward, faster than a human had any right to be. But not fast enough. The club came down and struck Cassie in the back of the head. Bone cracked. Blood oozed. Somewhere, Joel screamed. The skeleton, grinning, raised the club again. Zoe leaped through the air. Her stitches tore open as she crashed into the skeleton, rolled across the ground. The mirrored skeleton flailed in her arms. Baleful fire flashed in her face as it clacked its jaw, percussion without meaning as she straddled it. The club swung into her side. Crude spikes dug into the flesh below her reopened wound. Too furious to even wince. 20/58. Above her head, 2 fists formed a hammer glinting like steel. She snarled and brought them down like a meteor. ###.
Anton sat on the tall headstone and tapped his heel against the mirrored surface as Zoe pounded the skeleton into mirrored splinters. Once it stopped moving, she started tending to Cassie. That was good. He liked Cassie. She was young, but not as stupid as he had been at her age. Hell, as he had been yesterday. Not that he was smart now. He gazed at the back of his hand. Scars and wrinkles and some freckles and hairs. So much going on, and it was just a tiny piece of skin. Another skeleton strode toward Zoe like a broken puppet. The black woman rose, her fists ready as blood spoiled her pinstripe shirt. Hideous shirt. Anton smiled up at the sky. The others hadn't noticed the curve beyond the blue, like looking up at a great reflection, almost invisible through the fog of distance. He remembered being out in the California desert, digging graves at dawn, staring out at the mountains. That's how blue they looked. If his insight grew higher, maybe he could see himself sitting in that mirror ball graveyard in the sky. He couldn't believe how much he could see now. When prompted to pick an element, he only picked sky because of the Sky High Club. He chuckled. It was still funny, sure, but the selection made his mind explode. Not that he was smarter. High school math still lay dumped in the back of his mind like something that fell behind a fridge. Would he ever see his fridge again? A 6-pack of IPA sat on the middle shelf. Tall cans, a little treat. His reward for a job well done after Australia. What happened to those cans when the world broke apart? He sighed, but couldn't stay sad. Insight unfolded the world like a flower. He understood what people meant by smelling the roses. Everything was gorgeous, dripping with anticipation. Zoe ducked the swing of a sickle. Her knee crushed ribs. She grabbed the reflective skull like a bowling ball and ripped it free. Snap of vertebrae like a chrome socket falling on concrete. The skeleton fell to the ground, and Zoe panted over to the bleeding-out college kid as Joel rushed over. Damn, Zoe sure was a fighter. How was Anton supposed to kill her? Well, same as anyone. From behind. In the dark. Or something like that. Bummer to follow someone across the world just to kill them.
He didn't know why Zoe and her boyfriend were running, but he wasn't paid to know. They paid him to put bodies in shallow graves. Depressing thought, but he was glad he didn't have to do that anymore. Sure, she owed his boss money. Hell, he owed his boss money. But who knew if his boss was even alive? Anton whistled and hopped down, marveling at how he floated and tiptoed through the gravestones. He dodged the strike of a skeleton and kept walking. Bella and Joel stood guard above Cassie, while Zoe tore hideous bandages. He left them to their foolishness. They were fighting the wrong thing. Couldn't they feel it? Strings hummed beneath the dusty soil, linked the graves. Each step he took, each twitch of the skeletons, all of it plucking at the invisible web. He held out a hand, feeling the way the wind blew across the hairs on the back. Was it sacred? Should he give up his life of violence? Tears welled in his eyes. Maybe he was just really happy. He didn't have to give up anything, really, but he liked the way he felt. Insight was good, and he determined to gain more of it. He wanted to open the flower of the world. But to do that, he needed to level up. To level up, he needed to kill monsters. Feel that cool rush like sucking down the inhaler he stole from his friend in high school. Whatever happened to that kid? Wimping Larry? Limping Harry? Whatever. Wind bristled the hairs on the back of his hand. They moved in time with the pulsing strings. He jumped over the spear point of a mirrored skeleton and landed on a grave. The skeleton turned and slashed, but Anton leaped away. Ignore the distractions. Follow the strings. Find the puppeteer. Then he could level up. Hash, hash, hash. Bella stood guard, rust-pitted machete in one hand and a heat-warped wooden shield in the other. A skeleton dragged a long, thin sword, carving a perfect furrow in the dirt as it stalked toward her. Runes down the blade's length that hurt her brain to observe. Horned helmet fused to its shiny skull by a century's rust. Green flares for eyes. A grin of shiny chrome reflected her distorted figure, as though the marching death already devoured her. Foolish excitement filled her. How could she stand here with weapons and fight monsters? This was too much like the online games her brother played. He was Cassie's age, and her vision dipped to see the blood oozing from the girl's wound as Zoe crouched and wrapped a pinstriped rag around the wound. Was Cassie going to die? Was her brother already dead? She knew he would have jumped at the chance to play a real-life game. He had to be in the tutorial. Had to be. But what about her parents? What about... She shook her head. How could Zoe be so calm? She hadn't even hesitated to charge the skeletons. Bella followed without hesitation, but couldn't hide that she hadn't taken the first step. The skeleton neared, marching, grinning. Bella never experienced death outside a hospital. Never experienced blood outside a slip of a kitchen knife or a bad time of the month. Even on a mining site, even setting explosives underground, actual injuries were few. People didn't get clubbed to death by spiked maces in a dungeon that looked like a rural church. It didn't happen. The skeleton swung its sword underhand, contemptuous, fast. Her insight let her see it coming. She pulled her shield into the way. The blow rang through her arm and knocked her to the side. Her strength let her keep her feet. She could run. Out the corner of her eye, she saw Anton walking about. What was he even doing? Doing nothing to help. She could be like him. But that meant leaving Zoe. Leaving Joel, who stood behind her, a blunt axe in his hands, facing his own adversary. She couldn't leave. The momentary cowardice burned out like a moth in a grease fire. She gave up running away when she entered the dungeon. She stepped back to her place as the skeleton raised its blade. She had the same title as the others. She felt stronger, faster, more aware. Who cared if she didn't take the first step? The skeleton's blade met her shield. Runed iron bit through wood, found flesh, blood flowed. She gritted her teeth against the pain and swung the machete as hard as she could. It cracked against the skull. The skeleton staggered back. Green flames sputtered from its eye sockets, flared from the fractures as the jaw unhinged in a silent roar. It pulled the sword from her wound, and she cried out. Blood slicked the hand clasping the shield handle. She let it fall and swung again. Both hands gripped the machete handle. Rusted blade met ruined. Sparks flew as the skeleton deflected her attack, and she stumbled forward. Clawed fingers reached for her eyes. She ducked back. The blade should be heavy. She stepped in and swung again, striking a shoulder and chipping bone. Mirrored flecks filled the air. She swung again, and something stirred in her chest. A cord wrapped around her muscles. Her blade crashed through the skeleton's helmet, bisected the shining skull. The bones dropped into a pile. Green fire died. Bella stood, panting, as blood ran hot down her fingers. In the distance, more skeletons climbed from their crucifixes. Empty crosses stood like beacons of danger. Mirrored bones flashed like walking sunshine. Bella picked up her shield and stepped forward.
###. Zoe rechecked Cassie's vitals. Stable, but unresponsive. Blood soaked her bandages. Zoe needed to tear off more, but that could wait. She placed her hands beside the wound, focused on her skein. It squirmed in her chest like a python. She felt it directionless, wanting to flow into her attributes. She directed it toward Cassie. The skin in her palms tingled, burned, but nothing happened. She sighed and sat back, defeated. Her skein could not pass beyond her own flesh. How long had she ignored the clashing of metal and mirrored bone? Bella stood a dozen paces away, clubbing at a legless skeleton with the twisted remnants of her machete. Joel leaned against a nearby grave, his shirt dark with sweat as he heaved up his guts, an axe handle in a white-knuckle grip. Collapsed skeletons littered the surrounding grass. Zoe wondered at the lack of cold death energy. Did she feel none because she needed to select an element? Skeletons moved in the distance. A line of them pursued Anton. What was he doing? "Joel," she stood. "Come here." He scrambled over. "Is she all right? Cassie?" Zoe stopped him from shaking the young woman crumpled on the ground. "She's not bleeding out, but she's not conscious. We need to keep her safe." "What if we get her to a hospital? To doctors?" "I'm a doctor, Joel, and we can't know what hospitals will look like once we get out of here. Listen to me, Joel. That's our first step, getting out of here. Do you understand?" Joel looked up at her with dull eyes. A thin slice on his forehead framed his face with trickling blood. He nodded. His earlier rebellion seemed beaten out. He cleared his throat. "I understand you. But she'll be all right?" Zoe didn't want to lie, but this was no time for uncertainty. "She has us to protect her. We'll get through this together." She looked him in the eye. "She'll be fine." He nodded, too busy cradling Cassie's hand to respond. Zoe couldn't be sure if he believed her, but she walked away. A stirring in a nearby pile of bones caught her attention. The mirror-like substance wasn't just a coating. Even the shattered segments were reflective. She touched a rib, room temperature and smooth. A finger reached out of the mirror world and pressed against her own. The bone twitched under her touch. She jerked her hand away. The bone rocked. slight movements that could have been the wind if the bones weren't too heavy. They jostled and twitched faster until they rolled across the ground, inching toward each other. Zoe's eyes widened with horror. The skeletons were reforming.
Chapter 12. For the good of the party. The bones moved back into place. If the skeletons rose again, Zoe was the strongest in the party, but she would tire. She would fall. Cassie was already down. Joel and Bella were only level 1. How long before their bodies lay under headstones? How long until they all joined those who failed to reach the gate? Fragments of bone crawled like ants and clicked into place, the sound like glass splintering. It should have been easy to win. With advanced strength, advanced instincts, and a myriad of weapons scattered about, the skeletons should be easy to pick off. Over a dozen skeletons lay broken, but dozens more climbed down from distant crucifixes. They marched toward the living and blocked off access to the gate. They couldn't make it unscathed, especially while carrying Cassie. And try as she might, Zoe wasn't ready to be the person who left an unconscious girl to fend for herself. Sweat dripped down her back, cold with fear despite the heat of the false sun. She refused to run. This encounter had to give something. Her quest dripped like a leaky ceiling. She needed to level up, and running from these skeletons wouldn't help. None of the shattered skulls provided an inkling of energy, but now she knew why. They weren't dead. Should she hit them harder? Burn up more skein? Rue said nobody entered dungeons below level 10. Was this why? Was it because her attributes simply lacked? 3 skeletons neared from different directions. She charged one before they could gang up on her. It thrust a halberd rusted to bluntness. Her arm caught the blow. Skein, she grabbed the pole and swung herself into a high kick. The mirrored skull flew into the distance. She pulled the halberd free of the skeleton's loosened grip and used the heavy pole to scatter its bones. Already her skein sat below half. She parried an overhead chop with the rusted halberd. Even with her superhuman strength, without skein boosting her might, the blow made her stumbled back. She gained distance and swung a retaliatory blow. The skeleton parried and stepped closer. Zoe eyed the open gate. Dark waited between the open doors. Was that safety? Greater danger? Zoe threw the pole as the skeleton drew close. It raised the blade to parry. She dashed forward. Skein, 15/58. Her fist shattered a mirrored sternum. Too close to swing, the skeleton brained her with the pommel. Skein, 10/58. The blow bounced off her head, ringing like a bell. She clapped her hands around the reflective skull. It crushed like an egg. Behind her, Joel and Bella bashed a skeleton into the ground. They both breathed heavily, wilting under the exertion. Blood dripped from Joel's face like a mask. Zoe grimaced. Her skein control kept increasing, but she still burned through it too fast. The gate beckoned. Should they make a run for it? "Boss!" Anton waved, grinning as he pointed to a statue. A proud angel carved from pink marble standing atop a column. Zoe frowned as her eyes itched at the sight. What was that? Veins of mirror spread from the carved smile to the outstretched wings. Each feather reflected the sun. The same light bounced off the skeletons advancing from the distance. "What is it?" she called to Anton. "I found it!" "What?" "The puppeteer controlling the skeletons!" At her feet, a femur slotted into a pelvis with a snicker of green fire. She picked up the joined bones and threw them into the distance. "What's going on?" Joel asked her. "Don't let them reconnect," she waved Bella over. "Go help Anton. We'll protect Cassie."
Bella nodded and hurried toward the waving man. Zoe picked up the club that bashed Cassie. Spikes sticky with blood, but still the most intact weapon around her. She felt the metal like a tingling extremity. An after effect of incorporating metal? The scrap on the ground called to her like a magnet calls a compass.
She could incorporate it now. That's why she tasked Cassie and Joel with collecting weapons earlier. The boost to her abilities, to her skein, might shift the balance of the fight. But as slow as the skeletons were, she knew she wouldn't have time. She didn't want to be on her knees puking sludge as an axe whistled toward her neck. Patience. She needed to trust her allies. Until then, she raised her club as the skeletons marched closer. The grim face of inevitability. Zoe no longer saw their laconic motion as easy pickings. It was the apathy of a pit trap, of a trash compactor, of an endless desert wind. A cruel force certain to grind them down. Hopefully, Anton and Bella found a solution. And soon. .. Bella swung her stolen sword into the soil. The iron blade broke grass roots and loose rocks. Beside her, Anton dug with his hands. Strengthened fingernails scooped out clods of earth. A cloud of orange dust drifted over both of them. "Can't you feel it?" he said, with childish enthusiasm. "Feel it panicking?" Bella ignored him and stabbed the ground. A sword is not a shovel, but she refused to toss aside the rune-inscribed blade. Bella stabbed and pried up clods. "They're coming," Anton said. Green, fiery eyes fell toward their digging. She couldn't feel the threads Anton mentioned, but the extra attention from the marching dead confirmed his theory. Something lay under this soil, something the skeletons wanted to protect. With frenzied blows, she hacked at the soil. Deeper, shoulders burning with exertion. She thrust, and her sword pierced something squishy. Thick blue blood coated the tip and dripped onto hewn soil like dollops of blueberry cream. Anton cheered. "We found it!" He swept away a layer of azure mud. Something pulsed, a wrinkled mass of pink flesh. An invisible string brushed across Bella's face. It recoiled, and she tasted fear. Anger. The skeletons screeched, their first sound besides the clacking of their mirrored bones. 6 undead warriors charged toward her with rusted weapons raised. Anton dusted off his pants. "Give me your sword." "What?" He reached out his hand. "We can't gain levels fighting those skeletons. They aren't even real. This is the puppeteer. Let me kill it and the skeletons will stop." "You just want to kill it and get all the levels for yourself." He shrugged. "How about we hold the blade together? Share the experience and we both level up. Sounds fair to me." The skeletons were close enough. Now Bella's reflection warbled on their bones. Did she look afraid? Resolute? What was the best thing she could do for the party? If she thrust into the creature below her, then it might die, but at what cost? If they didn't all grow stronger, would more of them end up like Cassie? She turned away from Anton and straightened the grip on her sword. "We level up as a group." Anton stared at her, his curious eyes dead and flat. His fingers twitched. Would he try to take the sword from her? She angled toward him, bringing the blade into a defensive position, but he already stood in front of her, face to face. Stale breath and boring gaze. His grip tightened around her wrists. "Don't forget," he said. "I'm faster than you. I see more than you. Call over the others, but I'm only doing this because I want to get out here alive." He stepped back and skipped away a dozen feet to kick out a skeleton's knee. The creature folded to the ground. Bella's hand trembled as the other skeletons turned on Anton, their weapons raised. He glared at her as he weaved between blows. "Hurry!" She watched him. Her sword weighed heavy, so how could he move so fast, so freely? She still smelled his breath. Below her, the puppeteer pulsed in the ground. What was the best thing to do? She couldn't be sure. Could never be sure. So she turned to where Zoe and Joel crouched over Cassie. "We found the boss," she called. "Let's kill it, together!" Hash, hash, hash. Bella's shout filled Zoe with anticipation, for that cold rush of death spawned energy. The only problem was the 13 skeletons standing between the split party. 7 marched toward the angel statue and the boss they dug up. The other 6 continued toward Zoe, Joel, and the unconscious Cassie. Could Zoe make it past the skeletons? Could she do it carrying Cassie? She glanced down. Cassie's impromptu bandages dripped blood. Selfishness warred with the desire to help, to heal. She shouldn't move her, but this wasn't a hospital. This was a life-or-death situation, and it wasn't just her patient's life on the line. She needed to protect everyone. The back of her neck prickled. She looked up and met Joel's gaze. "Go," she said. "Run wide around the skeletons and reach the others. Kill that thing. It's the only way to keep Cassie safe." Joel's eyes widened at her words, but he nodded. He leaned down to kiss Cassie's hand. "We were going to get married in Queensland. It was all—" "Go, now! You can both tell me your story later." He ran. A wide circle passed the skeletons. One lurched after him, but the rest continued toward Zoe and Cassie. It seemed they wanted to finish the job they started. Or maybe they knew Zoe was the greatest threat. She grinned as anger curled up inside her. Anger at the stacked odds that sent her into this place. Anger at the decisions that led to Cassie's coma. She would make the skeletons pay. No need to wait for them to reach her. She gripped the mace and charged. The distance between them evaporated. She swung toward the nearest skull. Before her blow connected, a brilliant green light flashed. She leaped back. Black circles burned in her vision. She backed away, swinging blind, hitting air. Her body tensed for the inevitable blows. She swung again as her vision slowly cleared. The mirrored skeletons lay loose and scattered on the ground like a disassembled art project. Zoe wiped away tears as the burning circles faded from her sight. Was it over? A shout cut through the momentary calm. She whipped around and saw Bella sailing through the air. The Australian woman thumped into a tall headstone and sagged to the ground. Her sword still in her grip, but she moved weakly, head lolling, stunned. What did that? The answer grew before her eyes. Myriad bones snaked over each and snapped into place. An ungodly construction. Serpentine, multi-headed, long arms flailing about with wounded rage. A blunt fist with snapping skulls for fingers punched forward. Anton tackled Joel to the ground. The fist smashed into the angel statue. Pink marble shattered. A cloud of rosy dust obscured the skeleton, but it grew higher, taller than a house, an asymmetrical monstrosity of bone. "No," Zoe whispered. The bones in front of her rattled before shooting off across the grass toward the monstrosity. She leaped, trying to stop some, but hit the ground empty-handed. The last bones snapped into place. Skulls collected at the head like a bunch of grapes. Fire lit up in a green crown from each burning eye socket. A jaw of a dozen jaws. The monstrous head surveyed the graveyard. oozing under the bones, squeezing between the cracks and joins in the head, a pulsing pink mass. Blue blood dripped, and where it landed, green flame sparked. 6 arms outstretched with snapping claws. The jaws rattled, a clattering sound like perverse laughter. 24 burning eyes fixed on Zoe. It stepped toward her. The raw tonnage shook dust from the earth. Another step, drawing closer, faster, charging, arms wide as the horizon. Zoe readied her mace. The weapon now felt worthless in her hands, but it was all she had as she faced the monstrosity of doom and bones bearing down upon her.
Chapter 13. Runeblade. A colossal 10-fingered hand swept toward Zoe. Spines of mirrored bone at each fingertip. Zoe dove behind a tree, flash in the sun as they swiped like 10 scythes through the air. Pink-berried branches lopped off in her place. Silent and persistent, the monstrosity of bone grabbed the tree with 2 hands and hauled with tremendous strength. Roots tore free from the earth. A choking cloud of dust spilled out. Skull-tipped fingers reached into the dust, and their eye sockets flared green. Cones of baleful fire swept like searchlights. But Zoe was gone. Panting, she ran as blood flowed from her reopened wound. Inhuman vitality staved off the symptoms of blood loss, for now. She crouched behind a gravestone. The mirrored surface bounced warm sunlight onto her brown skin. Pressed tight against her cover, she gazed at the headstones in front of her and watched the skeletal monstrosity through the reflections. It swiped apart another tree in its search. Lily-pillies scattered and rolled across the dusty ground. A hand brushed her shoulder as someone crouched beside her. Anton. "This isn't my fault," she glared at him. "Didn't you kill the puppeteer?" He sighed. Ever tried holding a sword handle with 2 other people? It was an awkward stab. The puppeteer used skein before it died. "It's using skein?" He nodded. "That's how I found it, like walking through a spider web. Don't worry, it's still bleeding out. It can't have long to live." "Long enough to kill us all?" Yeah, that's a good point," he grinned. "So, what's the plan, boss?" Booming thunder knocked them to the ground. Zoe felt the explosion in her stomach. Green fire splashed over the cracked headstone. Zoe looked up from a pile of masonry. A skull screamed toward her, jaw clacking as green flames shot from behind like a rocket's trail. She dove to the side. Pain flared as fire washed over her and singed her clothes. "Get distance," she said. "We'll wait for it to bleed out." Anton nodded and scrambled away. The monstrosity reared up behind the headstones, towering, mirror-bright in the sunlight, and swiped. Bony claws shattered marble. Anton ran one way and Zoe another. It looked between them with silent calculation, head swiveling to scan the graveyard before it stomped away. Toward Cassie. "Damn!" Zoe clenched a fist. "Hey! Over here!" The monstrosity ignored her. She looked about for a weapon. Nothing but rubble, and so she hefted a hunk of marble the size of a bowling ball. With her might, it felt decent. She hurled the rock. It sailed through the air and struck the monstrosity's back. Bones shattered like ceramic tile, but the creature kept stalking. "No!" Joel charged. His axe gripped tight, pulled back over his shoulder. He swept at the ankle of stacked bones like a maddened lumberjack. Blunt steel met mirrored bone. Sparks flew, chips flashing in the light. The monstrosity swept down a massive claw.
Joel ducked the contemptuous strike. He chopped again. Flaming skulls swiveled, grinding bone on bone, and stared at him. A tail lashed. Joel raised his axe to block, but the serpentine vertebra snapped through the wooden handle and struck his shoulders. He sagged to one knee. Another tail snaked out, cracked his ribs, and flicked him head over heels. He crashed through a crucifix and lay in a limp heap. Skulls rotated to survey the graveyard with green flames and chrome grins. Zoe ducked out from behind a headstone and launched a fastball marble chunk. It struck a skull, and both exploded. For a moment, she saw the pulsing pink flesh. Blue blood flowed like a leaky faucet, but another skull slid up from the waist and into place, protecting the puppeteer. Zoe got an idea. "To me!" she called. A skull shot toward her like a rocket. She ducked behind a cruciform headstone. Flaming bone shrapnel exploded out. The headstone cracked in half and collapsed. Zoe kept moving. "To me!" She hoped the others understood. She hoped they came fast. If not, they would all die here. ###. Bella gripped her sword and crouched behind a fallen tree. Lily pillies crunched under her boots. The iron blade leaned against her shoulder. Runes she couldn't decipher soaked in alien blood. The monstrosity stalked out of sight. She heard Joel shout. Explosions. The sickening smack of meat hitting marble. She needed to do something. "To me!" Zoe called. "To me!" Bella wanted to help, but her limbs didn't want to move. Something held her in place, something unnatural. She gritted her teeth, strained, and tried to release the sword. Nothing. Blue blood flowed into the sharp runes. Each scratched cipher sucked down the azure nectar like a thirsty drain. A prickling pain blossomed in her palms, grew like the scratching of thorns, pierced her flesh. She screamed through gritted teeth as something wriggled into her hands. Tendrils scraped the bones in her palm, down her wrists, toward her elbows. She stared down, literally unable to look away. Thick growths bulged and writhed under her skin. Tears blurred her eyes as the tendrils snaked up her arms. Another scream choked into burbles as her mouth filled with drool. "Congratulations! You have bonded a rune blade." The inhuman, impersonal cheer of the voice in her head made her sob. She didn't want to bond. She wanted to throw this thing away. Rune blades cannot be discarded, only taken in combat. And how disrespectful to throw away a gift before it unwraps you. Terror filled her. What did that message mean? It felt like someone whispered from behind her shoulder, as though someone reached through her skin, found the invading entity, and spurred them on. Tendrils spread like brambles through her flesh. Across her chest, limbs, her muscles sliced open. Blood flowed from cracks in her skin. Glinting thorns emerged from the cuts like shark fins. The roots entered her neck, and her panting breath became a wheeze as her throat constricted. Choking. Taste of iron as the tendrils climbed higher. A scratching against her skull echoed in her ears. Pain, unlike anything she ever experienced. For the first time in her life, she wanted to die, just so it would stop. Finalizing bond. Please hold. A cold iron hand grabbed hold of her brain, so cold it froze any sensation of pain, stilled any sensation of self, of world. Her vision shrank. The blade was everything. An ancient iron axis around which the world spun. Combat, explosions, cries of pain, shouts for help, all faded, all unimportant. The blade revolved, and the blood-drunk runes glowed with profound meaning. An iron gland bloomed inside her mind, and she understood the eldritch pictographs. Please select a rune to finalize bond. Thunderclap, Sunderer, Endless Heaven, Wildfire, Drought. Each rune bulged in her mind, pregnant with meaning. They weren't individual symbols. Each told a chapter in the runeblade's story of the blade. Echoes of a destroyed world, the ash of continents, an atmosphere in flames, a wielder charred beyond identification, blackened skin sloughed from cracked bones as they strode through the molten foundations of their world. The blade kept them going. Each rune was a beginning, a sprout, and from it, destruction would grow. Which to choose? Anticipation grew within her. She thought she understood each symbol, except for Endless Heaven. It was the fulcrum of the blade's story. She knew it was a barrier, something about space, but she couldn't see much clearer. Would it be helpful in a situation like this? And with that question, her mind drifted beyond the immediacy of the blade. Her consciousness oozed between the thorny iron grip and dripped into the present. The others were in trouble. They needed her. What was she doing? Bond destabilized. Bond connection terminated in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Bella stared at the numbers. The voice said she could only remove the sword by failing in combat. Yet now it was ending the connection? What did that mean for her? Iron brambles ground against her bones. A sense of reluctance oozed into her mind. It came not from her, but from the blade. She directed her mind toward the system. Ideally, she would ponder this question over hours, study and weigh up the choices. But she had mere seconds, had to act on instinct, and so her mind returned to her hometown, to her family packing their car and driving away from a devastated farm, driving away from a way of life destroyed. She chose drought. Congratulations! Isabella Moore has successfully bonded with the sword that cut down the sun. Congratulations! You are the first person on this world to bond with a rune blade. Title awarded, Doomed. +5 to all attributes for each unlocked rune soaked in blood. -5 to all attributes each day the blade goes thirsty. Cold energy twisted through her, as though the brambles froze within her flesh. The blood oozing from the cuts in her skin congealed, hardened, flaked away. The blade whispered in her mind, and she could move. Power inside her, like the first rush after the plane left the safe zone. She stood and surveyed the graveyard. How much time passed while the sword invaded her? Seconds? Minutes? Anton and Zoe fought the bone monstrosity with scavenged weapons. It swiped and thrashed. Anton dodged like the wind, and Zoe shouldered each blow she could not avoid. But despite her might, they knocked her to the ground. Anton leaped from a swinging hand up towards the monstrosity's head. A rocketing skull exploded, and he spun away in a cloud of green fire. Their blood spattered the dusty grass. They needed help. Her sword weighed nothing. An extra limb with veins connected to her brain and her heart. Blood pumped through the rune of drought, and a nauseating wave of heat pulsed from the iron. The air shimmered, warped. The blade grew hot, but it did not burn her. It could not burn her. Not yet, came a haunting whisper. She ignored the threat. She charged forward and screamed out the pain of the bonding, the rage at her situation, the terror of death. The monstrosity's tail lashed at her. She swept up the blade. Pulsing heat met mirrored bone, and the bone shattered. She cut at the creature from behind. The blade devoured moisture. Grass and bone alike crumbled in an expanding sphere of heat. The monstrosity rotated on itself, legs facing one way as its pelvis twisted about. 4 clawed arms like combine harvesters fell from the sky. She swung, she parried. Her rage would cut down the sun, but she was only one woman. She was only level 1. A skull-tipped finger pushed past her guard and bit into her stomach. Teeth chomped away at her flesh. The force of the blow knocked her away, but the skull detached and continued chewing. Green fire singed the wound. She screamed and struck with the pommel. The skull shattered, but it had bought the time it needed. Bella looked up and saw a bony foot raised to stomp her. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe watched with wide-eyed dread. The monstrosity raised its foot high. A barbed heel stomped down on Bella. The other woman rolled, but not fast enough. The heavy foot smashed her leg under its mammoth heel. Bones snapped, jutted through flesh. Bella screamed like an animal. The sound wrenched through Zoe's guts. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to keep them alive. Blood flowed from her wound. She felt lightheaded, woozy, and tired. So goddamn tired. A dozen punctures in her shoulder from flaming shrapnel. The bony pieces dug deeper with each breath. Anton limped up to her. One eye swollen shut, left arm limp. "Let's run," he said. "We can make it to the gate while it's distracted with her." Zoe stared him down. Did he think they would make it by themselves? If this was the beginning of the dungeon, what would the rest be like? "We aren't leaving anyone." "Fine," he spat blood. "You said you had a plan?" "Do you think you could reach its head? Run up its arms or something?" He looked at her like she was crazy. Even without the look, that's how she felt. Down to her last few skein, she had to make something work, or she would pass out and never wake up. She beckoned him closer. "How much do you weigh?" "What? Why?" Zoe grinned. "I'm going to toss you." If she was crazy, then the universe was crazy. Best go out swinging, and swinging hard. Chapter 14. The Puppeteer of Bones. With the last of her strength, Zoe lifted Anton off the ground. Inhuman power coursing through her muscles. Even numb with pain and leaking blood to the point of collapse, she was stronger than any human before her. That thought alone kept her going. She nudged her free point into vitality. Cold flickered across her ribs as the bleeding from her wound slowed. Now she had 1 extra skein. Anton weighed nothing, like a helium human balloon. She blinked to clear her vision, clear her head, and aimed at the bone monstrosity towering over Bella's broken body. The once smiling woman still breathed, ragged gasps spitting blood into the air. Zoe hoped she would live. She prayed they would all live. Her plan had to work. There was no other option. "I toss," she said to Anton. "You jump." "I get it." He stood, balancing in her palms, and cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. "Hey, you ugly bastard!" The monstrosity turned. Green eyes flashed with rage, and Zoe heaved. She wished she hadn't spent so much skein on the airplane. She wished her control was better. Lashing out when a small amount would have sufficed. Maybe then the others wouldn't lay cast about, broken and dying. But even the small boost of skein to her might made her muscles bulge, increased her strength, made her godlike. Anton leaped from her hands at the last moment. The force of his kick sent her hands shooting back. He sailed through the air like a human javelin as dark spots bloomed in Zoe's vision. No skein left. She was fading out. Consciousness slipped like sand through fingertips. But she gripped her mind with willpower alone, forced herself to focus and watch. This had to work. Anton struck the monstrosity's head. The clustered skulls snapped at him, but he ignored the chrome-like teeth crunching on his flesh and thrust an arm through the open jaws.
A cruel bronze dagger in his hand plunged into the pulsating pink mass. Teeth gnashed. Hands of spines and skulls reached up to grab him, but he thrust again and again. The creature staggered, arms falling limp. Huge taloned feet crushed graves. Stepping closer to Zoe, a gout of blue blood sprayed into the air. The creature's legs fell apart as the puppeteer lost control. An inaudible, ethereal sound as cables of skein snapped. Bones exploded out and rained down. Amidst its own carnage, the creature fell toward Zoe like a lopped tree. Her eyes widened. She twisted, urging leaden muscles to move. Just move! She rolled her limp body out of the way as the creature crashed beside her. An arm, a shoulder, a chest, a head of spilling skulls. Some fire still glowed green. A hand, each mirrored finger tipped in a grasping rib cage, shed bones as it reached for Anton. Plucked him, still stabbing wildly, and tossed him through the air. The force of the throw snapped the monstrosity's arm at the elbow. Anton spun about and struck the branches of a tree. He didn't fall out. Zoe rolled over, vision fading, and stared at the pink mass. Blue blood oozed out of its stab wounds. The flesh quivered, pulled back like a slimy hood, and revealed a set of grimy teeth. Human-like, grinning, the puppeteer hissed. A wet and squelching sound Zoe heard inside her head as much as her ears. "I am not yet dead," the words formed from ill intent alone. "But you soon will be." Weak strands of skein cast out from the wrinkled creature. They flopped on the ground, slapped down beside the scattered skeletons. Mirrored bones rustled, rattled, and drifted closer to the monstrosity. No, Zoe couldn't let it happen. The creature bled, slowly dying. She couldn't give it one last chance to strike at them. She crawled closer, each movement almost impossible, her limbs sluggish as warmth filled her. Darkness swept. She closed her eyes, couldn't even feel the torn dirt under her arms as she crawled. Sleep beckoned, but she refused. No skein, no strength. But she had one last trick up her sleeve. Her fingers closed around something smooth, a mirrored bone, and she reached for the system inside her mind. "Level up! You are now level 3. Please select an element to incorporate. Earth, Vitality +4. Mirror, Insight +4. Sun, Might +2. Vitality +1. Insight +1. The boost to Vitality would help heal after the fight, help survive the dungeon to come. But if that was how she thought, she would have chosen blood back on the plane. A boost to Might was compelling, as always. She could admit to herself the gains in strength were addicting. But, as much as they tempted her, she glossed over Earth and Sun. Attributes weren't her current priority. "I choose Mirror." The whispered words left her mouth, and frigid cold replaced the warmth in her limbs. She gasped. Her eyes snapped open. The world seethed with information. The mirrored bones glowed with a translucent, reflective aura. She breathed, and that aura bent toward her.
Long wisps, ribbons of pure reflection flowed towards her mouth. The pulsating mass radiated fear. Teeth chattered, but she heard no words. The mirrored bones frayed, split, became a tangle of mirrored tendrils slithering toward her tired body. She felt, could see, the cords of skein sent out by the puppeteer. Sigil-lined portals opened upon its skin. From them, cables shot out and wrapped around the mirrored bones, entangled them, tried to keep them from sliding away. But the monstrosity was dying, and the system's confirmation of her choice reinforced Zoe's will to tear the bones from her enemy's control. The puppeteer's skein frayed under the combined weight of her willpower and the ethereal consciousness that spoke inside her head. Though the puppeteer animated the bones, they were not living. They were just raw materials, and Zoe wanted it for herself. She would take it. Though the puppeteer poured the last of its skein into its spell, it didn't stand a chance. The mass of bones split apart, disintegrating into mirrored snakes that slithered toward Zoe. They wrapped around her, sinuous across her flesh, and poured into her wounds. She screamed, writhed on the ground, revenge forgotten, her plan forgotten. Only pain remained as mirror replaced her substance. Black gunk oozed from the wounds. She vomited, a taste of burnt rubber and blood, feeling under her skin like cockroaches fleeing a burning mattress. She gasped, sobbed, and waited to pass out. Stop the pain. Reject the system. Yes. / No. Through gritted teeth, she spat her defiance. Pain flared, white-hot, blinding as gunk slid from her wound. Time slipped away. She expected the torment to last forever, but the pain faded, and her vision returned. A clear blue sky above her extended up to a mirrored curve. Skein 4/63. Part of her hoped for a title after incorporating mirror, but she supposed with all the people in the world, it made sense someone else would have chosen it first. She sighed and gingerly sat up. The aftershocks of pain made movement cautious and slow, though only the old wound hurt. She felt it clotting. Hopefully, it would heal for good soon enough. Carefully, she brought herself to her feet and staggered over to the puppeteer. It bared its teeth. Skin ballooned, sagged, and a bloodshot eye laced with green fire stared up at her from between folds. She understood its rage. Words that were not words conveyed in the ancient glower. A timeless monstrosity, plucking lives for centuries. It could not die. It would suck the flesh from her bones and make them dance. It was... Zoe raised a foot and stomped. Crushed pink flesh under her heel until parts were sludge. She spat onto the creature as cold energy coursed through her veins, filled her muscles. Her entire being flooded with cold. She exhaled a frosted breath and staggered off to tend to the others. Notifications echoed at the back of her head. Puppeteer of Bones defeated! Skein rewards distributed based on individual contribution. Calculating contribution. Contribution calculated. Distributing rewards. Level up! You are now level 4. Level up! You are now level 5. Level up! You are now level 6. The void within you grows. Do not let your hunger exceed your grasp. Please select an element to incorporate. Earth, Vitality +4. Mirror, Insight +4. Sun, Might +2, Vitality +1, Insight +1. The warning about the void sent a chill down her spine, but she didn't really understand its meaning. She cursed internally at how she was stumbling through the dark.
a rat in a shifting maze. How long could she keep living like this? How long could she even keep living? Not for the first time, and she doubted for the last. She wished she had been faster in entering the tutorial. So much of what was happening made absolutely no sense. She neared Bella and dismissed the prompts from her mind. The woman lay gasping, eyes wide. She reached out a hand, and Zoe clasped it as she knelt beside her. "We killed it," Zoe said. Bella chuckled. "I got the same notification." She still gripped the sword in her hand. The blade remained hot, but no longer radiated intense heat like before. Blue scabs lined the runes. Zoe checked Bella's broken leg and gasped with shock. Bone no longer jutted out from the skin. "You set your leg?" "The sword," Bella said through gritted teeth. "It's pulling me back together." Zoe checked the wound. Something slithered and stirred beneath Bella's flesh. Bone clicked together, and blood oozed from the wound. As she watched, a metallic thread stitched the wound closed from the inside. Bella moaned with pain as her injuries sealed themselves. She squeezed Zoe's hand tight through the procedure. "What kind of sword is that?" Zoe asked. Bella glanced at the blade with a complicated expression. Longing? Disgust? "I don't know. The system calls it a rune blade. I know it will strengthen me, but to be honest, I'm scared." Zoe understood the feeling. "At least it's fixing your wounds." Bella shook her head. "It's pulling me together, but it's not healing me." Zoe stared again at the perfect stitches. Of all the things she saw so far since the world changed, this struck her as the most magical. After years of study, of practice, seeing a wound heal itself left a feeling of lightness she hadn't felt in a long time. Reminded her of the sunny day when she opened the clinic, a space for herself. She smiled before relief bubbled up inside her. First, she snickered, then she laughed. Bella joined and, hands held tight, the two women cackled until Anton fell out of the tree and crashed onto the ground behind them. He limped over, smiling in his odd way. "You both leveled up?" They nodded, and he rubbed his hands together. Though one arm still seemed stiff and sore. "Good," he looked at Zoe. "What's next?" Bella looked up at her as well. "You killed the bone puppeteer, and you took charge before. So, what's next, boss?" Zoe nodded as the responsibility slipped around her neck like a collar. She didn't need the threat of the quest anymore. Her actions had proved it to herself. She didn't want these people to die. So, what next? Find Joel, check on Cassie. We make sure everyone is looked after and leveled up. We rest, restore our skein, and then we head through the gate. She gazed toward the dark passage in the distant walls. An open mouth with hidden teeth, waiting for them to march inside. Let's see what else we can kill in this dungeon. Chapter 15. A fire burned between them. They found Joel beside Cassie. The 30-foot trail of blood drops showed how he crawled to reach her side before passing out. Zoe's heart slowed as she approached the two bloodied bodies. But they still lived. She felt relief, even though these two were strangers to her. Hell, she was surrounded by strangers. Maybe all that time as a doctor led to her disliking death? Despite this, part of her mind viewed them as liabilities. Had any of them even really helped beyond serving as distractions? Could any of them offer more than a place as a meat shield? That wasn't the route she wanted to go, not if she could help it. She dismissed these thoughts and tended to the two college kids. Joel was simply exhausted. Bruised, battered, but otherwise fine. He woke when they checked on Cassie, and begged Zoe to do something magical. She nodded, but there was nothing she could do. The young woman remained unconscious. She didn't want to call it a coma, not yet, but she felt useless as she helped Joel carry her over to the side of the church they were using as a makeshift camp. As it became clear there was no more danger, Zoe burned her skein, boosting her vitality. She continued burning as it recharged into the night, and her wound slowly closed. For the sky deepened from pale blue to indigo, and a wind rose that whistled through the scattered bones of the fallen. It grew cold. Not as cold as the power that came from killing, but enough for them to seek out any form of shelter they could. With the help of Bella's sword, they dried branches into firewood. Anton still had a lighter and a crumpled packet of cigarettes. He used both to set a fire going, and they sat around, roasting lily-pillies, smoking, and reminding themselves that they were still alive. If anyone needed water to relieve themselves, or solitude, they would wander off, but for a while everyone sat in silence and let the silence grow. Emma sat with her back against the wall. The once broken leg extended out before her. It seemed fine, not any trace it was broken, but still, she winced with every step. The sword lay across her lap, unsheathed but cleaned of the crusted blood. Not once had Zoe seen Bella set it aside. Even now, her fingers traced the patterns of the runes. The silence, broken only by crackling fire and howling wind, grated at Zoe, choked her like a leash. How much responsibility did leadership entail? Did they expect her to start conversation as well? The thought ate at her, and she wondered what they were thinking, which caused her to pause. She had no family, but that wasn't true of everyone. Joel and Cassie were traveling together. Bella was returning home. Anton, she wasn't sure, but the filthy Hawaiian shirt he refused to abandon meant he was going on some kind of holiday. Just because she had nobody except a crooked ex-boyfriend didn't mean everyone else was alone. That didn't mean they weren't thinking about loved ones, thinking about a world torn apart and scattered. She opened her mouth, found it dry, and coughed. Everyone looked at her. She bit back a sigh and said the first thing she could think of to fill the silence. "Anyone want to know why I was flying to Sydney?" They looked at her, firelight dancing on blank faces, before Bella grinned. "I'll bite." She set the rune blade beside her. "And what did it have to do with the surgical tools you had to dispose of?" Zoe chuckled. "I forgot about that." What she wouldn't give to have those tools with her now. "I was chasing my ex-boyfriend. He sent me off to a retreat for a few days. Out of nowhere, right? So I thought he was doing something nice, and I had been stressed at work and in general. There's some debt built up, though I suppose that doesn't matter anymore." She stared at the fire for a moment as the realization dawned. She laughed and wiped away a tear. "So my boyfriend robbed me. Broke into the safes I had at my house and my office. Then they left. Him and our receptionist. No idea how long that had been going on. I thought she was flirtatious with everyone. You know I'm the one who performed her breast implant surgery. Just ungrateful. Anyway, they flew to Australia the day I got back. I saw red and chased them. No idea what I planned on doing with the surgical tools, but I wanted to make my ex suffer. Bella raised her eyebrows. "You flew across the world to kill someone? That's... No!" Zoe flushed at having the words said aloud. "I mean, of course I wouldn't do that." She wouldn't. She was sure she wouldn't. "But I was furious, you know? I probably would have demanded the money back, screamed at him a bit. Nothing dramatic." Was that all? After fighting literal monsters, it should be easier to admit to how easy the violence came. How crystalline her plans for hurting Ben had been.
There are so many ways to skin a cat. But she didn't want to become another monster in this world so full of them. She caught Joel's eye. Red rimmed behind his red hair, but a puzzled expression as he watched her. "What's up?" she asked, tossing the invisible conversation ball to him. "Why didn't you go to the police? If your boyfriend stole the money." Zoe grimaced. "I didn't earn the money legally. Nobody was harmed, but the police weren't an option." Bella sat up. "Now I'm even more curious. If we find some alcohol, I'll tell you." "Sounds like a date. First thing we do once this is over is march into a bar and drink them empty." But the reminder of all this being over, of them being safe, and thus the implied alternative of their deaths, killed the conversation. Fire crackled, and wind howled as dark clouds raced across the dark mirror in the sky. This little pocket dimension had no moon, no stars, only a deep, cold night swallowing all hope. Bella cracked her knuckles. "I was going home, obviously from my accent," she chuckled.
I just spent 6 weeks going around America. You know what I'll miss the most?" "What?" Joel asked as he stroked Cassie's palm. "Ranch dressing." "Oh, boo. No way." Zoe shook her head. "I'm with him. That's atrocious." Bella laughed. "It's great on pizza, and I never see it in Australia. Honestly, you Americans know what you're doing when it comes to your sauces. Best mayonnaise in the world." "Ranch isn't mayonnaise." Joel threw up his hands. "You know what? I can't." "Why were you on the plane?" A sad smile touched his lips as he looked down at Cassie. "We've been at university together for 2 years, met as freshmen. She's always wanted to go to Australia and New Zealand, so we saved and got tickets." He took a deep breath and let out a sigh. "We were going to elope. I had a whole underwater photo shoot planned for the Great Barrier Reef. It was meant to be the best 2 weeks of our life." "That's really sweet." Bella patted his shoulder. "You'll get your chance, mate." "Thanks." Joel smiled, but his eyes darted toward Zoe. Seeking confirmation, but what could she say? She wanted Cassie to wake up, but there was only so much she could do. "What about Anton?" She turned and looked about the fire. "Wait, where did he go?" "He bailed?" Bella asked. "Must have your talk about cutting off your boyfriend's junk with a scalpel." "I didn't say that." "Subtext, mate. He walked off that way." She pointed. "What's with you two anyway? There's a weird tension." Zoe stood. "I'm going to go and find out." She walked away from the fire, away from the shelter of the wooden church wall, and into the cold wind that whipped shadows through the graveyard. Her eyes, little mirrors now, reflected the world. With her enhanced insight, she found Anton amongst the scattered remnants of the puppeteer of bones. He kicked at a loose rib bone and sent it flying. She saw that he saw her arrival, and he saw that she saw him see her. They stood, with the corpse of the once pulsating puppeteer between them. "What's up?" he asked. "What are you doing over here?" "I can't wander off." "You can. I trust you to be safe more than I trust the others. Who knows what else lurks in this place?" He shook his head. "I think I understand this dungeon. We cleared out this room, so now this room is done. Can't you feel this place staring at us? It's waiting for us to move on." "I suppose I feel that." Zoe parsed some watchful intent from the all-encompassing. "But tell me, were you really going to abandon us and run?" He stuck his hands in his pockets. "Maybe. I don't want to die. All this power we're getting, stronger, faster, and I can see more than ever before. My mind's exploding. I can't give this up. Do you?" "No,"
Zoe didn't hesitate. But I don't want the others to die. I mean, sure, I don't want them to die either, but why should I die in their place? Nobody has to die if we work together. See, I think that's just naive. You would have died today if I didn't help you, if Joel and Bella didn't buy us time. I would have run. You didn't run. And you know you wouldn't survive through the gate alone, no longer than you would have here. He scowled. I found the puppeteer. I dug it up. You think you would have survived without me? No, I don't, Zoe smiled. And that's exactly my point. We need each other. This dungeon, it's only going to get harder. Once we leave, I don't care what you do or where you go, but in here we need to work together. He stared at her, that same expression from the plane, as though he knew a secret. She would figure out what that look meant, she swore to herself, even if she had to beat it out of him. But not yet. Not right now. First, she needed to survive. She stuck out her hand. Can we work together? He nodded. Sure thing, boss. They shook hands, and a tiny portion of the load on Zoe's shoulders fell away. Do you want to come back to the fire, or do you have more brooding to do? Actually, he rubbed a hand through his hair, I leveled up twice during the fight. I want to find some elements and incorporate them. Good idea. What are you thinking, if you don't mind me asking? He reached out and stroked a mirrored headstone. I want more insight, as much as I can get. So mirror for one, but I also want more of the lightness that sky brings. I think I'll climb atop the church and see if I can't incorporate the wind. You've thought about this a lot. He shrugged, but she saw the prideful smile. It seems important. I think it is, she said. Good luck, and come back to the fire when you want. We all need rest, and food, I suppose. If I have to eat another one of those nasty-ass fruits, I might just go through the gate by myself. Zoe grimaced. I know. Hey, she pointed at the puppeteer. Do you think that thing is edible? Only one way to find out. It felt silly to pick up the alien carcass and drag it back toward the fire, but she was famished. At times in her life, she ate far worse. Living in a forest, living away from civilization, she struggled. Meat was a luxury, and this meat they earned. It bubbled and roasted on a spit across the fire and tasted more like lobster than anything else. Dry lobster and chewy, but still. They wept as they ate. Enhanced fingertips gripped steaming meat. The first real meal, the first real luxury since everything happened. A few minutes of devouring, and then jokes, banter, a normal conversation as though they were merely camping, and the world they all longed for waited over the hill for them to return. Bella sliced the leftovers into carryable sections with her sword, and the metal blade struck something hard. I think I found the bastard's skull, she said. She dug inside and pulled out a peculiar object, a shard of curved metal, dull and copperish. She held it up to the firelight and the party's eyes. What do you think this is? She asked. An ethereal voice brought an answer. Bell fragments collected. 1/4. Chapter 16. The Mirror Bell Fragment. The bell fragment looked like a chunky copper tiara. A section of the bell's lip with the cracked edge running high. As Zoe turned it in her hands, a tickling buzz passed between her fingertips and the metal. Judging by the angle of the curve, she could place her head inside the intact bell with room to spare. Firelight glowed across the hard metal. Her silhouette stood among reflected flames. She rotated the fragment, but her reflection remained still. Was this because she absorbed the essence of mirror? Holding the fragment closer, she made out a blurry red eye reflected on the burnished surface. The reflection winked. She dropped the fragment with a start. It hit the ground with a soft thud while she slowed her breathing. Enhanced insight let her see the details of the world, but complete comprehension eluded her. Perhaps Anton could tell her more. Once he absorbed more essence of sky and wind, his insight would be absurd. She wondered how high levels went. Would their attributes continue toward infinity? That would explain the gods who brought the system to her world. She looked around the fire and felt the weight of the secret on her tongue. She could see the uncertainty in the faces of the others, the confusion at the cosmic events. Why did any of this happen? It was cruel that Rue allowed her to know, but not to share. Bella leaned against the church wall, eyes closed, enjoying the warmth. Joel sat beside Cassie, applying a new set of bandages to her wounds. They had torn and washed strips of their clothes to create bandages. Bella's sword dried them quickly. They weren't quite at the point of reusing bandages, but they were running out of clothes. Still, Cassie was as looked after as possible in this environment. Unfortunately, head wounds were tricky. No telling when she would wake up. If she woke up. Zoe hoped she woke soon, for the sake of the young couple.
But also, in a small and selfish part of her mind, for the sake of the party. They nearly died fighting the puppeteer and his puppets. How far could they make it in a dungeon while carrying a comatose woman? Though that might become a moot point, since they lacked proper facilities and equipment. She chided herself for the dark thought, but it didn't entirely go away. So she spoke to change the subject. "Have you two decided how you'll level up?" Bella brushed errant blonde strands away from her eyes. "You've leveled up twice now." She watched the flames a moment. "How did you decide?" Zoe grimaced. "Both times I leveled up, I wasn't in a sensible state of mind. Bleeding out, or fighting to the death and bleeding out." She brushed the almost healed wound at her side. Her skein was uncomfortably close to 0, but at least her body felt intact. "My first selection was really between blood and metal. I'm still not sure I made the right choice. I think blood would have helped me recover faster, but metal has helped me fight." She clenched a fist the color of steel. "Maybe blood was the sensible choice, but it felt like acting out of weakness. In the end, I acted on instinct. I chose metal because it was strong. So, for you two, we know very little about how any of this works. We definitely don't know enough to say if anything is a good or bad choice. But you've seen the impact on me and Anton. My advice would be to make a choice that resonates with you, that feels right." The blonde woman gave her a lopsided grin as she pulled her sword into her lap. "So a big old wishy-washy, woo-woo, follow your heart kind of thing?" Zoe blushed. "Yes?" Bella ran a finger down the rune blade's gutter. Once more, she wore that mixed expression of love at arm's length. "I'll head over to the well." "Water?" "And shadow. I stuck my head over the lip of the well earlier, and the system prompt changed." I can almost hear the sword talking, nudging me, you know? It wants flames. She pointed at the campfire. It wants ashes, destruction. I mean, a blade that causes droughts is not a kind blade. But if I'm forced to use this weapon, it doesn't mean I'm forced to be the same. I want to become its opposite. Though I suppose a weapon should be destructive. Damn. Talking just makes me second-guess myself. I'm going now. She winced as she stood, the stiff blade propping her until she leaned against the wall. Using the sword as a walking stick, she nodded at the others and limped away. Her absence left an awkward silence between Zoe and Joel and the crackling fire. What should she say to him? Neither of them had apologized for their first interaction. Zoe doubted there would ever be an apology,
especially if he expected her to initiate. But that said, he fought against the puppeteer of bones, and his ambitions to protect Cassie seemed genuine, if youthfully romantic. He coughed, a nervousness on his face, as he got Zoe's attention. "Can she hear us?" he asked. "Bella? I don't know her insight score." "No, I mean Cassie. Can she hear me talking while she's in a coma?" Zoe winced at the word. She never enjoyed delivering bad news. Part of the reason she became a plastic surgeon. "It's hard to say. Some parts of the brain respond to external stimuli, but whether she understands? All I know is that talking can help you both." Joel nodded, his hand gripping Cassie's tightly. "Do you think we can help her select an element?" Zoe frowned. "I'm not sure. Without levels, we're fragile. Cassie took one bad hit, but I saw you shrug off half a dozen. She leveled up back on the plane, defending me against those undead people. But if we help her incorporate an element, she'll become stronger. If we boost her vitality, she should wake up. She has enhanced vitality because of the Intrepid title. She's already recovering faster than normal."
And I'm sorry, but I don't know how to help her select an element. That process is purely mental. If she hasn't done it yet.
Joel nodded. "I'll try talking to her. Thank you."
What about you?
He pointed at the campfire. "I've always wanted to shoot a fireball for real."
Makes sense.
The conversation dropped off. Zoe nodded and stood as the awkwardness increased. "I'm going to go level up." The words fell clunkily off her tongue. She left the fire, and with it the option to incorporate the heat and flame and ash into herself. It was tempting, especially after seeing how helpful Bella's sword was during a fight. But she chose metal first, and it was time to take advantage of her lodestone title. She would take any edge she could in this dungeon. It would not be her grave. ###. She walked through mirror-lined gravestones. The campfire was the only light, but the darkness was not all-encompassing. Limp, ethereal tendrils, pale as a snowman's mucus, draped across the stones. Not quite light, but the glow helped her move between the graves and empty crucifixes. It amazed her how Skane changed their bodies, their minds. She couldn't have noticed this environmental magic without boosting her insight, without incorporating mirror. Even now, she felt the urge to reflect upon her actions. The addition of mirror differed from metal's impact on her mind. She saw more, same as with the Intrepid boost, but everywhere she looked, she stood in the center. While willpower gave her the drive to commit to an action, insight helped her question whether that action was correct. She ruminated on her actions during the campfire, the boss fight, the plane crash. Every single day before that last morning in her ransacked clinic. Some introspection was helpful, but she could see how an abundance of mirror would drive someone to a level of neurotic self-obsession. Whether that would prompt nervousness or narcissism, she supposed, would depend on the individual. Metal's change felt less intrusive. Was she more in tune with that element? It symbolized her desired self. Perhaps she already possessed a metal mentality? Or maybe it changed her mind, and she hadn't noticed. A shiver ran down her spine as she followed the pallid ghostlight to where the battle began, where Cassie took the first hit. The blow that put her down, and down she stayed, where a pile of rusted weapons lay on the grass, a resource begging for use. Zoe sat and crossed her legs, back against a slab of cool and ragged granite.
She breathed, tried to relax, but her heart beat like a blacksmith's hammer. She wanted more power, craved strength. And so, she accessed the system. Level up!
You are now level 6. Please select an element to incorporate. Metal, might +4, willpower +4, lodestone title applied. Mirror, insight +4. Stone, dexterity -2, might +2, willpower +4. As she suspected, the lodestone title boosted her selection if she chose metal, but it restricted her choices if she wanted to optimize her power. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. The wind carried Bella's whimpers from the direction of the well. What would it be like to have a body incorporating water and shadow? She glanced at the fire. What could those flames do for her? But these were idle thoughts. She couldn't justify any other decision. Metal had served her well, and she couldn't overlook the boost to her skein. She closed her eyes, breathed in the rusted weapons, some still sharp, most forever dull. This was not the same metal as on the plain. Aura leaked in a grim cluster of vicious edges, translucent rust threaded with veins of black and clotted blood. Metal. Compressions shot through her chest, gnawed at her core. 3 levels worth of emptiness unlocked inside her body. She wept at the agony. As each tear fell, blades of rusted aura shivered and angled toward her like barracuda scenting prey. They flew toward her, heavy and decrepit blades, each one breaking into tendrils, but slowly, barely unspooled by the time they struck her body. She gasped at the first blow, like a karate chop to her sternum. Black spittle flew from her mouth. Immediately, new instincts shouted out to cancel the magical operation, but that was not in her control. She felt the resolute will of the system with its hand on the lever, cranking the operation toward completion. Heavy blades thunked into her like plows into stone. She vomited blood-laced filth. Bruises bloomed across her chest. When the aura struck her, it spilled. Tendrils of rusted metal burrowed into her flesh. She puked the horrid black gunk as waves of cold and pain washed over her. At last, it ended. The scraps of the ancient weapons lay scattered in the dusty grass. A handle, the head of an axe, pieces of blades, like a discarded jigsaw never to be complete. The stolen power coursed through her. The resolute mentality of metal tinged with subtle anger. An ancient bloodlust. She swallowed the emotion, spat bile, and considered her options. 2 more level slots needed elements. The empty hunger wrapped around her spine, compelled her to act now. Though having an empty slot and absorbing mirror had been a hidden ace, she didn't want to rely on that tactic. Better to be strong enough that she didn't need a hidden ace at all. But were the scraps on the ground enough? She nudged the system. Level up. You are now level 6. Please select an element to incorporate. Mirror, insight +4. Stone, dexterity -2, might +2, willpower +4. Blood, vitality +4. Once more she recalled the goddess from her dreams, and couldn't help the affection that throbbed in her bruised chest. She supposed she couldn't have too much vitality. Even though she wanted to avoid injuries in the first place, accelerated healing was a miracle. Nevertheless, she hesitated. After the attention Rue gave her for selecting metal, did she really want to risk the attention of a second cosmic being? Though blood was tempting, and she could spend the next few hours collecting scraps of metal, there was one more option she wanted to try. With a trembling hand, She pulled out the bell fragment, the jagged piece of lip cool in her hands. She focused every ounce of enhanced willpower. Another consciousness brushed hers, and the system acknowledged her request. Zoe grinned as the information displayed. Please select an element to incorporate. Mirror, Insight +4. Stone, Dexterity -2, Might +2, Willpower +4. Fragment of the mirror bell, Sound, Metal, Faith. Dexterity -1, Might +7, Vitality +4, Willpower +7, Insight -1. Lodestone title applied. Something was finally going her way, but a voice broke through her joy. What will you do with that? Zoe covered the fragment and looked around. Who's there? But she knew that voice. Rue's tired eyes looked up at her from the scraps of metal littered on the ground. You continue to prove interesting, he said with a hint of a smile. Chapter 17. Actions have consequences. The eyes of a god peered out of the broken weapons on the ground. Dozens of softly glowing red orbs reflected in the tall, mirrored headstones. Zoe sat surrounded by eyes, as though a peacock burned around her. She swatted an eye, but her palm only struck metal. The eyes wrinkled with an unseen smile. Flakes of rust drifted away. What? Zoe said. How are you? Rue rolled his eyes. Your entire planet falls within my domain. Rue's voice hummed from the metal, a subtle whisper just for her. Viewing you through metal is easy enough, even if you hide in a dungeon. Speaking of, are you going to fill your leveling void with the quest item? Zoe looked down at the fragment in her hands. Please select an element to incorporate. Mirror, Insight +4. Stone, Dexterity -2, Might +2, Willpower +4. Fragment of the mirror bell, Sound, Metal, Faith. Dexterity -1, Might +7, Vitality +4, Willpower +7, Insight -1. Lodestone title applied. Adding up the numbers, she couldn't help but smile. The fragment would increase her stats 4 times more than any other option. Her dexterity and insight would suffer, but this was too great an opportunity to miss. The greed lit a fire of regret for her wasted earlier choice, though the system hadn't displayed the option to integrate the fragment until she made the connection herself. Was this a hidden method? More likely it was common knowledge for the aliens who ran everything. Damn tutorial probably explained everything. But the tutorial wasn't the only source of information. Is there something wrong with using this item? She asked the eyes. Every action has a consequence. You can't help me more than that? What about me being interesting? You plucked me onto your table and burdened me with that quest. The least you could do is some advice. There is only so much I can share, and then there is only so much I will share. Do not mistake this visit for something else. I merely wish to observe. Zoe glowered. The fragment weighed heavy in her hands. If a god came down to watch her, was this a mistake? Or a more glorious opportunity than she realized? Maybe I won't incorporate it, she said slowly. Maybe I'll wait for a better opportunity. It can't be safe if you want to watch. One piece of advice, he said. That is more than fair. Would you like to hear it? Zoe wanted to spit in Rue's many eyes, but she swallowed her pride. Yes. Do not wait to incorporate your element. The longer you delay, the greater the draw of the void, the more danger to yourself and the people around you. If the void takes over, there is no coming back. She arched an eyebrow. You're trying to pressure my decision. Not subtly either. You stumble around a dark world full of cliffs and spit at the light. I gave my advice. Now you must act. Rue's tired eyes were a reminder of the ancient cosmic power he wielded, the power that let him steal Earth. Zoe wanted to punish thieves. She selected the fragment without hesitation. Her decision pinged out, and time crawled. Warning: incorporating the fragment of the mirror bell will interrupt the mirror bell dungeon quest. Do you wish to continue? Yes/no. So the quest would change? What would that matter if she was stronger and able to face the coming challenge? She couldn't doubt herself, not after the ordeal of incorporating the rusted metal. There were challenges to this world. She couldn't avoid them, so she wouldn't try. Did she wish to continue? Yes. Warning: incorporating the fragment of the mirror bell will reduce dungeon stability. Do you wish to continue? Yes/no. Zoe hesitated. The scraps at her feet vibrated. Look at you. Rue's eyes gleamed. Incorporating enchanted items, changing quests, destabilizing dungeons, and it's only your first week with the system. But now you face the fundamental question of our journey. What will you sacrifice for power? Zoe couldn't speak. Her jaw moved too slowly. System notifications blinked through her mind in fractions of seconds. She could listen to these godlike beings, but if she wanted to respond, yes, she needed the system. Unspooling fragment of the mirror bell. Bright aura flared, stinging her eyes. The bell fragment glowed, unraveled into twisting, cascading rivers of bleached and milky steel. The tendrils surged toward her. A feeling of sick dread rose in her stomach as the world trembled. Dungeon destabilized. Black Star incursion, 35%. Aura speared her body, seared her skin with a burning light, rang through her skull like echoes through an empty church. The black gunk inside her body burned and squealed as the essence of the mirror bell subsumed her flesh. Before, she took essence into her body and pushed out the foul toxins. Now, the essence coiled and spread itself throughout her flesh, while the foul toxins fled. She was a battleground, torn apart and coughing blood. Pain fell into frigid, numbing cold as her attributes surged. Her skin paled, her fingers trembled, and frosted breath blew past her rigid grin. The power was hers. A thin sheen of frost spread across bluing fingertips before steaming away. Her flesh warmed, but her heart rate didn't stop. She flexed a hand, muscles and creaking against bones. The potential left her exhilarated and terrified. Her hand darted for a nearby rock. The piece of marble cracked under the touch of her fingers. She frowned at the clumsiness. The dexterity loss was low, but with the might boost, her stronger muscles propelled her in a way she struggled to coordinate. Her plans for maximizing certain attributes might have to change. She picked up half of the broken rock and squeezed. It crumbled. Dust slid between her fingers. Broken pieces of rock scratched her, but they were mild cuts. Zero let out a tremendous sigh and grinned. She could already imagine how much easier the battle with the bone puppeteer would have been if she had this strength. Rue's laughter shattered her reverie. "Counting your spoils?" he asked. "I can't believe you're not scared." She scowled. "I did like you said, didn't I? I absorbed the fragment before the void did whatever it does. What else do you want?" "You don't feel it?" "No, your insight is far too low." "What are you talking about?" "The system is calculating your consequences." "What consequences?" Anger made shouting at a god seem wise. I'm only doing this to survive the quest you gave me.
You accepted that quest, just as you accepted the consequences of your actions. The system filled her mind. You have internalized the fragment of the mirror bell. The knowledge of the quest shivered like a dangling cyst inside her brain. It pupated, split. Dungeon objective updated. Assist Zoe Chambers in absorbing the remaining fragments. Bell fragments absorbed, 0/3. With the same uncanny knowledge of the system, she knew the entire party received the same update. They would all know what she did. What would they think of her actions? She glanced over toward the fire. Joel leaned over Cassie. Bella and Anton were still out of sight, going through their rituals of integration, but neither of them had acted against the party she was supposed to be in charge of. Did that give her the right to take power for herself? She shook her head. No, she couldn't have known what the consequences would be. But the system was not done. Congratulations! You are the first person on your planet to change a quest. Title awarded, Quest Breaker. Increased chance of revealing hidden objectives. Condolences. You are the first person on your planet to be cursed. Cursed? What does that mean? But Rue's eyes no longer watched from the metal scraps. She leaned her sweat-soaked back against the cool marble stone as the cooling of her attributes spread. First to the soup pot is the glutton. You shall know them by the burns on their lips. Title awarded, Gluttony. +1 to all stats. Hunger increased. Pain like hot oil splashed across her lips. She screamed, but the movement only split the bubbling flesh. She gripped her skein and boosted her vitality by instinct. Her skin throbbed as she burned skein. The bruises across her flesh faded, but the pain in her lips only increased. It felt like they were being sliced open with a fork. She released her skein out of a sense of desperate self-preservation. The pain subsided into a pure burning that drew tears from her eyes. She turned to face the mirrored tombstone. Bubbling sear marks crisscrossed her lips. She traced the forming blisters with a gentle finger. The pain was intense, but this wasn't permanent, she told herself. Skein hadn't helped, but she was a plastic surgeon. If she couldn't figure out how to remove unsightly scars, then what was she even doing? She tried to believe. A calming breath slipped from her, interrupted by a choking sob of pain. She had an awful few days ahead of her. That's if the wound healed normally. Hopefully, her advanced vitality would assist her. She tried to believe. She placed her head in her hand and exhaled again, trying to calm her breathing through the pain. Through the pain and the gnawing hunger. The void in her core sucked at her flesh, insatiable. She leveled up 3 times. 3 empty slots for essence. 2 were full, but the third remained hollow. It needed filling, or it would consume her from the inside. A pinprick in her abdomen, an internal itch, a sharp pain that only grew as it swallowed her guts a pinch at a time. Black gunk trickled from her nostrils. Heat grew in the back of her eyes. Was this what the people on the plane felt after they said no to the system, right before they died? No time to waste. She summoned her options. Level up! You are now level 6. Please select an element to incorporate. Blood, vitality +4. Mirror, insight +4. Stone, dexterity -2, might +2, willpower +4. Spattered about the grass, Cassie's blood remained hidden in the faint light, but the smell lingered. Thick, tangy in Zoe's nose as she inhaled and regretted her choices. regretted the way her body craved her next decision. Blood. A weak, mewling aura rose from the dried blood. Dark as garnet shadows, it flowed toward Zoe like a puddle. She fell to her knees and crawled closer, her tongue extended out past burned lips to lap at the aura. The hunger made her an animal. She knelt by the river in a dark forest, a teenage girl, alone but for the dogs. Slake the throat dry with thirst, not words. Did she even remember how to speak? Did she remember anything besides the forest? The feeble aura rolled into her, and the cold of the essence diffused the heat behind her eyes. She spat out gunk, but the trickling from her nose stopped. She felt human. After all, what could be more human than overwhelming self-loathing and disgust? She shuddered. Over by the fire, Bella sat beside Joel, her face wan but resolute. Zoe shivered. She did not relish speaking to them. How could she explain how she acted? She followed her instincts. Was that such a crime? Her lips throbbed, and she wiped away a tear. It would help if she understood how they felt. Best know her party if she was to lead them. Maybe they wouldn't care at all about her selfish decisions. She hid behind a tall headstone as Anton strolled over to the fire. His shirt and skin dripped with the ice-cold well water. She could not make out their conversation, but she didn't care about what they were saying. She needed to know how they felt.
What was the state of their hearts? If she knew that, perhaps it would settle the roiling emotion inside her chest. Consuming essence of blood, sound, and faith. Every bone in Zoe's body groaned as a terrible force gripped her. Her legs collapsed, and she fell to her knees, gasping, unable to breathe as the energies in her body thrashed like eels in a bag. What was happening now? Technique forming.
Chapter 18. Our hearts toll as one.
Zoe fell to her knees. A silent scream stretched her mouth as her eyes rolled white in the back of her head, aura unstable as any newly integrated world. Rue smiled as the technique blossomed in her chest. How very interesting. He sat on his lounge. Silk curtains hung from an ivory frame, draped like walls to provide privacy, but the roof remained open to show a view of the new world. The ruby floor of the Bloody Eye throbbed beneath his feet, ancient crystal, worn but soothing. On the table before him, now cleared of alcohol, hovered a multi-angled projection of Zoe. Each scrap of metal in the dungeon served as a camera. Her image was more complete than a low insider could handle. He sat alone, beneath the stars of this frontier system, and watched his latest project. He wasn't quite bored. He didn't quite wish it was all over, in fact. Someone smacked the back of his head with a blow that would shatter mountains. He glanced back and raised an eyebrow. Something to say, Lorilla? Lorilla, the goddess of love, the blood gorgon princess, the cascade enchanter, stood behind his lounge with her hands on her hips. "You're being cruel," she said, "goading this woman into consuming a dungeon pillar." He turned and leaned on the lounge's backrest. "I warned her." "You did no such thing. And what if the dungeon collapses?" "Our cohort is more than enough to suppress a Black Star incursion. The Admiralty will never know," he smiled. "After all, what happens on the frontier stays on the frontier." She crossed her arms. "You would have us fight on our vacation?" "You know the others miss it." "Then why not go back?" Rue rolled his eyes. "I'll not have this argument again." "Then tell me, how will your little pet project survive the incursion at ground level?
What purpose does this serve at all?
Rue shrugged. She's proven resilient so far. Hey, she even incorporated blood. You should be happy. Lorilla moved. Her hand superheated the air into streaming plasma. Implosions sucked the curtains inwards. Rue's wrist stood like titanic steel against her palm. The explosive collision stripped the curtains from their rods and flung them toward the horizon of the blood-red planetoid. Lorilla scowled. Please, don't block me when I slap you. Please, don't slap me. Her other hand vanished. Thunder rocked the viewing chamber as a handprint glowed into place on Rue's cheek. Stop tormenting her. It is beneath you. Rue rubbed his cheek as blood leaked from the imprint. You misunderstand. Is it torment to hammer the sword you forge? To plunge it into flame until it becomes malleable? Your metaphor falls apart when you compare a living being to an inanimate object. He smirked. How like the Blood Gorgon princess to assume metal is not alive. And besides, his smile faded, sinking away into his tired depths. Is this any worse than what you and yours did when they trained me? Lorilla shook her head. Just because it happened to you doesn't make it right. He turned from her and faced the projection of the brown-skinned woman as she formed her first technique. Who cares if it's right? He whispered. It's interesting. Zoe wanted to die. She was exploding, skin swelling like a balloon, buttons popping from her shirt, ribs cracking to stretch, making room for the new organ gestating in her chest. For a hysterical moment, she thought her implants might explode. She reached for her skein, but it was not there. Technique crystallizes. Despite the fear, Zoe reached again. If she could draw on her metal, she could harden her body, and maybe she could end this roller coaster of pain. Be still. Lightning struck her between the eyes. Thick, discordant, rainbow. Her skin blackened as the lightning poured into her body. She couldn't move, but her muscles twitched in the force's grip. Nothing to do but think through the horror she could not escape, like a passenger on a runaway train. And then, with the help of the mirror still inside her, clarity bloomed. As her chest expanded and her skin tore, she understood. Increasing willpower helped her commit. Too much willpower, and she committed before reflecting upon her choices. Was this wrong? Her organs floated and shifted through space. Something cold wrapped around her heart. Wrong? Look where it got her. Lightning coursed through her flesh. Pain and shock receded from one another. She floated in darkness, begging for unconsciousness. If she lived through this, she would increase her insight. The terrible grasping force vanished. Her chest shuddered and retracted until she cowered on the ground, a normal woman with a deep desire to curl up and cry. The lightning retreated. She twitched, sparks ran down her hair, and the world fell still. Technique crystallized. Our hearts toll as one. User can link and listen to the heartbeat of party members. Skein cost depends on party size and distance between members. She laid there as new knowledge settled into her mind. The cold thing wrapped around her heart warmed. Fingers probing her chest felt nothing. No aberration. She sat against a headstone. No pain besides her flaming lips. The energies inside lay tepid, a slow, almost imperceptible roiling, as befitted metal and mirror. She certainly felt lighter after burning through the essence inside her, though she wished she had known what was going to happen. What was this technique that consumed the essence inside her? She did not know if it was something to be expected or an anomaly. But instead of cursing her lack of knowledge, excitement rippled through her. The system answered her desires. This one time, it listened and gave something. She wanted to unwrap her gift. With a mental nudge, she activated the technique. It felt like a new muscle in her chest, as though she could control her heart, flex, and manipulate its motion. The second she applied mental pressure, skein threaded through her heart, and it tolled. The sound rang through her whole body. It passed beyond her, an invisible aura of faith and sound that expanded out and faded away a few feet from her body. She laughed like a child learning to ride a bike. Skein, 40/96. She immediately dumped her 3 free points into insight, bringing it up to 15 with the boost from gluttony, and told her heart once more as her skin cooled. Skein, 38/99. The invisible bubble burned 5 skein and raced 50 feet away from her in all directions. A muted extension of her senses as it passed over gravestones and dust, like picking up a penny with thick velvet gloves. But the second the bubble passed over the campsite and the other members of her party, raw sensation shook her. Skein, 33/99. Bella admired her sword in the firelight. Her pulse slowed as the adrenaline from her level up faded. Skein, 28/99. Anton noticed the bubble and stared straight back at her, his heart steady as a clock. Skein, 23/99. Skein, 18/99. Joel and Cassie huddled together, his heart ponderous while holding her, and her heart racing while she laid limp. Racing? Zoe frowned. Each heartbeat offered a slight insight into the mood of her party members. She focused through the percussion on Cassie's pulse. Erratic. A hummingbird missing strokes. What caused that? And Rue's warning came back to her. Her eyes widened. Judging by the others' steady pulses, they thought nothing was wrong. She leaped to her feet, pain and punishment forgotten as she sprinted toward the campfire. Headstones blurred past, and in her ears, Cassie's heart rate soared. Skipped a beat and... Connection severed. The observed individual is no longer a member of your party. ###. Joel stared at the fire as he held Cassie. He felt a hollowness in his chest and soul. Was it this level-up emptiness the others spoke about? Or was it just staring down at the love of his life as she slept? He stroked a strand of hair from her face. How did it keep getting into her eyes while she lay still? It seemed impossible. He wanted to laugh at the word, but nothing passed his lips. The fire warmed him, and the system notification niggled at the back of his mind, but he ignored it all and stroked the strand of hair out of Cassie's face. Maybe if he prayed really hard, she would... Cassie shivered in his arms. Babe? How cruel that hope kept sparking. Are you all right? Bella hurried over. What's happening? I don't know. He checked Cassie's pulse. I don't know what I'm doing. Is this too fast? Bella checked. She frowned down at Cassie and placed 2 fingers on her forehead. She's burning up. Anton continued staring into the graveyard. What could he see in that utter darkness? Here comes the boss, Anton said. Zoe emerged from the dark. Black gunk and blood smeared across her face. Hair wild, eyes wilder. Livid burns on her lips. What happened to her? She strode toward him, and he pulled Cassie into his arms instinctively. Get away! Zoe grabbed his wrist. Her grip squeezed his bones. How was she so strong? She pushed him out of the way and crouched beside Cassie. She brushed the back of her hand against Cassie's eyes and flinched. She looked at Joel. "I'm so sorry," she said. "What are you talking about? Help her! Cassie? Cassie, can you hear?" Cassie's eyes exploded. Black gunk spouted out from her sockets and spattered the dusty ground. Droplets landed in the fire and squealed like trapped rabbits. Joel rushed over to Cassie, but Zoe shoved him. "Stay back!" He tumbled backward and struck the wall. Gazing in terror as Zoe towered above Cassie, staring down at her as though she wasn't human. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "We have to help her." "This isn't Cassie anymore. Remember the plane? She's one of them." Cassie's body twitched, squirmed. Zoe kicked, but Cassie jerked out of the way. Her limbs bent, crinkled, and she clambered onto all fours. Black gunk trickled from the empty holes of her eyes. She grinned. Too wide a smile, too many tombstone teeth. Her face twisted into a perversion of the woman he loved, but he couldn't look away. Couldn't stop staring at the end of his world. Zoe's foot lashed out. The kick cracked Cassie's ribs and blew her into the church wall. Cassie struck the wood and twisted. Fingers and toes dug into the wall, and she scampered away like a lizard. At the peak of the roof, she turned and cackled before crawling out of sight. Joel stared at that empty spot of darkness until tears blinded him. "Why?" he said. "What did we do wrong?" Zoe crouched before him, her hands on her knees. "The void consumed her. That hunger you feel when you level up?" She pointed at the roof. "That's what happens when you wait too long." Bella placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Joel. Cassie was—" He pushed her aside. "Cassie isn't gone." He wiped away tears and stood. "I'm going to find her. We'll solve this. Anything can happen in this world. This has to be reversible." He strode to the edge of the firelight and gazed into the dark beyond. "Don't follow me." And he walked away. ###. Zoe watched Joel leave, still listening, waiting for the notification that promptly occurred. Connection severed. The observed individual is no longer a member of your party. She sighed and turned to Bella and Anton. "What do you think we should do?" Anton shrugged. "He doesn't want our help. Any minute now we'll hear a horrible scream, and then we won't have to worry about his dead weight ever again. I say we head toward the gate and get a head start on the dungeon." Bella shoved him. "You prick! He doesn't want our help? His fiancée just died." She turned to Zoe. "We have to help him. What's the point of us coming here if we let each other die?" Zoe nodded and strolled over to the swept dirt where Cassie lay just minutes ago. The imprint of a woman in repose remained in the dust. She had no love lost for Joel, but did that mean he deserved to die? Even by his own foolish actions. Inside her chest, 3 hearts beat, 2 waiting for the third to lead. She stared out into the darkness and listened. No screams yet, but what did that mean? It could already be too late. The quest ticked away at the back of her mind. Did she want to waste time rescuing him? Zoe gritted her teeth and stood. "I can't decide, and I don't—" She almost said she didn't trust her decisions. But should a leader admit that in a moment of crisis? "Let's flip a coin. Who has one?" Anton produced a nickel from somewhere. His eyes gleamed approvingly, while Bella looked sick. "Call it, boss," he said. Zoe sighed. "Heads, we save him." Anton flicked the coin, and it spun high into the air. Chapter 19. The Safe Room. The coin spun in the dark air. For a moment, it reflected no light at all. Zoe stared up at the invisible coin and hoped it landed tails, even though it was wrong. It was easier. She wanted something easy. Wanted an excuse to do the wrong thing. Wanted a reason to excuse the sick feeling inside. How could she have made it a coin toss? But isn't fear the answer to so many of life's questions? The coin fell out of potential and into actuality. Anton let the coin hit the ground. He stared down with an indifferent expression. Zoe and Bella joined him on either side. "It's decided then," Zoe said. "Grab anything if there's anything to grab. Then we go." "What's there to do besides hydrate?" Anton said, before taking a long drink of well water from the pail. Bella glared as he gulped it down. "You don't have to be so smug." Zoe placed a hand on Bella's shoulder. "It's for the best." Did she keep the relief from her face? Bella shrugged her away. "It's still wrong." Zoe pursed her lips. The action stung her burns, but she pointed out into the dark with a steely finger. "The gate's that way. Let's move." She moved away, not looking back, but listening within her chest. The distance between Anton's heart and hers remained the same as he followed. For a moment, the distance between her and Bella grew, but then Bella hurried after. Walking became jogging, became a sprint. Blurring past headstones, leaping marble crosses, silent joy for their new explosive power. Heading toward the yawning gate in the wall, the three fled the campfire, fled the church, fled the coin that came up tails. ###. Joel wandered through the graveyard. Whenever he heard a scampering, he ran ahead, calling out for Cassie, but she was always just out of sight. Sometimes she stopped moving, and he listened for the dripping of the black gunk from her eyes onto the surface of cool marble, or the softer, more inexplicable sound of a drop on a dusty blade of grass. He wandered through the graveyard, growing tired, slowing his steps, leaning against the gravestones, and looking about as the sky lightened. It had been so long now, he couldn't stop looking for her. Even after doubts entered his mind. Why didn't she come when he called? Why was he so certain the others were wrong? Why did he think he could save her? The questions circled, pursued by guilt. If he had protected her, none of this would have happened. Dawn rose, and he wandered on. Zoe, Bella, and Anton found the tunnel beyond the gate to be a tight throat of darkness lined with jagged shards of mirror. They attempted to continue their pace, outrunning what they left behind, but the blades in the dark staggered their progress. Their only light source was Anton's lighter, but after a few flickers to reveal their surroundings, they decided to save the fuel. Bella's sword was useless. It radiated heat, but not light. They were forced to rely upon the mirror essence within Zoe and Anton to serve as guides. The essence would only react when close to the shards, an awkward task in the darkness. Zoe insisted on jogging. She led the charge, her hands outstretched, hoping to feel the angled infinity of mirror brushing mirror. She frequently slowed too late to dodge completely. The blades were razor thin, and even her strengthened body suffered scores of cuts. The uneven nature of the blades caused trouble. Some lengths were like daggers thrust out from the wall, while others ran across the entire length of the tunnel. They had to crawl under these to pass at all. Progress slowed, and Zoe agonized over each minute as the clock in the back of her mind ticked down. Time to complete quest, 6 hours, 2 minutes, 13 seconds, 14 frames. 6 hours, 1 minute, 47 seconds, 9 frames. 6 hours, 0 minutes, 21 seconds, 57 frames. At last, they turned a corner in the tunnel and found themselves in a grotto. around the size of a small backyard, with the cave cut away by a river that flowed slowly into a tunnel. Phosphorescent weeds grew thick beneath the surface of the water. Their light rippled across a ceiling of knobbly stalactites. Fruit trees with broad black leaves and fat white fruit grew along the walls of the cave. Thick dust coated the ground, free of fallen leaves in a way that left Zoe uncomfortably staged. By the river's edge, the smooth stone of the cave floor formed a natural jetty where a 5-seater wooden boat bobbed in the water. A system examination revealed the fruit was edible and that it restored skein. They soon gorged themselves on the milky flesh and sat among the roots, letting their heartbeats settle before they continued. Anton let out a sigh of comfort as he pulled his shoes from his feet and let his toes dip in the water. "This is great," he wriggled his toes. "Better than a pedicure." Phase 5 initiated. Their heartbeats spiked as one. Anton kicked the water and stood. "Damn it," he muttered. "Maybe it won't be so bad," Zoe said with her face in her hands. "Why would you say that?" Spawning items, chests, scrolls, and traps. They sighed. ###. Bella stared dully at the notification as it faded. Stared? Listened? The way the system interacted with her mind was unlike anything she could truly explain. She took another bite of the white flesh, and pale juice dribbled from her chin. The flavor kept shifting on her tongue. Salty white chocolate, sweet chicken, and a watery milkshake. It should have been gross, but it was mild, and she was tired. Every bite filled her belly and restored her skein. Over on the other side, Zoe devoured the fruit. How much skein did she have now? Phase 5 complete. Items, chests, scrolls, and traps spawned. Bella examined her sword. The runes were dull, hungry, and unresponsive as she traced them with her finger. Blood. The sword wanted blood. How long until it weakened her? But more pressing, the system notification confused her. How did she have this sword at all? Certainly it counted as an item, but then how did she get it before Phase 5 was initiated? Yes, quite the question, isn't it? I'm so glad you're the curious kind. The alternative is excruciatingly dull. Consider the rune blade a little gift, a special favor from the patron of the store. And one favor deserves another, no? So, when you can, I would so appreciate a visit. Quest received. Meet the gambler. Objective: reach level 20. Time to complete? Now that's up to you, isn't it? Reward: meeting me isn't enough? Don't worry, you'll get something special. Accept quest? Yes/no. She blinked as the notification receded. The others were still eating, no indication that anything shockingly otherworldly resounded in their heads. Bella cleared her throat. I just received a quest. What quest? Anton asked. It told me to reach level 20 so I could meet the gambler. But I think the gambler gave me the quest. It didn't feel like the normal system voice. Zoe threw aside her fruit and came over. Do you have a deadline? She asked. No, I can take as much time as I want. Zoe glowered, but her expression faded when she saw Bella watching. Sorry, it's just... She paused, clearly weighing her words. I also want to reach level 20, but I want to reach it fast. Anton strolled over. How fast? In the next 5 days? Anton whistled. You're not worried we might die attempting something like that? Remember how the last fight went? The one where I kicked Cassie so hard she ran away? Well, okay, fine, but I was talking about... Bella stood between them. How can you two be so casual about what happened? She said. Cassie, we lost her, and we let Joel go to his death, just so we could survive?
Why are we so much better than them?
Tears washed away her vision, choked her voice.
Why do we deserve to live?
Anton grinned. Because we're us?
You bastard!
She rushed him, swinging the blade and realizing she never put it down. It felt so light, she often forgot she was holding it. The blade swung through the air. Was she chopping at Anton's head? Or was the blade?
Cut him, the blade whispered. Feed me.
He ducked her swing with his hands in his pockets, but his grin vanished when Zoe booted him in the side. He flew off across the cave and smacked into a tree. His hands grabbed a tree branch. He raised an eyebrow as he swung himself down to the ground. Let her fight her own battles.
Shut up, Zoe said. We don't fight among ourselves. We did what we could for Cassie, but we couldn't do enough. Sometimes that's just the way it is. Joel made his choice. We could have gone after him, dragged him with us. Maybe we should have, but I doubt it. We're alive now. Of everyone on that plane, we three are the ones who made it. Maybe it's luck, but I think we made it because we could, because we're capable. Joel gave up on going on. She paused and swallowed. It was his choice, not our fault. Now, I can't choose for you, but I'm going to keep going, and I'd like you both to come with me.
Bella met Zoe's gaze.
Who was this woman she met yesterday? How did she keep her head high and face this apocalyptic madness? How could Bella borrow that strength? How could she help maintain it? Because she knew that without Zoe's strength, they would all crumble. She nodded at Zoe. I guess I'd rather do this with you than go alone. But, she pointed at Anton, he's a wanker.
Anton mimed the act. Well, you're too soft. Zoe scowled at him.
We all have our flaws, but we need to work together. What do you two say? Level 20 in 5 days? We'll leave this dungeon able to take on anything. It'll be tough, Bella said. Probably life-threatening.
Seems everything is tough these days, Anton laughed. So what's new?
All right.
Zoe put her hand out, palm down.
Level 20 on 3?
Anton placed his hand on hers. This is incredibly lame. Bella glowered at Anton, but placed her hand on top of his. They counted down together.
3, 2, 1. Level 20!
Their voices echoed through the grotto, and their laughter echoed after. So lame, Anton sighed as he wiped away a mirthful tear.
Do you think we could sleep here, boss, before we move on with our quest?
Zoe looked around. She no longer even seemed annoyed when they called her boss.
Seems to be a safe place. I'll keep watch for a few hours, then someone else takes over. Once we're rested, I want to continue.
Anton nodded and walked over to lie down under the branches of a tree. It was warm enough in the cave, and the dusty ground was soft enough, but they were so exhausted they could sleep anywhere. Anton was soon snoring. Bella found herself a spot and closed her eyes. She was so tired, but her brain kept winding itself around and around and around, and footsteps approached, and she sat up as Zoe crouched beside her.
I'm sorry about Joel, Zoe said. And Cassie. And on the plane,
Bella reached out and took Zoe's hand.
I know you're trying.
It was difficult to console Zoe while Bella disagreed with her decision, but then she hadn't stayed behind either.
We made you the leader, and that wasn't fair, but you act like the leader, you know? I trust you to make the right decision, just
She hated herself for the selfishness of her request. "Don't abandon me like you did them." Zoe squeezed her hand so tight it hurt before she nodded and let go. "I won't," she said with levity that felt forced. "Besides, I still owe you a round of Bloody Marys." Bella chuckled, sobbed. Zoe hugged her, and they held each other, chuckling, crying, for a few minutes. "I should let you sleep," Zoe said. "I don't know if I can." "Let me try something." Zoe focused inward, the expression of focus on someone's face as they accessed their skein. Bella felt a shiver inside her chest, as though someone gently stroked her heart. She recognized the feeling from before, in the cemetery, when Zoe activated her new technique. Even as she thought this, she felt her pulse slow. Her body grew calm, and Zoe stood. "Do you feel better?" Bella nodded. "That felt weird." "Good night, Bella." "Good night." But sleep dragged at her, and she closed her eyes as Zoe walked away. Before she fell asleep, she looked at the quest in her mind. Accept quest? Yes/no. Yes. She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. "Thank you for accepting my quest, and so quickly, too. How about a little gift? I hope you like it. Oh, you're asleep. Time until gift arrives, 7:59:59. 7:59:58. 7:59:57. Sweet dreams, Bella. 7:58:55.
Chapter 20. Resting Heartbeat.
Joel crouched behind a tombstone and tried to calm his breathing, rubbed his tired eyes, and watched Cassie climb a tree. She went up like a spider. The inhuman precision of her limbs broke his heart. This wasn't Cassie. He was following a corpse. No. He believed he could save her, had to believe. But why did she ignore his calls? Why did she move like an animal? Why had he ignored the others? He sighed as Cassie hunkered on a branch and licked dried droplets of Anton's blood from the bark. Dawn cast golden rays upon her pallid face. Blind eyes flowed rivulets of black gunk. Foul droplets splashed on the tree's roots. She suckled on a broken branch that had pierced Anton's shoulder, and steam curled from her eye sockets. She shivered in some kind of ecstasy and continued licking at the blood. Below her, Joel approached the tree, his gaze fixed on Cassie. He knew it wasn't her, couldn't be. But he still believed in the power of love. He crept toward the tree as quietly as possible, but he was exhausted. His foot snapped a twig. Cassie turned, ears twitching, and leaped from the tree. She tackled him to the ground, straddling him, and grinned her too wide grin. He couldn't struggle, could hardly think with the mixed emotions overwhelming him. "Cassie? It's me. It's Joel, baby. Remember me?" Cassie burbled, the sound wet and strained like a baby laughing while it drowned. She stroked his face. "This body remembers your scent and your touch. How this body wishes to see you again. But they stripped away such knowledge." Black filth trickled from destroyed eye sockets. "Such tragedy, and doubled by the life within." Fingers splayed upon Cassie's stomach as the creature grinned. "This body kept a secret from you. A body within a body. How wondrous life is." Hot tears streamed down Joel's cheeks. "You're pregnant?" Cassie's fingers gripped his throat. "Not I. This body." Joel clawed at the powerful hand.
Cassie, baby, you're still in there, please.
The empty black eyes came close to his face, dripped upon him. The dark flow reflected his terrified expression. "Yes," Cassie grinned.
Deep in the pools she swims. You wish to join her? Unable to speak, he could only nod. The hand around his throat released him. He gasped, but did not fight. Did not run away as a limp, veiny tube slipped out from Cassie's sleeve. She guided the long tube into his mouth, and he drank. It flowed in stops and starts, but he sucked down the sweet taste. A flavor like someone washed out an ashtray with off-brand cola. He gulped it down, couldn't get enough of the stuff. A lump brushed his throat, but he didn't care. He closed his eyes and continued swallowing as another tooth slipped down his gullet. As each tooth wobbled free from his gums, the void within him grew. The gnawing pit crumbled into a wide and toothless smile. The dark and empty twin to the shining white tombstone smile of the thing that was Cassie. She stroked his face as he drank, her touch feather-light and caring. Join me, and together we will bring destruction down upon those who failed us. We will track them down, and we will make them suffer. They will beg to drink our nectar. But it is not for such as them. No, they shall have a far worse fate. And the morning light shone down on the graveyard, a gentle peace broken only by the sound of Joel's suckling. Hash, hash, hash. Bella's heart rate dropped, and she fell into sleep, turning over onto her side to get comfortable. Zoe watched her slumber and released her technique. She walked to the water's edge, but stopped halfway. What did she just do? Reaching into Bella's heart and slowing it felt like an instinctive extension of her technique. Our heart's toll as one cost 1 skein to project every 10 feet. The bubble of faith and sound passed through the air but bounced off the surrounding cave. She tried using it for echolocation in the tunnel, but the reflective surface of the mirror shards made it more unreliable than charging blindly. It cost 5 skein to link her heart to another person, and that cost remained. She nibbled one of the indescribable white fruit. The skin snapped away like a rubber band, and she chewed at the pulp within. Even replenishing her skein with the dungeon fruit couldn't restore the 10 skein she spent linking herself to Bella and Anton. It cost 1 skein to lower or raise a party member's heart rate by 1 beat per minute. She didn't know what to do with that information. If she kept spending skein and replenishing it with the fruit in her hand, she could raise their heart rate dangerously high. Or she could bring it down to 0. Zoe felt sick, and it wasn't the strange fruit filling her stomach. She dipped her feet in the slow-moving river. The cool waters soothed her tired soles. The weeds swayed underwater, a gentle motion in rhythm with the river's constant flow. Zoe let her feet sink up past her ankles. Her skin tingled as the socks of cool water slipped higher. A relaxed sigh escaped her lips, which she immediately regretted as her burns throbbed. She hoped they weren't infected. Who knew what magical bacteria existed now? Something moved amongst the weed. She might not have noticed the shadowy shape without her advanced insight, but she pulled her feet out of the water as a large creature emerged from the weed.
Its head broke the surface, and 2 piggy eyes watched her. Unblinking eyes. The creature appeared to be a bulky crocodile with silvery green scales, but when she looked closer, she saw that each scale was a piece of mirror reflecting the surrounding cave. It floated forward toward her, and she backed away. A system check confirmed the name Mirrodile. Would it climb up the ledge of stone and onto the cave floor? Or was she safe as long as she left the water? The others kept sleeping, and she left them alone for now. Piggy eyes tracked her every movement, but the creature remained where it floated. She backed away from the water's edge, cave dust coating her feet, and sat down against a tree as a wave of drowsiness overtook her. Odd that she was tired, since a few moments ago she felt wired. But her heart's temp slowed. Each thump grew further apart, grew closer to the sedate pulse of the sleepers. Her heartbeat was lowering to match the others. They were dragging her to sleep. Panic made her heartbeat spike a moment, but it slowed again. Just as the others were bound to her, so too was she bound to them. Her pulse ticked down from a normal waking heart rate of 80 beats per minute towards that of someone sleeping. She resisted the drag. The technique unspooled her skein and burned it without her control at all. 75 beats per minute. 81 over 99. 80 beats per minute. 79 beats per minute. 78 beats per minute. 84 beats per minute. 83 beats per minute. The heart rates of the others settled in the 40s, and the technique tried to bring hers to the same range, as though she must be the average of the others. How would this effect play out during a stressful situation? Would they all keep rising? She continued burning skein to keep her heart rate high, but the technique was relentless. 74 beats per minute. 84 beats per minute. She finished the fruit in her hand. There had to be a way she could cancel the technique. Otherwise, it would burn through her skein until she fell asleep. She reached inside herself, mentally embracing the bell-shaped organ wrapped around her heart. At her touch, it made a false silence, an anti-toll, and the technique dissipated. Only one heartbeat within her chest. She let out a sigh, despite the intense loneliness that washed over her. The feeling of multiple hearts had been alien at first, but she grew used to it over the last few hours. When they woke, she would explain the technique and ask if they wanted her to use it. It felt wrong to use it without their consent. She held their hearts in her hands. Was it her fault for misunderstanding the technique description? Our hearts toll as one. User can link and listen to the heartbeats of party members. Skein cost depends on party size and distance between members. The description didn't suggest manipulation, but she couldn't deny reality. Even now, the function sat within her mental reach like a loaded syringe. She dreaded telling the others in the morning. It felt invasive on a surgical level to feel their heartbeats throbbing inside her chest. She felt horrified. What kind of technique gave someone the ability to kill the others in her party? Also, the way the technique recognized party members required some level of mutual trust. So, she could only use this technique as a weapon against someone who she trusted, and who trusted her. Did it want her to befriend people so she could betray them? But the longer she thought about it, the more she thought it must be some kind of medical ability. It made sense, given her career as a plastic surgeon. After all, a medic might carry morphine, and that could save a life as quickly as destroy one. So, should she tell the others? She wasn't sure. She nibbled another fruit to restore her skein. The Mirrodile still watched her from the water. Two little eyes, beady and yellow, watching with reptilian apathy. The part of her mind that constantly monitored the quest countdown wanted to attack the Mirrodile. It could provide her with the ice-cold experience she needed to level up. Another set of eyeballs floated up to the surface. Two Mirrodiles, both watching. She watched them watch her and continued restoring her skein. Best to have a full tank if she was going to get in a fight. While she ate, she monitored the essence inside her body. It was curious that the system cannibalized her gathered essence of blood, faith, and sound into our hearts toll as one, but when she used metal essence to strengthen her body, no technique formed. She flexed her fingers, and they flashed as though she dipped them in chrome. The action cost skein. 1 skein to boost her might by 1 with the metal essence inside her. But there was no system notification, no transformation sequence as a new technique formed. Why? Was it a difference in intent? In the request's complexity? She wanted answers, but supposed she would have to wait. Maybe the settlement polyps would know something. Or this gambler mentioned in Bella's quest. She sighed and tried to get comfortable against the tree trunk. 3 sets of eyes as another mirrodile floated up to the top of the river. The strange weeds' light refracted from their mirrored scales and brightened the cave. Zoe prepared herself for a fight as she swallowed the pulp of a dungeon fruit. Was the taste growing on her? 4 mirrodiles now. 6. Where were they coming from? The 7th moved forward, the same size as the others, but it yawned its jaw wide and something slithered forth. At first, Zoe thought it was a tongue, but then she saw the feathers and the beak. The long head of a crane-like bird emerged from the mirrodile's jaw. Zoe's eyes widened. She scrambled back as the mirrodile vomited forth the creature. The long neck emerged from the throat, and a scan identified it as a crane tongue. A scarlet wattle drooped from its chin. White feathers dripped saliva. The needled beak pointed at Zoe. "You trespassed in our water," said the crane tongue, with a voice like a scratched recording of a heavenly choir. "But we are merciful. Your feet entered, and so we claim your feet. Bring them to us, and we shall spare the rest." The crane tongue swayed in the air above the gators. Feathers dripped muck onto the mirrored scales of the host. They awaited her response. The other mirrodiles yawned, and more crane tongues spilled forth. Zoe felt nauseous, but also excited. Her scan didn't reveal a level, but they didn't feel more powerful than the puppeteer, even though there were 7 of them. She got to her feet. Best let the others sleep. They shared a quest to reach level 20, but Zoe was the only one with a deadline. Besides, she could handle this quietly. She gave herself a quick mental once-over. Status: Name: Zoe Chambers. Level: 6. Body: Metal, mirror. Attributes: Might: 28. Vitality: 20. Dexterity: 9. Willpower: 27. Insight: 15. Skein: 95/99. Titles: Intrepid, +5 to all stats. Lodestone, +5 might, +5 willpower, metal attunement 200%. Fool's Rush In, incomplete. Questbreaker, increased chance of revealing hidden objectives. Glutton, +1 to all stats, increased hunger. Techniques: Our hearts toll as one, faith, blood, sound. Despite her burns, she smiled at the sight of her new strength. Somehow, putting it into numbers made it more tangible, more real. She grinned, and her fist flashed steel. Without another thought, she charged the waiting beasts.
Chapter 21. Braided Worms.
The crane tongue swayed through the air. Beady eyes and narrow beak focused on Zoe. She charged, her fist shining like metal as she boosted her might. Spending 6 skein brought her might up to 35. This made her 17 times stronger than before the system arrived. Her muscles gripped her bones, flexed, released. She moved like a rocket-powered machine and punched the crane tongue in the face. Knuckles met feathers. The crane tongue's head snapped back. Its neck fell limp like a cut puppet. Zoe's momentum took her to the other side of the cave wall. She tried to grab at the wall, but her hand bounced free of the small holds, falling toward the water where the mirrodiles seethed. She kicked off the wall and sailed through the air. One foot stepped upon the 5-seated boat, and she waved her arms for balance. The crane tongue she punched seemed dead, but she received no cooling energy toward her level up. Instead, the Mirrodile sucked up the bird like a strand of spaghetti and swam to join the other 6 mirror-scaled beasts. Zoe supposed they had some kind of codependent symbiotic relationship. Unless she killed them both, she wouldn't get any death energy. It was a similar situation to the puppeteer. She almost missed the straightforwardness of the fight on the plane, but after a brief flash of the memories of that dark and claustrophobic fight, she decided she could handle some inconvenience if it meant she could fight in a well-lit environment. A tight smile tugged at her burnt lips. She was having fun. The beasts circled the boat as she regained her balance. 6 crane tongues swayed. A circular pattern of energy bloomed upon their foreheads. The pattern was familiar. The puppeteer in the dungeon's first room had a pattern like that. When Skane passed through the circular pattern, the puppeteer animated the skeletons. But what were these birds trying to control? She kicked out at the nearest Mirrodile.
Her foot struck its flank, and immediately a violent force burst from the mirrored scales and struck her foot. The force caught her off guard. She spun about and fell onto her ass in the boat. The second she sat down, it started moving downriver. Her eyes widened at the rocking motion. No matter how much she wanted to level up, she couldn't afford to be separated from the others. So she did the only thing that came to her mind, and she leaped from the boat. When her foot lifted off from the wooden seat, the boat bobbed in place as though anchored. Despite having no oars or paddles, it seemed to move once they boarded, but remained still when they left. Not even the surging water could move it, no matter how bright the crane tongue's magical circles glowed. It was good to know, but hopefully they wouldn't destroy it in the ensuing combat. A bright, burning blue circle upon each of their foreheads. Zoe could make out tendrils of skein passing through and dissipating into the growing storm within the grotto. Wind whipped up and blew the water in stinging rain. The river sloshed. Waves broke and swept across the cave floor. A Mirrodile lumbered onto the wet stone, scaled belly dragging, and from its jaw slipped a beak at the end of a long, feathered neck. Water spattered Bella and Anton where they slept and woke them up. Anton's eyes flew open. He took in the scene and grinned. "You trying to hog all the levels to yourself?" he said. Zoe smirked from the boat. "No." "Did the boat move?"
"Just a little."
Zoe landed beside Bella.
"Sorry to wake you," she said.
Bella rubbed at her eyes.
"Was that 5 minutes? Something like that. You're terrible." "Well, they wanted to eat my feet." "Serves you right for not sharing the kills." "You too?"
Bella unslung the rune blade.
"Sharing is caring, boss."
Zoe's fists flashed with steel.
"Fair enough."
With all 3 of them fighting, it didn't take long before the Mirrodiles were subdued. Of course, the strange beasts weren't without surprises. The storm conjured by the crane tongues destroyed visibility and made their footing treacherous. The mirrored scales reflected every blow with equal measure. Bella's rune blade could weather the retaliatory force, but Zoe's fists suffered. They developed a strategy. Zoe weathered the beaks and charging Mirrodiles, while the others worked to wear down the creature with injuries. Once subdued, they snapped the neck of the birds, and then held down the Mirrodile while stabbing through the open jaw to pierce the brain. It was messy and tiring, but they each killed 2 of them before the last creature swam away. They stared at the 6 corpses, all mirror and blood and bloated, on the wet cave floor. Water dripped from the ceiling, but no stormy wind blew, and the smell of the dead creatures grew foul in the enclosed space.
"So," Bella examined her blood-sated rune blade. "Did anyone level up?" Anton shook his head. "Nope." Zoe shook her head as she pried a mirrored scale from a mirrodile's crest. It was a curious sensation as the force of her pulling reflected against her fingertips. Maybe instead of a technique, it was a unique property of the scales themselves. "We could skin these things and make some armor." Anton squatted down beside her and lazily extended his dagger, pommel first. "That's a great idea, boss. Take my dagger. I assume you know how to skin a gator and treat the hide?" She took the knife. "Just because of your sarcastic tone," she cut along the outer length of the lower jaw and pulled on the muscle to tighten the flesh. Her might and the dagger made quick work of the task. "I want to prove you wrong, but we don't have the facilities." She removed the hide from the face and tossed it to a bemused Anton. "Souvenir," she said. "Let's take a body with us for food and get on the boat. It doesn't look like it's safe to stay here any longer." Bella walked over with an armful of the white fruit that had grown back during the night. "Skein, anybody?" They chewed the strange, indescribable fruit and restored themselves. Zoe was about to step into the boat when the faceless mirrodile twitched. "You've got to be joking." Bella swung her sword overhead and lopped off the creature's head. Without the scales to deflect, the attack went through without effort. The body continued to twitch and move. Little spasms. "Do I just keep chopping?" Bella asked. Zoe shrugged. "I suppose." The back of the mirrodile burst open. Flesh spattered their surprised faces. A creature like a braided snake slithered out of the wound. It was two creatures twisted about each other as they looped toward the water. Zoe's eyes widened. One had white feathers, while the other reflected the light from glittering scales. She stomped down on the creatures. Their spines shattered beneath her bare foot. A strange, muffled explosion from the mirrodile's scales blew gore out in a thin spray from under her foot that painted the floor bright red. But Zoe was distracted by the ice-cold death energy charging up her leg. The other gators started twitching. Their abdomens bulged. One popped, and another pair slithered for the water. Zoe kicked it into the wall where it splattered against the rough stone. "We have to kill the little ones," she said. More of the oddly twisted larvae squirmed free of the wounds. The three humans got stomping. "Level up! You are now level 7. Zoe grinned. "Damn, it felt so good." Please select an element to incorporate. Water, dexterity +4. Mirror, insight +4. Stone, dexterity -2. Might +2. Willpower +4. But then, the hunger gnawed. A tiny pinprick nibbling at her guts and growing with every swallowed morsel of her restraint. She couldn't tell if it was psychological or physical, and that scared her. But she would know if she keeled over and died. Because she refused to give in and take the essence straight away. She could control the urge, it would not control her. What was the point of advancing her willpower if she couldn't use it to curb her cravings? But how do you force your brain to stop doing something when all you have is your brain to control it? She was a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. Even breathes. Deeper. Exhale. Hold the void in her lungs and let the feeling cancel out the void in her guts. She was more than the burns on her lips. She was more than her desire to devour, more than her need to survive at all costs. She was a human being. She was not an animal. "Boss?" Zoe lay on the ground, hands clutched around her stomach, staring up at Anton and Bella. Bella's smile was concerned, but infectious. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm fine, just..." she sighed.
Why keep everything a secret? These burns on my lips. I got them after I incorporated the mirror bell fragment. The system cursed me, gave me this title. With a mental nudge, the system took her desire to share and conveyed the information. Gluttony, +1 to all stats. Hunger increased. Bella hugged her. Sounds rough, she said. Zoe returned the hug. I didn't mean to change the quest, or betray you all. Anton grinned. Not a betrayal. You're the boss. But this new quest has us helping you. I wonder, what happens if we incorporate the bell fragments instead? Zoe blinked. That was a good point, and the shock distracted her from the gnawing pain in her guts. She had felt so burdened by Rue's secret, by the changes to her quest, by the new titles. I have one other thing to show you two. Quest Breaker. Increased chance of revealing hidden objectives. Anton's eyebrows raised as he examined the title. So, how does that work? I'm not sure. I haven't had time. But let me... Dungeon Objective. Assist Zoe Chambers in absorbing the remaining fragments. It was a strange sensation to apply her title to the active quest for the dungeon. Not dissimilar to doing a mathematical equation in your head and remembering the result to compare it against the next problem. Absorb the remaining fragments. Warning: quest difficulty supersedes dungeon difficulty. The chance of Black Star incursion occurring before quest completion is 105%. They digested the information. Is this the part where someone tells me what an incursion is? Bella asked. The system remained silent. It can't be good, right? Zoe said. Anton grinned. I'll bet you it's fantastic. What'll you bet? Well, I think it's going to be exactly what we need. If I'm wrong, I'll buy the first round when we get out of here. Need to find a bar first, Bella added. Right, Anton's grin widened. When we find a bar after getting out of this place, then I'll buy the first round. If, he raised a finger, if I'm wrong. But if I'm right, it's on you two. Which one of us? Figure it out amongst yourselves. Bella and Zoe exchanged a look. All right, Zoe said. I'll take your bet. But for now... And she hesitated as the gluttony begged her to be silent. It could all be hers. Every scrap of power. Hers. These two were only fit to help her achieve her goals, nothing more. They weren't real. I've been deciding for all of us, but this quest involves you two. How do you want to go about it? Should we divide the bell amongst ourselves? Or should I take it all? Anton looked at her with his insect collector gaze. What were the components of the bell fragment? Sound, metal, and faith. Any of those increase insight? No, the fragment decreases insight. Then I wash my hands of it. He clapped his hands and stood. Shall we take the boat now or sleep some more? Zoe laughed, careful of her lips, but still releasing her relief.
What about you, Bella?
She asked, and the hunger screamed. How do you feel? Bella ran a finger down the rune blade. I already have one cursed item inside my body. I don't think the bell is cursed. Look what happened to your lips, mate. You think that's normal? Maybe it was your actions, but if you asked me beforehand if absorbing that fragment was the wrong thing to do, you know what I would have said? You would have told me I was being some kind of Australian euphemism for idiot? Bella shook her head. I wouldn't have said diddly squat. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's right. Nobody explained the rules to any of us. She stood. You want my opinion? Keep the bell for yourself, but wake us if there's a fight. I want to get strong. So, she stepped onto the boat. Let's get moving, yeah? The boat bobbed along down the river.
Bella grinned as Anton and Zoe leaped on board. The boat rocked in the water, but continued down the tunnel of stone. With the glowing weed beneath the surface, it was strangely beautiful. A reminder that the otherworldly changes weren't all apocalyptic. Then, more mirrodiles swam up from among the weeds. Chapter 22. Flooded. "You know," Anton said as he spun and kicked a swooping beak, "I think we should sleep in shifts, one at a time." Bella stabbed a mirrodile in its eye and squawked as blood squirted into her mouth. "Great idea," she spat. "I'll go first." She ducked her hands into the water to clean her face. "Trespasser!" shrieked one crane-a-tongue. "Give us your hands! Give us your face, and we shall let you pass!" "Nah." Bella lay down in the boat's flat bottom. "You two got me covered?" "We got you," Zoe said. Anton and Zoe each took a side of the boat and fought off the creatures. When they killed one, they hauled the mirrored body onto the boat to prevent the braided offspring from escaping. Zoe fought, and as blood washed her knuckles, her hunger grew. But so too did a plan. If she could use Questbreaker to analyze the dungeon, why couldn't she use it on the quest Rue gave her? Why couldn't she find a loophole and stick it to that bastard alien god? Anton slept after Bella, and then it was Zoe's turn to rest upon the wood. Each of them cleared another level during the tunnel's 6-hour boat ride. Zoe planned on examining the quest, but the second her back rested on the rocking wood, she passed out. The stone, silent sleep of the dead. Bright light blasted her eyes. She jerked awake and wiped the drool from her cheek. The boat floated along a lake under an open blue sky. Houses floated atop the water in rings surrounding a forested island. The houses were in a style Zoe didn't recognize. Steepled rooftops with circular windows. The rooftops glittered in the light, mirrors reflecting the lake and the sky. On waking, Zoe felt the gnawing pain in her guts. 2 levels demanded that she integrate. Level up. You are now level 8. Please select an element to incorporate. Wood, dexterity +2, vitality +2. Water, dexterity +4. Blood, vitality +4. She suppressed the urges. No matter how much it felt as though she needed it, she had slept through the hunger with no problems. So long as she resisted, she was fine. But she would have to level up soon, or else she risked the same fate as Cassie. Fortunately, the gluttony was equally repulsed by such an outcome. Giving herself over to the void was just as bad as forever resisting in the eyes of the gluttony. She needed to eat, and to eat, and to eat, which is why she gripped at her urges with every point of her advanced willpower. Once she started to incorporate, to eat the world, she knew she would not stop until the hunger, the gluttony, was satisfied. And such satisfaction could only ever be momentary. Anton and Bella sat on opposite ends of the boat, scanning the water for any threats as the boat threaded a path through the houses. Some trees thrust up from the water, canopies low to the flat water, leaves shining. "How long was I out?" Zoe asked. Bella started at her voice, but Anton responded without turning around. 4 hours. You needed it." "We all need it," Bella said. "I know our bodies are changing, but sleep is fundamental." Zoe nodded and sat up, stood and stretched. The flat-bottomed boat rocked slightly. "Where is this taking us?" "Nowhere," said Anton. "It's just looping through the houses. This is the second lap." Zoe felt a prickle of irritation. "Why didn't you wake me?" "Sleep is fundamental." "I need to incorporate. We should all make sure we don't delay too long. I don't want a repeat of Cassie." Bella nodded. "I incorporated water twice while you slept." "What level are you at now?" 5. Your dexterity must be high." "Here." Bella stuck out her tongue as she concentrated. Status. Name, Isabella Moore. Level 5. Body, water, shadow. Attributes. Might, 10, 15. Vitality, 7, 12. Dexterity, 22, 27. Willpower, 8, 13. Insight, 10, 15. Skein, 28/57. Titles, Intrepid, Fools Rush In, incomplete. Doomed. The information sank into Zoe's mind. She realized how different Bella's build was from her own. Though Bella's dexterity matched Zoe's might, the total score was far lower. Despite herself, it felt good to know she could overpower the other woman should it come to that. She didn't like the thought, but it happened, though the power of that blade would only grow. "Damn," Anton whistled. "That sword of yours is an unfair boost." Bella nodded. "Only so long as I'm fighting. It will drain me if we stop." "I don't think you'll have to worry about that," he pointed over the side of the boat. Zoe's eyes widened as she gazed into the water. Beneath the placid lake surface, there was a town. Cobblestone streets covered in silt. Soft, glowing weeds swayed from garden beds. Schools of small and silvery fish swam in and out of open doors and shattered windows. Brick structures still standing in the immobile water, while wooden buildings sagged and rotted into the paved lake bed. Zoe did not need to ask about the people of the town. She did not need to ask about the source of blood essence. For corpses lined the street. Soggy and rotten, their skin flaking away, their eyes and extremities devoured by fish. Hundreds of corpses, floating inches from the lake bottom as though trapped in a necrotic caricature of town life. There were mothers, dresses billowing, holding the hands of children. Two men, their fingers rotted down to the bone, clasped hammers and warped wooden planks as they floated on their way to nowhere. A town preserved in a grotesque display of everyday life. Some disaster struck these people. Some magical apocalypse placed them here. Was it the same one that overturned her world? She couldn't be sure, but the sight sickened her. Stoked the furnace of her rage. But despite her anger, her righteous fury, the hunger pointed at the corpses and thought only of food. More blood essence lay underwater than she would need for the next dozen levels, though the gruesome buffet was not without danger. Miradiles swam, lazy, kicking off the bottom as they cruised down the streets. Crane tongues retracted. They snapped at any fish that came too close. They ignore the corpses with casual, reptilian contempt. Did that signal something about the dead? She had noticed how the nature of essence was not consistent, no matter that the increase in her attributes was the same. Could the waterlogged flesh hold some peril? Or was it just not the nature of Miradiles to scavenge carrion? She sighed as her thoughts circled the never-ending funnel of hunger. "It looks like we have more than enough enemies," she said to the others. "We should be able to reach level 20 just fighting the Miradiles." "That's what I thought," Anton said, "even with the diminishing returns." "What do you mean?" Bella asked. "The higher level you get, the more of the death energy you need to progress. You'll notice it in a level or two, that the Miradiles give less." Bella pursed her lips. "How come you keep getting smarter?" Anton waggled his eyebrows. "Because I have a build in mind. Insight all the way, baby." "Show us." "Fine." Status. Name, Anton. Level, 7. Body, sky, mirror, air. Attributes, Might, 9. Vitality, 7. Dexterity, 20. Willpower, 11. Insight, 33. Skein, 41/80. Titles: Intrepid, Tailwind, Fools Rush In, incomplete. Bella's eyes widened. What does it even feel like to have that much insight? Curiouser and curiouser, he said with his best Cheshire grin. What about you, boss? Since this is some kind of show and tell. Zoe gritted her teeth against the gnawing. Seeing Anton's skein so close to hers, his level so close to hers, only made the hunger grow. She needed to consume, but she refused to waste her opportunity on water, wood, or blood. She wanted metal. She wanted the bonus given to her by Lodestone. She glanced around at the houses. Sorry, she said. I want to level up, and then I'll share. But I need metal. You think that will have some? She pointed at a nearby house, the second story sitting above the waterline so that it looked as though it floated. As soon as she pointed, the boat swung out of its automated path and steered toward the house's balcony. Zoe tried to stop tapping her leg, but the nerves kept building. She needed essence. She needed it now. The boat drew close, and she leaped the last 20 feet across the water and cleared the balcony balustrade. Sunlight sparkled on the water surrounding the house. It was picturesque, with half-drowned trees surrounding the steepled roof, but all she could think about was the aching desire to consume. She immediately reached out and grabbed the metal balustrade. Level up! You are now level 8. Please select an element to incorporate. Wood, Dexterity +2, Vitality +2. Water, Dexterity +4. Blood, Vitality +4. She snarled and concentrated. The system provided the 3 options that were the most abundant, but she knew, from painful experience, that other options existed. She flexed her willpower and focused on the metal railing. Please select an element to incorporate. Wood, Dexterity +2, Vitality +2. Water, Dexterity +4. Metal, Might +4, Willpower +4. Lodestone title applied. Without a second's hesitation, she selected metal. The railing flashed as the aura became visible. The railing unraveled and streamed towards her. Glinting steel tendrils burrowed into her body. The hunger grows and demands satiation. There is enough metal to satiate the void. Do you wish to continue? Yes. The tiles of the balcony buckled and split as the reinforced metal in the concrete floor burst up like manic roots and pierced her skin in a dozen places. She fell, pulled down by metal tendrils until she lay strapped to the concrete. Black filth poured from her wounds as the metal poured inside. Her eyelids fluttered as she dipped her toes in the pool of the unconscious. A vast lake of resentment drowned a town. A feeling of long stasis finally broken. Minds driven beyond boredom into placid insanity, finally able to move, to act, and thus to destroy. The boat bobbed up to the balcony. Bella stood, sure-footed with her high dexterity. Zoe, are you all right? Zoe tried to respond, but metal filled her throat. She choked, gagged on rusted bile, wanted it to stop, but the hunger sucked at the world like an unplugged drain, and everything spiraled. Stop the pain. Reject the system. Yes. / no. She cursed herself for that momentary mental weakness.
No! And the prompt faded, but metal continued pouring into her. She had never taken in 2 levels at once, and it was overwhelming, sickening, like gorging herself on a day's worth of calories in mere minutes. The concrete balcony crumbled. Water seeped up through the cracks. She had a moment of laying in a warm puddle before the balcony sank. Metal tendrils still tethered her to the concrete. Bella screamed something, but then water filled Zoe's ears, her nostrils, her mouth. She swallowed the water before she held her breath, and the taste bloomed melancholy on her tongue. Shackled by her desire for power, the concrete pulled her down to the underwater street, down to join the drowned and decaying dead.
Chapter 23. Taking candy from strangers. Zoe sank into the water. Metal roots stitched her flesh to the shambles of concrete from the collapsed balcony. She struggled to hold her breath as the metal burrowed deeper. Slippery black flecks floated up from her nostrils. Despite the invasive pain of incorporation, Zoe pulled against her restraints. Her might was 36. The power in her muscles was 18 times more than when she sat on the plane. She dumped her 2 free points into dexterity to balance her coordination, though it felt like throwing pennies into a wishing well, and grabbed her skein. Skein 75 over 117. Skein 61 over 117. Spending 14 skein brought her might up to 50. Even underwater, even while enduring incorporation, the bulging muscles made her grin. Blood seeped from her split lips, and as she laughed, a great bubble burst from her open mouth. She yanked her arms and pulled the tendrils from the broken concrete as a bird pulls worms from the earth. She stood underwater in a cloud of concrete dust. The surrounding street was once idyllic, but now a waterlogged ruin of despair. Corpses floated around her, empty eyes and rotten flesh. Great sadness washed over her. Was Bella all right after taking this aura into her body? But this question would have to wait. A corpse brushed against her. The feeling of the thinnest, most time-worn thread against her skin straining and snapping. She shoved the corpse away. Icy fingers closed around her wrist. She snapped the hand free, and cold fingers closed around her ankle. They all drifted toward her, limbs moving stiffly, heads turning. Fish-eaten grins. Slow, but she saw hundreds. The mirrodials in the area torpedoed toward her, but the slow-moving dead grabbed any that came too close. Tired fingers of bone tore through mirrored flesh. The mirrodials panicked and swarmed the surface. Water seethed with their lashing tails as they poured out of the alleys and windows of the drowned town. The dead snatching, spilling blood into the water. The mirrodials did not retaliate, only fled. A great crack sounded overhead as a panicked mirrodial smashed the 5-seater boat. Zoe needed to escape while the boost to her might remained. She squatted. Her skin flashed like steel. She leaped, shot to the surface, and burst into the air, trailing water. Her arms pinwheeled as she landed on the mirror-tiled roof beside her companions. The void within her was satisfied. But Zoe's impulsive behavior had not been without consequence. Around the house swayed dozens of crane tongues, screeching about trespassing. The circular patterns on their heads glowed, and a furious wind whipped the water into a stinging spray. "This is a terrible spot to defend," Anton said. "And they're surrounding us." The house was already surrounded. "I'm sorry," Zoe said. "The curse made it difficult." Bella gave her a sympathetic look before pointing her sword at the island in the center of the lake. "Let's head there. I'll bet these crocs are awkward on land. It'll give us the advantage." Unless there's something worse on the island. A crane tongue squawked as undead hands ripped it below the water. Bloody froth spilled into the water. Mirrodiles scrambled at the roof, and the party climbed higher up the tiled spire. They destroyed the boat, Zoe grimaced. How do we get to the island? A handful of spires stood like whimsical islands in the glimmering water between them and the island. Besides the houses, the crystalline blue water was flat and treacherously full of the grasping dead. Anton pointed between the spires. The spires stick up, but there were rooftops only a few feet below the water. Where we can't run, we can wade, and we swim between the streets. Bella held her sword aloft. Heat rippled out in a sphere and pushed back the rain. What about the crocodiles? What about the undead? We stay off street level, and we move fast. Zoe grinned.
And we kill any that get too close.
Anton nodded. Can't see any other option. What's that over there? Zoe pointed. A large yacht slid out from behind a clump of half-submerged trees. It moved at a fair speed toward them. Its angled planes reflected blinding light, like an origami piece folded from a mirror and set upon the water to float. It had an open deck and steep sides. If it passed within leaping distance of the roof they stood on, and it headed their way, they could leap across and remain out of range of the mirrodiles and undead. There was one problem. Just looking at the yacht made Zoe's skin crawl and her heart quicken. A stinking aura of death rolled off it in waves. She could hardly keep her eyes trained on the vessel. Her limbs stiffened, and her palms sweated. The grip on the mirrored tiles grew perilous. The last time she felt something like that, she stood at Rue's table. A glance at the others showed they felt it even worse than her. Their faces pale and their eyes bulging. Inhuman terror, like a rabbit frozen while a hawk wheeled overhead. Zoe gritted her teeth, forced herself to speak. We have to get away from that yacht. As though it heard her words, its path angled toward their spire. No longer would it pass within leaping distance. Now it was heading straight for them.
Hash, hash, hash.
Bella's sword weighed terribly in her hands. Her arm burned with exhaustion as the dread yacht sailed toward her. A single slice of mirror for the sail reflected a vision of herself ludicrously standing atop the spire and grasping the weather vane like King Kong. Heat radiated from the rune sword as the cursed blade held itself up. The brambled roots wound through her flesh held her arm rigid, while her entire being wished herself to collapse and cower before the coming nightmare. But the rune blade disagreed. Metallic filaments trembled with contemptuous rage. The fear roiling from the yacht did not impress it at all. That will be us, whispered the blade in its wordless fashion. Whole worlds will cower before us, and they will burn. Heat flared as the sword enthused itself. Thorny tangles dragged at her skein. Skein 25/57th. Skein 24/57th. Skein 23/57th. She wished she still had some of those skein-restoring fruit, but they had rotted within minutes of leaving the safe room. Beside her, Anton struggled to keep his grip on the slippery mirrored tiles. Zoe remained the calmest, her breathing deep but steady, though even she didn't seem capable of moving. Below them, the bloody water roiled as Mirrodales fled the coming yacht. No sign of the skeletons through the murky gore. Did they flee? Did they wait? It would make running difficult if they lurked an inch beneath the cloudy surface, though running seemed an impossibility with her limbs frozen as they were. She could use her skein to boost her willpower. Skein 22/57. Skein 21/57. But she had no idea how much that would cost. From what Zoe said, reaching 0 skein was something she couldn't let happen in a situation like this.
Though she had none of the skein-restoring fruit, she still had one trick up her sleeve. Do you wish to open the gambler's gift? Yes/no. She still couldn't believe she had slept on the boat while this notification lurked. An eldritch, inaudible voice and a psychic explosive lodged within her mind. But ever since she awoke, she had been loath to touch that wrapped parcel of power. Thinking about it felt like waiting for a shot to fire, to split the earth and send dust charging toward the sky. What if that went off in her brain? She was no stranger to the system's dangers, to the crooked gifts of the gambler. No matter that the sword was powerful, she was now doomed. I am powerful. Heat swelled from the sword. My wielder must be powerful. Take what you wish and burn the rest. Zoe disagreed with the apocalyptic skies burning in the sword's ardor, but she saw the point. Why waste the options that were at hand? She recalled Zoe describing her decision to select metal, and once more she disagreed. She couldn't think about her life down the road if she didn't do everything she could to survive this moment. Do you wish to open the gambler's gift? Yes/no. Yes. The parcel popped open. She flinched as the sound of party horns and popping confetti played loud inside her mind. Time crawled. Congratulations! You don't know how lucky you are, but conversations like this are best had in real time. Temporal connections stabilized. Hello again, Bella. I see you're in a quandary, a genuine dilemma. I'm so glad you reached out to me, but what else could you possibly do? I'm so obviously the best choice you could make. Bella couldn't speak or even twitch a finger, but she could still respond. Her voice flexed in the same dimension as the eldritch voice. Shut up, you wanker. Aghast. Gasp. Egads. How very well dare you? Bella felt a grin forming, though her cheeks did not even dimple. The sword bolstered the feeling. Gambler. Foppish, foolish giver of gifts. Give. And Bella echoed the sentiment. Give your gift and go. It is so good to invest in someone with a backbone. Do you feel my grin sliding across your face? That is how happy you make me. Allow me to return the favor. The parcel unfolded in her mind, knowledge at her fingertips, power within her grasp. Beyond the roof, the yacht cruised forward like a shark's fin, frozen in action, captured in exquisite detail by the jelly of time encasing her. Mirrored planks with mirrored nails, angled sides in a chaotic arrangement like an unfolding flower or a paper swan. The yacht dragged water toward the prow. It sailed not on the slice of mirror above, but on a hole, an inverse reflection of a sail that drained the waters of the lake. If it drew near enough, it would suck them down into the depths it dragged along. She silently prayed for the gambler to hurry. It's wonderful to be appreciated. Please, select a gift. Each is a bespoke solution for your present predicament. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy, a token allowing the user to embody the Monsoon Fairy. Ghastly symbols, autonomous shields of psychic metal to protect the mind. Fated Cartographer, a living tattoo to point you where you want to go. She quickly scanned her options. The Fated Cartographer seemed incredibly useful, but she couldn't see how it would help her right now. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy was interesting, but ghastly symbols seemed the best choice. If they could diminish the overwhelming sense of fear, then she could escape. But would it protect the others? By asking the question, her focus drifted over the gift option. Unlike previous options presented by the system, this one unfurled with information. Ghastly symbols. Artisans of an empty jungle built these discs from elders of their tribe. High dexterity is required to wield them, but once floating, the skein cost is negligible. The discs protect against attacks of ghostly, magical, or psychic origin. She was ready to accept the option when the runeblade's thorns prickled her mind. She was 7 again, running through sprinklers on a scorching summer day. Her dress and fairy wings the same straw yellow as the dying lawn. Missing 2 front teeth and eating ice cream cake at a friend's birthday party. What did that have to do with anything? Fairy, the sword insisted. Did it think she was a fairy? Time was speeding up. The yacht dragged itself closer. She could smell the fear now as the air drifted into her nostrils. Not long now. She had to decide. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy. A lock of hair that temporarily transfers a modicum of the Mosnoon Fairy's techniques to the owner. Upgradable item. High skein cost to activate. The sword grinned inside her mind. A sharp and alien desire radiated from the metal brambles grinding against her flesh. The insistence was overwhelming her thoughts. The charm was appealing, but was this her thought, or the sword's? "We are one," whispered the sword, with a voice like testing dull blades. After a moment's thought, Bella accepted this. She chose the charm of the Monsoon Fairy. Chapter 24. Nothing goes to plan. Bella made her selection, and time snapped forward. A stench like burning cinnamon assaulted her nostrils as a weight filled her hand. She stared at the silky black ponytail hanging from her grip. A ribbon the color of sunflowers kept the foot-long length of hair together with a simple bow. Blood dripped from the roots. The mass twitched in her grip like 10,000 leeches torn from their meal. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy received. Activate item to receive Garb of the Monsoon Fairy, plus 20 to all stats. Activate item to receive Lightning Dash. Use the Monsoon Fairy's shoes to transform yourself and carried objects into a bolt of lightning. Activate item to receive Lightning Slash. Blast lightning from the Monsoon Fairy's wand. The information flowed into Bella's mind, and she knew how to activate the item. Her skein quivered at the ready. The technique descriptions were simple enough, but her understanding would deepen once she activated the charm. It writhed in her hands like a forbidden instruction manual begging to be read. Exciting. The rune blade keened through her mind, a hungry longing to add the charm's power to their own. With the charm, she could overcome the cowering fear. She could move. She could be strong. Strong enough to save them all. But she hesitated as she stared at the charm's thirsting roots. Each strand ended in a serrated, twitching barb. Flecks of scalp and scabbed blood clung to the spines. The damp lock of hair made her want to vomit. But she had no item for nerves. The yacht was bearing down on them, less than a city block away. It rode a black hole like the Grim Reaper's pleasure craft, a dread funnel that swallowed the lake. Inside the black tunnel, she saw no sign of the cobblestone streets and rotting, once picturesque houses. Were they hidden by that shaft of darkness? Were they destroyed? It drew closer. Anton and Zoe kicked at the mirrodials, scrambling up the roof. The stubby claws of the reptiles slipped on the tiles, but the force of their thrashing, the sweep of their tails, propelled them up toward the party. Escaping the bloody froth of water, cran tongues extended and pecked, honking with the fear of the undersea dead. Anton kicked with precision, face straining against the yacht's terrible pressure. His dexterity made up for his might as he knocked mirrodials off their purchase and down into the grasping bones. Beside him, Zoe dug her fingers into the tiles and swung all her might in a savage hammer kick. The blow crunched the Miradile's head into the tiles. Shattered teeth fell from its jaw as it slid down into the water. Were they getting any death energy for the kills stolen by the skeletons? Bella would find out for herself. Her grip around the lock of hair tightened, and she actuated the charm of the Monsoon Fairy. Skein activation cost 40. Insufficient skein available. The yacht drew closer. Hash, hash, hash. A shiver ran from Zoe's toes to her fingers, like she stuck her feet out of the blankets on a winter's morning with the window open. The cool chill of death energy from the Miradile torn to shreds in the foaming water. She hadn't landed the killing blow, but she had contributed. It felt as though fighting generated some kind of fuel in the air, but only death provided the spark. The cold worried her, brought anxieties of entropy. Even in battle, as fear pinned her limbs, her mind strayed to the heat death of the universe. Or was it the yacht's aura of fear that sent her thoughts in such an infinite direction? It wasn't enough energy to level up, not sharing the kills with the skeletons. And that sent another shiver of worry. Were the skeletons leveling up as they slayed Miradiles? She hoped they were mere puppets, but that brought its own dread. What kind of puppeteer could control an entire town? She didn't want to find out. Her willpower allowed some movement, barely any, but more than the others. She kicked a Miradile away. The yacht drew closer. A figure stood on the deck draped in tattered gray robes. Their wide-brimmed hat shaded their face. From that shadowed face, yellow eyes like twin volcanoes spouting the roiling fear. She could run away, leap from one spire to another, run along the long spine of a roof exposed, and make her way to the safety of the island. Be a coward, but live. It was cowardice if there were witnesses, but these witnesses would not last. How long could anyone last against the imposing figure on the yacht? Bella leaned against her, limbs stiff with the fear. Zoe hated the way she felt like a dead weight. But they were strangers. Or were they friends? "Take this," Bella whispered, and pressed something into Zoe's hand. Something horrendous. Black hair wriggled against her skin. The ribbon glowed the color of dehydrated piss. She wanted to throw the item into the water. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy received. Activate item to receive Garb of the Monsoon Fairy, plus 20 to all stats. Activate item to receive Lightning Dash. Use the Monsoon Fairy's shoes to transform yourself and carried objects into a bolt of lightning. Activate item to receive Lightning Slash. Blast lightning from the Monsoon Fairy's wand. Bella grabbed her shoulder. "I don't have enough skein," her voice strained. "Use it!" Zoe locked eyes with the other woman and nodded. She abandoned all thoughts of cowardice, gripped the charm, and accessed her skein. The second the strings of power within her activated, the hair flowed. An answering bundle of skein inside the charm sought hers. The hair raced up her arm, faster than she could react, and up her shoulder and neck. She grunted as the barbed tips pierced her scalp. Tendrils dug through her flesh like roots, sought her spinal cord, latched themselves there like a parasite, and pulled upon her skein. The long tail of black hair hung limp for a moment before it fluttered in a breeze that was not there. Electricity crackled up and down the length. Static prickled Zoe's hair and skin. She floated, fingertips leaving their grooves in the mirrored tile, and rose into the air. Lightning crackled down from the unseen heavens and struck her between the eyes. She buckled as the electricity flowed through her, wrapped around her spine. The sickening shifting of flesh as her body ballooned out, as though fleeing the Monsoon Fairy's power.
Her vertebrae separated, and the lightning sealed itself into the spaces. With a snap, her spine compressed, her flesh settled, and the power of the monsoon fairy was hers. Light the color of a firefly's dance sheathed her body. A kiss like warm rain upon her skin, and the light. Lightning flashed from her heels, and a matching set of heels slid into place. Thunder rumbled out, and a gilded tiara settled upon her brow. Charm of the Monsoon Fairy activated. +20 to all attributes.
Lightning dash technique equipped. Lightning slash technique equipped. Duration 40 seconds. Extending the duration costs 1 skein per second. Skein 20 over 117. Damn, her skein was low. It cost 40 to activate. No wonder Bella gave it to her. With the activation, instructions flowed into her mind. She flicked her wrist, and a slender ivory wand appeared in her hand. A sunflower ribbon trailed from the tip, half fabric and half skein. It enhanced her attributes with a warmth like the smell of earth after rain. Bella and Anton stared at her with wide eyes, and she grinned as her enhanced vitality healed her burned lips. 40 skein gave her 40 seconds on the clock. She had to be fast, but she knew she could be fast. She still floated as 2 translucent wings hummed from her back. Their use felt as natural as breathing. "All right," she said in a bubbly voice. "Let's do this." She gripped Bella's hand. "Are you ready?" "You look like a—" Zoe clicked her heels and became lightning. She dragged Bella into the transformation, and they flashed across the water with searing speed and struck the island. Sand fused into a spray of glass. Bella fell into the scorched crater. "Fairy!" She looked around, blinking. "What? That was so—" Zoe clicked her heels and flashed back to the spire in the lake where Anton shook away the rotting hands grasping at his shoes. Thunder rolled in the wake of her arrival. Anton raised his brows, but the fear of the coming yacht sealed his mouth. Even she felt the pressure, and the charm boosted her willpower to 55. The yacht cut through the water less than 100 yards from the house. The mirrored planks presented a mockery of the idyllic lake. Pink waves thrashed in the angular hull's reflection. The figure on the deck, the dungeon's final boss, she assumed, raised a hand. Palm out, fingers splayed, and a circular pattern sprung into life. A band of unknown symbols moving in a sinuous flow around each other.
Through the circle, through the gate, she felt the figure's skein flow.
It passed through the gate and became a storm. Thunder bellowed as lightning leaped toward her. By instinct, she swung the wand to intercept. The lightning flowed around the ivory. She heaved the wand with both hands, its weight burdensome, as though the coiling lightning were a leaden chain. She raised the wand above her head. The yellow ribbon fluttered, and lightning arced up into the clear blue sky. She grabbed Anton's shoulder. "Hold on," she said. He grabbed her arm as a mirrodile snapped up toward his leg. They became lightning racing across the lake. The jagged reptilian jaws closed around thin air. But in the fraction of the second it took for them to travel to the island, everything went wrong. The figure launched another bolt that collided with her in midair. She detonated. Lightning crackled as she spun away and crashed into a rooftop. Tiles shattered into mirrored dust. Anton was somewhere else. She still felt his grip fading from around her wrist. A splash somewhere, too dizzy to make out the direction where Anton struck the water. She stood, her dress immaculate, wand raised, wings humming her onto her tiptoes. Where was Anton? Where was she? She shook her head, tried to clear it, and tuned in to the nearby splashing. There. Anton raced across a series of streetlights, each sticking a few inches above the choppy water, his leaping strides bringing him closer to the island. But the yacht sailed toward him. The figure raised both hands, the circular pattern widened, and the blue sky darkened. Pregnant storms folded out of reality. The air prickled as lightning prepared to be born. Without thinking, Zoe clicked her heels. She flashed, her senses wild and burning as she became the spear of Jupiter. She raced toward Anton, not to catch him, but to protect him. Lightning snaked down from the sky.
She intercepted the blast. The explosion was her entire world. She saw only white, black, a ringing. She tasted blood, iron. Smoke rose from her body as she floated on the lake's surface. The lake was dangerous. Something grasped at her wing. Bony fingers tore through the delicate membranes. She hissed and forced herself up. Humming, she floated above the surface of the lake, listing as sparks bled from a wing. The water pink with blood beneath her, dripping from her yellow dress like tears. Anton was nearly at the island. Bella already moved toward the tree line beyond the beach. She needed to join them. But the yacht sailed between her and the island. The figure on the deck faced her, their hat over their burning eyes. A hand raised and crackled with blue electricity. She hovered, watching, seething. 28 seconds remaining. Anton reached the island. She held the ivory wand to her side like a sword. If she used her dash, she could go wide, go around the yacht and circle toward the island. But the figure, the final boss, could attack the island while she took the long way around. She needed to distract him. So if she couldn't go around him, she would have to go through him. A violent dash to distract and disrupt and pass on. Once she reached the island, she could regroup with the others. They could plan their assault. But for now, a violent grin grew on her face. Was it her smile? Or was it the smile of the monsoon fairy? She didn't care. Someone had attacked her, and she wanted revenge. Skein 20/117. Skein 10/117. 35 seconds remaining. She had just over half a minute to reach the island. With a swish of the wand, she sent a lightning slash toward the boat. The robed boss moved to defend, but Zoe didn't wait. She clicked her heels and became the storm. Chapter 25. Storm versus Storm. Zoe's lightning slash sent a line of yellow lightning toward the yacht. It struck the mirrored sides and rebounded in 1,000 directions, a brilliant display that blinded all and served as a distraction. Zoe's lightning form shot toward the boss on the yacht. She reformed with her fist outstretched and struck the boss. Thunder pealed out from the strike. Up close, she could see the thin line of his lipless mouth, a twisted gray face, weathered and ancient, yellow eyes leaking yellow tears. Her knuckles burned away the tattered robes, but the boss was unfazed. Plates of mirrored armor covered his body. They shifted under her fist, and a mirrored force pushed her hand away. Pincers snapped at her. She hummed backward on her wings. The plates weren't armor. They were crabs with mirrored shells. Dozens crawled over the boss's body, concealing everything except for his burning gaze. The boss leaped, spinning, and his foot raced toward Zoe's chin. She clicked her heels and retreated on a bolt of lightning. Back out above the lake, with the yacht between her and the island,
She floated on a breeze that was not there. Beneath her, the lake offered a reflection of her fluttering buttercup dress and the long tail of hair attached to her scalp like a lamprey. Wings hummed, blurring static as she judged the distance between herself and the final boss. That robed figure who stood on the deck of the mirrored yacht. The heavy darkness of his stance echoed the throat of void upon which the yacht floated. He was the thundercloud. Lightning wrapped around his wrists and played across his knuckles. The scorched air stank, wobbled with fear. A palpable aura emanated from the boss's burning gaze. He outstretched a palm, not waiting for Zoe to make another move, and flicked lightning toward her. He might be the thundercloud, but she was the monsoon. She clicked her heels, performed a lightning dash, and struck a spired roof sticking above the water level. The boss's lightning blasted the air where she floated before, and she returned the blow with a swish of her wand. It cost nothing to use lightning dash or lightning slash while the charm remained active, but she was running out of time. When she could move instantaneously, half a minute felt like a long time. But how long could she fight against someone who shrugged off her attacks? Maybe she couldn't fight her way out of this problem. And her heart thumped in her chest. Terror. Was it the aura? Or was it real? She gritted her teeth, clicked her heels, and charged. Hash, hash, hash. Bella watched from the rocky island shore. Pink foam lapped at the dark, quartz-studded soil. Chaos engulfed the lake. She did not know how many dead bodies floated beneath the water. How big was the town? How many drowned bodies lay beneath the once smooth surface? But dead didn't mean still, didn't mean resting. They moved now, and they hunted. Blood of mirrodiles spilled into the lake, stained it pink with gore, that same gore washing up now on the shore. A stink grew like a haze in the air. She could breathe again, now she was free of the boss's aura, but sweat still clung to her skin. What was that force that pinned her down with long nails of dread? And how could Zoe fight against such a being? Lightning flashed in answer to her question. Pale yellow bolts struck cool blue coils of energy. Thunder shattered like a house rolling down a hill. Storm versus storm. The boss hadn't moved a step, just maintaining their wide stance as they took Zoe's attacks or cast out their own. Bella's eyes burned with the afterimages of violence. Blue lightning flashed out like hissing snakes. Zoe darted away, her wings a blur, her visage fierce. She became lightning, but another blast struck her dash. Thunder roared, and Zoe spun through the air, struck a house, and broke through the roof. Bella held her breath until Zoe rose from the wreckage, bleeding, limp, but still ready to fight. Why didn't Zoe run? She should go the long way around and join them on the island. They could regroup, plan an attack. It was foolish for her to attack the boss on her own. She's going to die, she whispered to herself. Have some faith, Anton said. Bella started. She had been so focused on the dazzling combat, she hadn't noticed Anton reach the island. He wrung out his Hawaiian shirt. Lake water dripped and drizzled onto the dark shore. Should we help her? Bella asked. Do you think we can? Anton flicked water from his fingertips.
She's as strong as the two of us put together, and it seems she can't even scratch the boss. What's the point of us helping? All of us die? No thank you. Wow, you really are a self-centered asshole, aren't you? He bowed. I'm pragmatic. Bella fingered the hilt of her sword. For once, she wished the blade would whisper into her mind. Some kind of guidance, advice. But it remained silent. Anton watched her expression. Look, he said. She made sure we got to the island, yeah? So let's trust her to join us here. If we just go out and attack the boss, then all her work was for nothing. Besides, she's the fastest while that power-up lasts. She'll be able to get here as soon as she has an opening. I suppose you're right. Of course I'm right. You'll see, and you'll thank me. Lightning flared in the distance, and they both shielded their eyes. When the blooming light faded, Bella's heart sank. Hash. Zoe flew on borrowed power. The wings hummed like a dragonfly. A steady sound that brought comfort as she zipped away from incoming lightning. Each bolt swerved toward her. Was it the power of the monsoon fairy attracting the bolts? Some law of electricity? She was a doctor, damn it! She didn't know about flying and fighting with superpowers. For a fraction of a second, the absurdity of the situation sent her spiraling outside of her body. This was ridiculous. She must be dreaming. It couldn't be real. Spears of blue lightning plummeted from the sky. She clicked her heels and danced through the wriggling lightning, pushed her insight to its limit as she swerved and stopped. A pale yellow bolt of power wriggling across the sky. There was no escape from the cage of lightning summoned by the boss. She wished she put more points into dexterity. Wherever she turned, more bolts fell, cutting off all exits. Whatever she tried, she wasn't fast enough, and a blue bolt zapped down and nullified her efforts. Only one path remained, and it led straight to the deck of the yacht. Was this an intentional opening? A trap? Another spear headed towards her as her mind turned over in a fraction of a second. There was no alternative, no choice. She blasted toward the boss. Glorious rage of the monsoon, a fang of lightning seeking prey. She struck, and the boss caught her. Thunder rang out, and her dress billowed. Her fist caught in his hand, an iron grip she could not escape even with her enhanced might. She brought up the wand like a dagger. Lightning flailed at the ivory tip as she thrust it toward the boss's eye. He stepped to the side, dodging without releasing her hand, and her yellow light flashed out into the sky. Violent, bright, useless. She pulled at her hand, but the boss's wrinkled flesh smiled. "You made me shift my stance," he said with a voice like grit against glass. Zoe roared. She used the leverage of his grip to swing her knee up into his stomach. He released her hand and chopped down on her rising knee, pushed her leg aside, and brought a fist into her temple. The force of his counter knocked her down. She bounced off the wooden deck, stunned, tasting blood. The parasitic hair writhed. Blue lightning struck the boss, wrapped around him, and spat out from his fingers. A fist of lightning hit her body like the hammer of God. Time stopped. She burned, became nothing but white pain. 12 seconds remaining. She lay limp on the deck. Brain slurred at her body to move, but nothing responded. Crisp smell like back alley barbecue. Her. The smell was her. Smoke and steam curled from her flesh. Coughed blood. Air, a thin whistle through her lips, screamed inside her mind. The boss walked toward her with his hands tucked behind his back. "You really have nobody to blame but yourself," he said. "This is so typical of you rich nobles. You get a powerful item, and you think you can punch above your weight class. Look at you. No body, no gates, and you think you can solo a dungeon boss," he chuckled. "Yeah, you have a powerful item. So what?" He punctuated his question with a kick to her stomach that sent her sliding across the deck. The blow broke her ribs. Difficult breathing became harder. She wished she was dreaming, but nothing is more real than pain. The boss looked at the blood on his shoe with disgust before he walked over to where she lay, twitching. The mirrored crabs crawled across her body. She could see herself in those dozen reflections, a burned mess. Skin red and raw, cracked and blackened, melting. No hair but the parasitic tail. 8 seconds remaining. What good was the power of the monsoon fairy if she couldn't even move? Vitality. Her body must be healing. 4 seconds remaining. Her brain twitched, and she spent her skein. Skein 1 over 117. If she boosted her vitality, she could heal enough to move. Maybe she could escape. Maybe she could reach the island.
Big maybes, but he needed to move first. She poured her skein into her vitality, directed the cold rush of energy toward her fried muscles, and vitality disabled by enemy technique. Her eyes widened with horror. That could happen? She scrambled for a backup plan as the boss placed his boot upon her throat. She wheezed as the boss glared down at her. "What are you trying to do? Heal with skein? I didn't expect such a peasant technique. No potions for the rich girl? No scrolls? Come on." He bent down and patted her body. "What other items do you have? Don't tell me you're a one-trick pony." He shook his head. "This is incredibly disappointing. You don't know how bored I've been." Zoe tried to speak, but her body refused. The boss leaned down and cupped a hand around his ear. "Sorry, did you say something?" He leaned down until the small golden earring dangling from his lobe brushed against her lips. "Speak up." With the last of her strength, the last of her breath, the last of her rage, Zoe bit his ear. Her teeth sank into the wrinkled gray skin. The dangling golden earring was cold and metallic on her tongue. She bit down hard and tasted blood. Tasted victory. Pyrrhic, but a victory all the same. The boss screamed. He pulled away and his ear tore. Zoe swallowed the lobe and the earring. Flesh and metal sank down her throat. It could be the metal essence in her body that made it so easy, but she didn't care. She grinned a bloody smile at the wide-eyed boss, before he brought his boot down on her face. Her teeth crunched under his heel. She choked on blood and dentistry as he lifted her off the ground like a sack of kittens. There was no struggle left in her, only leaking blood.